growling loud. Epic battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleets in shadows dense, through the veil of screams immense. Salty tears where shadows roam, silent screams where far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lives are played. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Epic battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain.
Good morning, Travis.
Virtual rain.
How are you?
Warriors rise and rulers fall.
How's it going? I will. Guys, Arnia. Stay away from that one chick with off leash. My mic's cutting out. Not to be like the shortest fucking probably that way. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Hello again. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Is that better? Turn my sensitivity up just a little bit. Mm-hmm. The bomb cyclone is bullshit news story. Pacific Northwest gets every year. The issue is cities and PSC not trimming trees, preventative maintenance. Instead, going, the wind is coming, but if it doesn't damage anything, you get to keep the money. I don't know what you're talking about, but you know what? Hey, checks out with me. Sounds plausible. Sounds real. Uh, I will agree. I would agree. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but okay. Keep it up. Keep it up. I don't know why my headset unplugged. I looked at. Showed it 3 days before it happened. I will agree with the fact that so many in Washington state without power because of lack of preventative maintenance, man. Preventative maintenance. Well, out of this. Yep. I lost my headset. I don't know what the fuck's on here. Power to 600,000 homes. Not because it's sound energy taking. Yeah, that sounds about normal. They take the money, don't do the work, and then they say, act to God. Yeah, act of man does that too. But nature decided to fuck you over, so it's not our fault, but we're still taking the money anyways. Fuck you guys. And we're still here to fix the power when it goes out, so what are you gonna do? Sue us? No. Take the money and they'll fuck off like normal. Hmm, the fuck. Okay. Well, looks like we're playing without a headset today. Because I fuck's going on with the headset? What game is this? This is Dreamworld, the Infinite Sandbox MMO. Do I know anything about DayZ admin tools? No. I don't know shit. I don't know shit. I'm just dumb fuck. I don't know about using that fucking fancy fucking admin type shit. I don't know nothing about any of that crap. I don't know anything about that crap. Can you guys hear the in-game audio? You hear him jumping? Probably not, huh? Because now I won't have any fucking audio. Well, that kind of figures. Without a headset, you guys won't be able to hear anything. Let me try one more thing. See if this works. Hmm. Great. Yes. I use OBS. Yes, I'm still using slobs and OBS. Hey, you're funny, DeGrinchy. I've always had Streamlabs. I've always had Streamlabs. That's where all my sound alerts and all my fucking shit like that, where all my alerts come from, is Streamlabs. And then all of my capture shit is on OBS, all of that. So why is that funny? Because I have no idea what you just said. And when people come in here and start saying, "Oh, just do this and do this and do this," I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Looney Boy is the one that came in and remoted in and set all this shit up for me. So so I'm just guessing at a lot of the shit that I'm doing right now. Yeah, and I don't watch the videos because the videos are done in as short a time as possible, and I can't keep up with them. So don't ask me to watch fucking videos on that bullshit. I'm not gonna do that. So you guys will just have to live without fucking game audio. There's not really a whole lot to hear in this game. This guy jumping around and some wind and shit like that. And I'm not making any more windows. I've got like fucking 12 windows on this fucking thing. Half of which I don't fucking use, so I'm not gonna deal with it. If Looney comes in, I'll fucking, and I'll send him a fucking message, tell him, hey, some of this shit's not fucking working again. I mean, my capture card wasn't working last night, and then all of a sudden it started fucking working again, so I lost my place in chat. I don't have time, Travis. I really don't. I have time to stream, and then I have time to take care of shit in real life. I don't have extra time. It's kind of like disposable income. I just don't have it. I mean, I could probably shut everything off and restart my entire fucking system again and start all over, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. There, like I said, there's not a whole lot to hear in this game. Most of it's just my character jumping around, making noises. There are some wind noises and some animal noises and shit like that, but it's not a whole lot. You guys can hear this. I do this.
Anna.
Stay away from me.
You guys can hear that. I know you can hear that.
You don't have to do this. I found Bobal, the shuttle pilot. He's still alive. He can help us get away from here.
Well, I know that's working. It's just for some reason, um, capture card is not picking up my headset for some reason. For some reason, it's just not picking up the game audio. I don't know why. Not quite sure why. I don't know why. Um, El Gato? No. Uh, the EVGA, EVGA capture card. It's the one that Looney sent with my PC. So I'm not I'm not doing I'm not gonna look for updates. I'm not gonna do any of that shit. If you guys don't have game audio, oh well. I'm not gonna fuck with it. I'll just send Looney a fucking message and say, hey, something fucking went wrong. Just not capturing the headset. Like I said, there's not a whole lot of audio for this game. That's why I've been doing like creepypasta stories and shit. So we'll put on some creepypasta for the background sound, and you guys can listen to that while we're running around doing weirdo shit. Uh, and we have to find the frostbitten vine, which will be in the tundra somewhere. Which I haven't found him yet. I mean, I defeated the wind one yesterday. I don't I don't have the slightest idea where I'm gonna find that one. We can this though. We can teleport to the desert base, which is by Elysium. And we also have to wait until everything renders in. Because I found the wind one was by here. Because that's mountain. Some tundra. This would be tundra over here. So that way. That away. Somewhere over there. Somewhere in that direction. Need to run for a bit. I'll check back later. All right, Travis. Good to see you this morning. Thanks for checking in. Plus, my headset's kind of a piece of shit. The coating on it's falling apart. So, oh well. I'll put some creepy pastas on in the background and you guys can Listen to that. Help by click on something up.
It was summer of 2004. My family was supposed to vacation to Kennebunkport, Maine. My father was stuck in meetings, so he was going to come up from Manhattan a few days after us. My mom wanted to drive up there to Maine before my dad got there, which was super annoying to me at the time, but we didn't have a choice. And my brother, sister, and I loaded into the car and started the drive. I was about 14 at the time. The drive was uneventful, but there were various delays, and we ended up getting there a lot later than originally planned. Because of this, the owners of the house we were renting had turned in for the night, and we weren't able to get a hold of them to get the keys. Sounds like horrible planning, but apparently they were pretty strict about the time frame to pick up the keys. My mom, unfazed, decided she wanted lobster, so we went to one of our favorite spots. She called my dad to see if he could make us reservations at a hotel in Kennebunkport from New York City while we ate. We were enjoying the lobster while a guy came up and started chatting with my mom. I figured it was just a friendly local making conversation. During this, my dad calls my mom, and my mom excuses herself to speak to him. Apparently, all hotels were booked for the night, go figure. Height of vacation season in Kennebunkport. The plan was for us to drive to the nearest town and just find somewhere to stay until we could pick up the keys for our vacation home. Apparently, the local had been listening into my mom's conversation and came back over when she got off the phone. I want to say there was nothing outwardly off about him. He was preppy looking, clean cut, unassuming, and he fit in with the clientele.
That's
But
usually
my mom
when they're
rented a big home with
creepies.
a big guest house that we were more than welcome to stay at, and that his wife wouldn't mind. Immediately, my reaction was screw that. No way in the world I was staying in a random dude's house in creepy Maine in the dark. No offense to anyone from Maine, but the streets get creepy. My mom, doing her due diligence, determined this guy was legit. Said he was in finance.
Doing her
Honestly,
due
that's fine, and
diligence?
we chatted
No,
enough for my
he's a
mom to
freak.
determine that he wasn't totally full of it. I called my dad pretty hysterical. He said I was overreacting and that I needed to get out of the city more, and accept that sometimes people are just nice. So my brother,
No,
sister,
they're
and I
not.
got into our car and followed him back to his house. The guest house was actually really nice, fully furnished, but the beds were oddly placed. It had two bedrooms, and instead of the beds being located in the middle or centered, imagine a symmetrical room layout. They were right under the window in each room. It just seemed out of place to me. Anyway, fast forward. We are all getting ready to go to bed. My mom hears a knock on the door, and it's the guy. He said he just wanted to check to make sure we got settled. Cool. Nice thing to do. About 30 minutes later, he comes back to check in again. At this point, my mom was like, thanks, we're good. We'll stop by the house in the morning to say thank you, etc. Okay, so fast forward another 30 or 45 minutes. I can't sleep. I'm feeling terrified. You hear this rustling, which is odd, because the guest house was nowhere around trees, or even close proximity to bushes that might cause such a noise. At this point, I see my mom wide awake and look up at the window, like motioning towards the window with her eyes. Let me add real quick, none of the windows had curtains. The guy said it was because his wife was in the process of redecorating. When I looked up, there was a male figure just standing. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I don't know how long he was there for. When he walked away, my mom waited a bit and then told us to get our stuff together. She wasn't messing around. We had my dad on the phone at this point, and he was pretty much flipping out at my mom about something, but I didn't hear what. My mom said she was going to put stuff in the car and to follow her out. This was around 2 a.m. When we got into the car, we pulled around to the front of the main house so we could get the hell out of there. However, when we got to the front, all the lights were off. Not just all the lights, but it looked like no one had been home. Porch light, table lamp, and front windows, like everything black. Also, the two cars were gone. The local's car and what we presumed to be his wife's car. After seeing this, my mom at this point, pretty unsettled, said we were leaving and we proceeded to drive to the gate. The gate at the end of the driveway had been deadbolted and padlocked shut from the inside. It wasn't a super strong gate, so my dad said rev it, and we were in a big SUV. We just smashed right through it. We drove back straight to New York City, not speaking the entire time. We have never returned back to Maine, and my parents refused to speak about it. I asked a family member one night about it when he was drunk, and all he said was, "They didn't tell you?" The actual owners of that house were on vacation. I'm assuming my mom or dad followed up with local authorities and figured that out, but never told us. I don't know who that man was or what was planned that evening. I was curious as to whether there were any known serial killers or murderers who were in that area at that time.
Probably.
I was
Duh.
living in Asheville, North Carolina at the time. I hung out at a local coffee shop all the time. The day I met this guy was just like any other. I went into the shop, ordered my coffee, and sat down to read the local paper when an older man came up to me and asked if he could sit down. I had gone in there to meet new people, and usually I went for the younger guys, but I thought, what the heck. I said yes, and he sat down and started to ask me questions, like where did I work, where did I live, did I have any relatives, etc. Of course, during our talk, I asked him questions, and I found out that he was a traveling salesman who traveled I-40 from Ohio to Asheville. The last question he asked me was how old I was. When I told him, he barely believed me. I looked a lot younger than I was. At the time, I was 29, but I guess I looked like a teenager. Part of my kitsch was to show people my ID, and I showed it to him too. As soon as he saw it, he said, "Thanks for the chat," and got up and left. I didn't think anything of it until I got another cup of coffee. The guy behind the coffee bar asked me if the old man was bothering me, and I told him that it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. I thanked him for his concern. The next night, I went to a strip club with my on-again, off-again boyfriend that had just opened up a town over. My boyfriend asked me if I wanted to strip because someone had offered the manager $500 for me to do it. I didn't really want to, but I was pretty interested to find out who it was that was going to pay me that much to strip. Coincidence or no, it was the same guy from the coffee shop. I was extremely creeped out. He came up to me later on that night and started talking to me about how many people he had killed in Vietnam, especially young women and children. I was really creeped out then and edged away
Hey,
from him.
dick.
And I found another group of friends to hang out with. I made sure I was never alone. He didn't try anything with me though, he just left. I was kind of freaking out inside, but I really didn't do anything about it. I just went to work the next day like normal, and one of the girls I worked with came up and asked if I had heard about that girl who had been stabbed in the neck from behind as she came out of one of the bars. The girl went on saying that her dad was a cop, and they were looking for a serial killer who was killing young girls from Ohio to Asheville off of I-40. They weren't sure, but they thought he was an older guy who was probably a traveling salesman. The cops thought he had a thing for women.
Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it.
Were 18 and under. I freaked out and told her about the guy. She called her dad, but I don't know if they didn't believe me or what, but they didn't question me. I really think that the only thing that saved me was the fact that I was much older. This happened to me and my wife a few months after we moved into a new place. This took place back in November of 2018, and actually wasn't even fully resolved until just recently. So back at this point in time, me and my wife were going through some hard times. I was making money through some slightly illegal means and had actually gone to jail for 9 months. I got out in September of 2018, and I had a job in the city waiting for me when I got home.
Left a
Now,
good
when I got out
job
of
in
jail,
the
my wife was
city.
living with her mom, about an hour away from the city. But she knew we had to find somewhere to live close to both of our jobs that were downtown in the city that we were moving to. Since we were starting all over after the legal fees, lawyers, fines, and other assorted debts, we knew we could only afford something super cheap that would let us pay week to week instead of having to pay security deposits and monthly rent up front. We found a boarding house in our city and checked it out. There were 4 rooms in the house with a shared kitchen and bathroom for everyone. We moved into one of the rooms. Our neighbors on the first floor were a 30-year-old lady and her mom. And then upstairs, there was a young guy who moved in the same week as us. And lastly, a young couple that lived in the room next to the other young guy. In the 3 months that we lived there, the only people we talked to was the young couple upstairs. They seemed similar to us in age and interests, and we just usually talked to them in passing or maybe on the front porch when we were all out there having a cigarette. They were nice enough, and they also smoked weed, which me and my wife did as well. And we smoked together a couple of times. Things were just a-okay until the month of November came, and shit just started to hit the fan, left and right, with this couple who we'll name Jim and Sierra. It started off small. Things like hearing them get into short shouting matches, or one or both of them asking me and my wife to borrow money, or constantly trying to bum cigarettes. One day I came home and Sierra was walking into the house, the same time as me, with 3 guys that I've never seen before, and a case of beer. They party all night and keep me
Sounds like my first wife.
We end up going to bed around 5 a.m. A few days later, we are woken up on a Sunday. Me and my wife's only day off to Jim screaming at Sierra, throwing all of her stuff into their front yard. He was calling her everything in the book you can imagine, and told her to get out of his life, yada yada yada. They argued for like 3 hours, and eventually someone picked Sierra up. We had a week of peace and quiet, but by the next week she was moved back in, and the fights and screaming were constant. Until one night. It was a Tuesday night, the day before my birthday. Me and my wife worked that day, and just kind of lounged around after work. My wife and I ended up smoking some weed around 1 a.m., and we put in a movie to giggle at all night. The whole time we were watching this movie, we could hear Jim and Sierra screaming at each other. We could hear them stomping around as they moved around upstairs in the room right above our ceiling. It went on the whole movie, it seemed like. After actually making it through the movie without falling asleep from smoking too much, we both noticed that Jim and Sierra had finally stopped fighting. We both wanted to take advantage of the quiet, and we laid down and cuddled up to sleep until we had to go to work in the morning. I was woken up in the middle of the night by my wife, who was shaking me and looking off toward my side of the bed. I was so tired and out of it that I thought maybe she saw a big bug and wanted me to kill it. I turn over to get up, and when I do, there is a man standing next to
freezing
the
up.
bed, hunched over my nightstand, going through my drawer, and the man has an empty milk gallon in his hand. After rolling over and us locking eyes, he stood up from his hunched position and was just staring at me. I kicked my feet out onto the floor, and I sat up on the bed as he started backing up slowly, one step at a time. At this point, I finally realized that it's Jim in our room going through my stuff, holding an empty milk gallon. Now, like I said, I was still pretty out of it and just calmly said to him, "What's up, Jim? Why the hell are you in our room, bud?" After a few seconds, Jim asks, "Can I borrow your guys' car, man? Or can one of you take me down to the gas station and back real quick?" Thank goodness for my wife, who was finally fully awake, unlike me, who said, "What? You broke in our room to borrow our car. No, you cannot borrow our car after you broke into our room at 4 a.m. Now get the hell out of here, you freaking weirdo." Surprisingly, Jim leaves, but he doesn't just leave. He sprints out the front door and starts running down the street, towards the gas station that he asked us to take him to. I looked at my wife, and before we could even say anything to each other, our other neighbor from upstairs comes down and says that Jim and Sierra were fighting worse than he had ever heard, or saw, that he hadn't heard any noise coming from the room for about an hour. My wife, who was feeling protective of a fellow female who had to endure similar abuse in the past, told me and our neighbor to go upstairs and check on her. So we go upstairs, and the door to Jim and Sierra's room is shut, but not locked. I knocked and shouted for someone, and there was no answer. Standing side by side, me and my neighbor turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. In the back wall of the room, Sierra was laying on the couch, face up. And we also noticed that the floor and ceiling had been hacked up, almost like someone was trying to get inside of the floor and ceiling for some reason. Me and my neighbor walked over to the couch, thinking that Jim had knocked her unconscious, but when we made it to her, we realized there was blood on the couch and thin blood streaks on the wall, and blood all over her.
He killed her.
can't speak for my neighbor, but as soon as I looked at her, I thought, she doesn't have a face. The neighbor called the cops immediately, and I was just standing there dumbfounded. I heard him tell the police that Jim had smashed his girlfriend's face in with a sledgehammer, and the weapon was still there, but Jim had run off. The police told us to leave the room and wait outside if we felt safe doing so. The cops came and they put an APB out on Jim, and they found him about an hour later running down the street. After talking to the cops, they said it looked like Jim was trying to find the gas line in the house, and he probably wanted me to take him to the gas station to get fuel to help him burn down the house with Sierra inside. After all the cops left and everything calmed down, me and my wife looked at each other like, what the hell? We had to call into work the next day because there were 2 news vans out front all morning, and every time we stepped out for a smoke or anything, they were badgering us for an interview. It ended up being a small blip in the news with a short paragraph in the newspaper and a 1-minute segment on the local news channel. But yeah, that's how I was face to face with a murderer, right after he killed his girlfriend in the same house I was in. This is a combination of very short stories that I heard after this guy was caught. I'll start with my own. I live in a very small town, and it is surrounded by woods and lakes and rivers. One day I had gone to a mom and pop gas station and grocery store, made my purchases, and returned to my car to leave. As I pulled out the driveway, there was a white van driven by an older gentleman pulling into the store as I waited to pull out on the road. I was staring as he drove right past me because I was going to wave at him. I thought it was my friend's uncle who had a van just like it, and from a distance it looked like him. But as I stared, the guy turned to look at me, and I realized that it was not my friend's uncle at all. But I looked into the coldest, meanest looking eyes that I have ever encountered. I drove home that day thinking of serial killers, murderers, and weirdos, before convincing myself that my imagination was seriously running wild. But later in 08, a lady from our town met this guy, with his van, at another gas station a few miles outside of town. He said he was looking for a campsite that was free and did not have to register or anything. She assumed that he was homeless and down on his luck, so she gave him directions to one and told him to just follow her. She would eventually turn at her house, but if he kept going a few miles, he would find the place. Later on that year, she was really freaked out when it came out who this guy was, and that she showed him where she lived. Another time, some college girls were hanging out at the beach. One of them said, after this guy was caught, that she and her friends had seen and talked to him several times at the beach during the summer of 08, and that he seemed really nice. But of course they were freaked out too when they later learned on what he was capable of. Once again, in December of 08, a lady from our area went missing. I'm not going to go into details about that here. You can Google and read about this. The way this individual was caught was after he committed a horrible act of kidnapping and murder here. He went to Georgia and kidnapped and murdered a young girl. And a hint of who this was, if you Google the murder at Blood Mountain in Georgia, you will know who I'm talking about. At least I think you will anyway, because I have not Googled it. But it is real. Anyway, it was really freaky to know that I had actually seen him once, after everything happened. That he was living so close by, and probably driving past my house many times, before he kidnapped and murdered this lady from our area. This encounter happened in
That's
the summer of
freaky.
2006 when I was 20 years old.
That's some freaky
I didn't get my
shit,
driver's
man.
license until January of that year. Driving opened up so many doors for me that I took a lot of solo road trips to my friends' houses. I also looked pretty young for my age, and I was often mistaken for a high school student in my early 20s. I was driving alone on I-78 on a random July day, on my way to visit my friend.
Okay, we are definitely in a tundra area.
Her parents were away, and we had the house to ourselves, and we were planning on drinking and hot tubbing and watching Planet Earth drunk. It just came out. Maybe run around some cornfields at night. I was so excited, and I had a great drive, listening to good music, and it was a beautiful day for driving. Right after I crossed the border from New Jersey into Pennsylvania, I stopped at one of the first rest stops to get gas and snacks for the last part of my drive. I've tried to figure out which rest stop it was, and I can't ID it, but it was a gas station with a large mini-mart. Opposite of the gas station was the on-ramp back to I-78 West, and parallel to the on-ramp was a dirt road which comes into play later. I was heading into the store when a man in his late 30s or early 40s approached me. He was a stocky guy, decently tall. I'm 5'1". He had on a plain black tee and jeans, with dark brown hair and a mustache and goatee. He had just come out of a black pickup truck parked a few spaces away from my car. He had a super intense gaze and immediately creeped me out. He just had a crazy energy about him. I don't really get bad vibes from people that often, but this was just strange. He stood too close, with his gaze crazy and direct and focused. His word choice was strange. He immediately set off all of my alarms. He asked if I was from the area, despite my Connecticut license plate. He even asked where I was headed and if I knew of anything fun to do, because he had plans later and time to kill beforehand. He invited me to go play mini golf or watch a movie with him. I truthfully didn't answer any of his questions, and I declined his invitation to hang out with him. And I told him that I didn't know the area that well, and I walked away towards the store. I was blown away that he asked me to go somewhere with him. It was so random and uncomfortable. As I was walking away, he actually screamed out, "You're gorgeous." And the volume and tone made my hair stand on end. It was super aggressive and inappropriate, and he even startled a family that was walking out of the store. It was that loud. He came into the store shortly after, and he was just staring at me, so I went to use the bathroom, and I stayed in there for at least 10 minutes, texting my friend about this creep. When I came out, he wasn't in the store anymore, thankfully, so I took my time buying drinks and snacks. Sour Bright crawlers and trail mix being my obligatory road trip food, and I went out to gas up my car. I was relieved his car was gone, and I started thinking about the rest of my drive and getting excited to see my friends. When I pull up to the road to get back on the highway, though, I hear someone persistently honking his horn, and I see this creep show on the dirt road parallel to the on-ramp in his truck honking and shouting and waving at me to drive over to him. He was directly facing the gas station and had been waiting for me to pull up. I immediately freaked out and jumped on the on-ramp back to I-78.
Bread. I
He pulled
don't
onto the
have
highway after
bread.
me, and I called my friend extremely scared. I drove so fast and probably dangerously, and looking back, I'm lucky that I didn't get into an accident, but I just didn't know what to do. He didn't follow me
Oh,
for long,
the
and I think after a
piggies.
few exits, he finally pulled off. My friend and I had a backup plan that if I saw his car again, she would direct me to a police station the next town over from her house, instead of me going directly there and leading some freak to us. I didn't see the car again and went to my friend's, but the last hours of my drive, I was extremely tense and anxious. I remember checking my mirrors often for this black pickup truck. It all ended well. I got to my friend's house safely and we had a nice weekend. The encounter was definitely creepy, but over the years, I didn't put much thought into it. A few years ago, though, in 2014, I was talking with another friend who was big into serial killers, and I mentioned my encounter jokingly, suggesting that this was a serial killer I had met, and told her my experience. She was fascinated and she wanted to Google active serial killers in Pennsylvania area at the time. The first hit was for Adam Leroy Lane, and he looked almost exactly like the man I met back in 2006. It could have been my mind filling in the blanks, but the basic characteristics 40s, tall but stocky, brown hair with mustache and goatee, and the time and area all match. In my memory, he was a little bit slimmer than the pictures, and it was 2006, not 2007, when he was actually convicted of murdering women. Still, it's an odd coincidence, and one I've never forgotten. So this part of the story starts in 2009, and I was a junior in high school. I lived in a small town in Ohio. In the fall, I started to date my first real boyfriend, John. He was a senior, and many of his friends were dating my friends, and he was well liked and funny at school. I'm thrilled about the relationship, especially because my strict parents even seemed to like him as well. He was pretty quiet around them, but always polite and appreciative in their presence. Since it's a small town, John lived literally down the street, and we hung out all the time. My parents were actually getting divorced at the time, so I liked spending time at his place more than mine. John lived with Chris. a man who wasn't his biological dad, but somehow he had lived with since around the age of 13, and often called him dad. Chris was an adolescence counselor who knew John because he had been in the foster care system, and he had taken John in. Chris was an amazing human who was fun to be around, and it was just the two of them and their pug Murphy at the house. I don't know much about John's childhood at first, other than it had clearly been rough enough for him to be involved with children's services. Anyways, we spent a lot of time together, and always had a good time with Chris as well. Eventually, John confided in me that he often had really bad depression and would get really bad thoughts. I was shook by this, and I even told Chris about it as well. Regardless, we continued to date, and I did my best to support him. So the next year I'm a senior and John has graduated, but he's not really doing anything. He didn't go to college, and his plans to join the military weren't working out, so he's just living with Chris and working a part-time job that my dad had gotten for him. I've always been into school and extracurriculars, and I felt like John was holding me back. Our relationship was going downhill in many ways, but I was scared if I broke it off that he might really do something drastic. He had threatened to do so when I tried. In May 2011, I graduated high school and decided I had to leave the relationship behind. I was having my own depression issues, and John was having a detrimental effect on my mental health. I finally told him that we had to break up and he needed to stop contacting me with these threats. I mostly cut off all contact, and a couple of months later, I got an apartment with a friend, about 30 minutes away from home, beside the college I was attending. One Friday night in April 2012, I'm in my hometown to see a friend, and I pass John's house where I see police cars everywhere. I'm shocked and I didn't know what to think, so I immediately call our mutual friend Kyle. Kyle said he has no clue what was going on with John, and he says that John had hung out at his house a few days before. Kyle said John seemed like he was in a good mood, especially because he was driving Chris's Beamer at the time, which he loved to do. Anyways, Kyle was actually hanging out at my apartment with my roommate. This was normal as he had a crush on her, so I just keep driving that way. When I get to my place, Kyle hasn't heard anything, but my mom calls me with the scoop. She's friends with cop wives and stuff, small town stuff. It turns out that John murdered Chris, and he was on the run somewhere. Someone had called for a wellness check after not hearing from Chris for a while, and the cops found his body at home. I was shocked and a little bit scared, as were Kyle and my roomie. So we all decided to stay at my roommate's parents' house for the night. By morning, the cops had luckily found and arrested John. He had taken the Beamer, so it was easily spotted at a rundown motel about 15 miles from his home, and about 12 miles from our apartment. When the details came out, the whole thing was even more terrifying. It was a brutal homicide, and it occurred days before the body was found. Which means that John was just hanging out at Kyle's house between committing this act and getting arrested. Just nonchalantly playing video games and telling jokes to Kyle's little sister, acting like everything was just fine. Meanwhile, he had stuffed Chris's body in their freezer at home. It's insane to think about how someone could be such a psychopath. There was really no explanation given. John initially tried to plead insanity, but he was eventually deemed competent and then pleaded guilty. He got 30 to life in prison. I've obviously told this story from my perspective, but the person who really matters the most in this is of course the victim. Chris was truly a saint of a human being. He had been my role model for so many years, and you just wonder, how could something so horrific happen to someone so good? And at the hands of someone who they had given everything to. Someone they had loved, trusted, and seen as a son. It's horrifying. Chris spent his life advocating for kids like
You
John.
wonder what was
And
going
he's
on
living
behind
our
closed
childhood
doors,
as a
huh?
now, as is the street that it is on. I often wonder about the why of it all. Chris and John got along.
When a U.S. Marine and his team are sent to a cave to do some reconnaissance on an enemy faction, they realize that the dark recesses are harboring something much worse than enemy combatants. Something much, much worse. Welcome to Outdoor Terrors, the show where I regale you with real people's supposedly true stories of the terrifying things they've encountered, out beyond civilization. If you have a story of your own to share, send it to me at darkstories.org. and stop by eeriecast.com if you want to hear more scary stories from our team. If your story is titled Bambi and Thumper versus the Big Bad Wolf by 19 Delta Scout. Does anyone remember watching one of the final scenes of the Lord of the Rings trilogy where Frodo and his fellow hobbits, Samwise, Merry and Pippin, not sure about those last two, are just sitting at the table in the middle of the festivities? All of the other hobbits were celebrating the near impossible victory against the forces of evil, whilst Frodo and his buddies were just sitting there, stunned and shocked that they're still alive. This short scene, which only lasts a few seconds, is my favorite scene of the whole trilogy, because that one scene shows exactly what happens when soldiers return from a year of war. We would oftentimes meet at drinking establishments and sit in stunned silence, amazed that we were still alive after all the horrors we'd experienced. This was the case not too long ago, when I was with a few buddies. We were sitting in an unnamed gentleman's club out in the middle of the El Paso desert. Weird as it may sound, after coming home from a year serving in the Middle East, we felt comfortable in that lonely, out-of-the-way drinking establishment out in the South Texas desert. This is not my story, but the story of my buddy Eduardo. My name is Eduardo Acosta Bambino, and I was born in Costa Rica. When I was 10, my family immigrated to the United States and moved to northern New York State, where my father worked one full-time job and two part-time jobs to support the family. My mother was going to school to become a nurse, so that's why my father was working so hard. He did not want my mother to have to get a part-time job so that she could concentrate on becoming a nurse. I helped out as well, getting my 6-year-old sister ready for school in the morning and picking her up in the evenings once I was done with the school day. We were renting a modest 3-bedroom, 2-story house within walking distance to the hospital where my mother was working as an intern. My father drove to and from his many jobs in an old red and rust-colored Dodge pickup truck. Looking back at the time, we were by no means wealthy, but we were happy, and we never lacked for food, family support, and love. One thing about our family was that we all felt immensely privileged and blessed to be Americans and living in the greatest country in the world. My father always said that we would not take one dime of government assistance or support, as receiving supposedly free things from the government actually enslaved you to the government. We had seen it all too often in South America. What the government gives, the government will take away, leaving you no choice but to think, act, and vote the way the government wants. We saw that mentality here in America as well, but like I said, my father was determined that our family would be a success without any government handouts. America was the land of opportunity, but success wasn't an entitlement. Success was there for those willing to work hard and apply their God-given gifts and talents, and that is what my family did for many years. Flash forward 8 years and my family was able to move to the suburbs, and was even able to purchase a bigger house. My mother was now a full-fledged charge nurse at the hospital where she worked caring for newborn babies and infants. My father was able to purchase the grocery store, which he had worked in so many years, from the kindly old gentleman who owned it,
Oh,
as he was ready to
mother.
retire. After only 2 years, we were ready to expand to 2 stores. My parents' persistence and determination had paid off, and although we weren't what most folks would call filthy rich, we weren't exactly hurting for money either. My mother's salary paid for the mortgage on our house, and the profits from our family business paid the bills, and the upkeep of my father's new Dodge truck and my mother's Honda SUV. Everything else went into savings and the college fund for me and my sister. When I turned 18, it was a very proud day for my family and I. Dad always said, "From now on, it will be a tradition in our family that we serve this great country which has blessed us so much. Before our kids leave for college, they must serve a few years in the armed forces of the United States. There you'll meet other people of other nationalities and customs, you'll serve together and become a team together. You will adapt and overcome many challenges together, and when you leave the military, you will see how America is such a great melting pot of people, cultures, and ideas. When you take that experience to college, you'll be all the more better experienced and mature than your peers. I was prouder still the day that I graduated from the U.S. Marine Corps boot camp in Parris Island, South Carolina. The training was tough, but the training had to be tough if you wanted to earn the right to be one of the few and the proud. I'm only 5'5", but I was also a fast runner and could navigate any obstacle course with ease, so the drill sergeants gave me the nickname Bambi. I'd lost about 15 pounds during my time there, but it was replaced with rock-hard muscle and the confidence to know that I was the deadliest weapon on the battlefield. Standing there, sharp and lean in my dress blues with my fellow platoon of Marines, I still remember the look of immense pride in the faces of my father and my mother and my little sister. Those looks turned to complete horror on that terrible and tragic morning. My father said that he was looking for locations to open a third store in New York City when we saw the smoke rising from the island as the buildings collapsed. In the United States, my country, the one which had taken care of my family and protected us with freedoms that are not enjoyed by so many others, had been attacked. We were at war. I was attending the Mountain Warfare Training Center in Bridgeport, California, when I got word that my unit, back at 29 Palms, was going to war to hit back at the bastards who had killed thousands of innocent people. To tell you the truth, I think at the time we all wanted to go to war. We were Marines, damn it. You attack our country, we'll blow yours to hell. On my last phone call home before leaving for Afghanistan, my mother was sobbing, telling me to be safe and come home when it was all over. My sister was also crying, but I told her to be brave and assured her that what I was doing was to keep her safe. But what really broke my heart was my father's voice. He'd always been so confident and strong. He always knew exactly what to say to give me confidence. However, in a shaky voice, he could only say, "I love you, son." It cannot be underestimated the horrors and atrocities that the enemy had inflicted upon the people of Afghanistan. Men, women, children, babies, whole families, and even entire villages were wiped out by the Taliban. So I had absolutely zero sympathy for them when we called in a tactical airstrike, and our AH-1 Viper attack helicopters rained brimstone and hellfire on them. In combat, the Taliban were complete cowards, hiding behind the very same women and children that they'd been brutalizing. I was part of a reconnaissance squad in my battalion's reconnaissance platoon. The squad usually operated in a 6-man team under command of a sergeant, and all 4 of the teams were under command of a lieutenant. We were operating in heavily mountainous terrain just east of Bagram Air Base in Parwan Province, patrolling the steep rises, the jagged hilltops and valleys, and the numerous cave systems, relentlessly looking for the elusive enemy. At least 2 or 3 Taliban mortar positions had been shelling Bagram Air Base at night, so we were being sent out to find them. My 6-man recon team consisted of our team leader, Staff Sergeant Perez, a short, stocky, by-the-book Marine with a permanent buzz cut who was originally from Mexico City, Mexico. Completely fearless and a natural leader, Sergeant Perez was a former drill sergeant who volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan. Our radio operator was a young Filipino, private first class named Lampas, who was originally from Davao in the Philippines. Because he was the newest member of the team, Lampas had to hump the radio. The team's M249 squad automatic weapon gunner was Big Lance Corporal Deline, a young black Marine from Brooklyn, Illinois. We had what is called a LAV-25 attached to our squad. A LAV, or Light Armored Vehicle, is an 8-wheeled armored reconnaissance vehicle that mounted a 25mm chain gun and 2 smaller machine guns mounted on the turret. The LAV's commander was Sergeant Big Mac McCaustin, the only Marine in the squad who was shorter than I was. But the white Marine from Clawson, Michigan was built like a brick wall. He'd been preparing to become a wrestler on our U.S. Olympic team, but put that aside to come to Afghanistan to fight the Taliban terrorists. Corporal Pinkerton was the only other white Marine in the squad. He was from the small town of Weed, California, And yes, he was a stoner before he joined the Corps, and found that he had a knack to fix just about anything that had gears and wheels. I was the squad's grenadier. My M4 rifle had what was called an M203 grenade launcher slug, at the barrel of the rifle which could launch a variety of 40mm grenades at the enemy. Over my vest, which carried my rifle ammunition, I also wore a second vest, which had small compartments for my grenades. I had HE high explosive grenade rounds, incendiary rounds, smoke rounds, and even CS tear gas grenades. I was like the squad's mini artillery. The M203 was breech loaded, meaning that you had to break the M203 in half, load a single grenade into the rear of the launcher, then close the launcher again. When firing the M203, it gave off a soft but satisfying thump noise. As such, the M203 was affectionately known as the Thumper, and because I still retain my nickname from basic training, my weapon and I were known collectively as Bambi and Thumper. Our recon squad could lay down a tremendous amount of firepower, and we collectively piled into our Lab 25 and left Bagram just before midnight, headed into enemy territory. Guided by the moonlight and his night vision goggles, Corporal Pinkerton drove us over the rocky terrain as we rumbled roughly due west towards the jagged stone mountains about 4 miles distant. We had another recon team which was operating north of us, whilst several other teams were airlifted and dropped on the ridgeline, so we weren't alone in this operation. But at this time, the US was still in the process of bringing in more Marines and Army grunts into the theater, so we were pretty spread thin. Our objective was to observe a trail that our drones discovered, which wound up in the narrow trails into the mountains, which ended at the mouth of a large cave, hidden under a rocky overhang. The cave was located about 300 feet above the valley floor, and Pinkerton was able to get us up a narrow goat trail for about 200 feet before he had to pull up the trail. The goat trail was too narrow for the lab to go any further. Sergeant McAustin guided the lab back into a crevice about 100 feet and facing back down the trail we had just gone up. Inside that little rocky crevice, our giant lab was swallowed up in darkness. Even if the Taliban had night vision devices, they would have been hard-pressed to see our armored transport. Staff Sergeant Perez had Lampus, Deline, and me quietly dismount from the back ramp of the lab, as we would have to climb the rest of the way to our objective. He told Sergeant McAustin and Corporal Pinkerton to stay with the lav and keep the gun turret pointed down the trail. Since the radio on the lav had a greater range than our man-portable radio, the lav would also act as a communication relay between our squad and Bagram. Using our night vision devices, Staff Sergeant Perez led us slowly and cautiously up the rocky trail, carefully looking for signs of booby traps, and cautioning us whenever the trail became so narrow that a wrong step would send one of us tumbling over the edge. Staff Sergeant Perez moved stealthily, as if he had owned the entire mountain, and spoke with a confidence that made us all believe that we were the master of this valley of death. We moved slowly, less than an arm's length from the Marine in front of us. Private Lampus was behind Perez with the radio, and Deline was behind Lampus with the squad automatic weapon, while me and my trusty Thumper brought up the rear. We finally got to a somewhat level plateau on the ridge, and wisely, Staff Sergeant Perez decided to move us off of the trail, which leads to the mouth of the cave. He had us form a tight perimeter as we scanned our objective. The cave was about 25 feet from us. It was actually at the end of the cul-de-sac, where the goat trail ended at a steep drop. The cave was surrounded on two sides by sheer rock walls, with a steep drop-off directly to the left of the cave mouth. This meant that there was only one route in and one route out of the cave. A rocky overhang extended about 8 feet from the ceiling of the mouth of the cave, meaning that it would have been difficult to have spotted the cave entrance from the air. We need to get into a position above the cave on the rocks opposite where we can observe, Staff Sergeant Perez whispered. I'll go, Sergeant, I said, having just gone to the mountain warfare course. Okay, Bambi, said Perez. Hand me your weapon so that it won't hinder you, and be careful. I handed my weapon off to Deline, and backtracked about 10 feet down the trail where I remember seeing a path which led up to the side of the trail. This side path was even narrower than the one we were on, and the footing was even more precarious as the loose gravel and stones threatened to twist feet and ankles. Finally, however, I came to a rock ledge about 5 feet high and hauled myself up and over, hugging the ground once I had gotten up. I discovered that I was on a relatively flat surface, roughly 10 feet long by 4 feet wide, and surrounded on 3 sides by rock outcroppings that were between 3 to 4 feet high. About 15 feet below me, and about 100 feet away, was the mouth of the cave. This couldn't have been a more perfect spot to observe what Captain Taliban and his band of merry lunatics were up to. I climbed back off the spot and carefully made my way back down to the squad where I reported to Staff Sergeant Perez what I had found. "Good work, Bambi," Staff Sergeant Perez said. "Stay close behind me and let's go check it out." I guided him up the same narrow path that I took, with Lampus and Deline following close behind, until we finally made it up the rock ledge. Perez hauled himself up and, staying low, pulled all of us up the ledge. "This'll do fine," he whispered. "Bambi, you hunker down on the far left and scan everything forward and to our left. Deline, get in the middle and train your saw at the mouth of the cave. Lampus, I need you to keep an eye on the trail and make sure nobody can get behind us. Here, let me have the radio." It had taken us almost an hour to get into position, and Staff Sergeant Perez called Sergeant McCostin back at the lav, telling him that we were set. McCostin reported that one of our recon squads to the north of us had spotted suspected enemy movement in a shallow ravine between 2 low hills. "Good copy," said Perez. "Keep us informed of any movement coming up that trail. Out." We hunkered down on the hard rocky plateau, trying to get as comfortable as we could whilst making as little noise as possible. It was a cold night on that ridge, and winds would periodically whip up, making the night air even colder. At first, I thought they were crazy to issue Generation 3 cold weather gear for the desert, but now I knew why. But even with thermal underclothes, fleece jacket, a wool balaclava, and our uniforms, it was still rather chilly. We were all lying prone on the cold ground,
Blue
leaning
mushroom.
over the rocks and looking down at nothing but an empty cave mouth at the end of a lonely trail, whilst our brothers in another squad were in contact with possible enemy forces. It was about 2 in the morning and my eyes were getting crossed, looking through my NVGs into the dark. I could feel myself dozing off when suddenly, behind us about 2 miles from our location, a bright light, followed by white smoke, seemed to loom out of the ground and ascend into the air, headed towards Bagram. "The Taliban's fired a Chinese 122mm surface-to-surface rocket at the airbase," whispered Sergeant Perez. We watched helplessly as the unguided rocket looped and descended towards our base. Seconds later, 4 bright orange flares blossomed in the sky above the Taliban launch site as the Americans marked the enemy position. In the clear night, we could see flashes of weapon fire in the distance and the noise of a firefight going on. All this was soon drowned out as red lights, resembling laser-like fingers of death, reached out of the sky and struck the Taliban's position. The noise, like a buzzsaw, ripped the air, and even we could feel the slight vibrations on the ground as thousands of rounds of hot lead rained down on the Taliban. "Looks like Spectre is up tonight," said Sergeant Perez, grinning. Spectre is the code name for one of our AC-130 transport planes modified to carry an astonishing array of weaponry and firepower, which the U.S. Air Force rains down on the bad guys. Soon, however, the brief light show was over, and just as quickly as it had started, the valley was now deathly quiet again. McCostin called Perez from the lav, saying that the Taliban had gotten off one of the 3 missiles that they intended to fire at the base, and that some of Captain Taliban's merry lunatics were headed eastwards in our general direction. Perez said that was a good copy, and instructed McAustin to keep us updated before turning to us and saying, "Heads up, Marines. We may have hostiles approaching soon." All of a sudden, all thoughts of getting a few minutes of sleep went right out of the window. Our weapons were all locked and loaded, and my thumper had a 40mm HE high-explosive grenade already loaded into the breech. I thought for a moment and decided to silently eject that HE round from my grenade launcher and placed it back into one of the pouches. I reached into another pouch and pulled out an incendiary round and loaded into my thumper. If the Taliban were hiding 122mm rockets in that cave, an incendiary round would ignite the propellant, causing the rockets to explode. We lay there motionless for another 3 hours, as no further action had been taking place anywhere in the area. It was just after 5 in the morning, and the darkness around us was ever so slightly lightening into a dark purple sky. "We got movement to our direct front," whispered Sergeant McAustin from the lab. "I count 5, 6, 7, at least a dozen personnel moving up the trail towards your position. They seem to be armed with AKs. Looks like they've been wounded." "Roger," Perez whispered into the hand mic. "Relay to headquarters what we have and maintain observation." Perez handed the mic back to Lampus and said, "Stay alert, Marines. We have movement coming up the trail." It was still too dark to see without our night vision goggles, and the suspected Taliban approaching the cave entrance were lighting their way using cheap flashlights. Sure enough, there was about a dozen men armed with AK-47s approaching the cave, 2 of them lying on makeshift stretchers. None of the men were carrying anything larger than AK-47. They had no mortars or rockets. Now, the rules of engagement at the time were pretty sketchy. Since it was legal to own AK-47s, we couldn't just assume that these were the Taliban. We had to actually see them commit a criminal act before we could do anything. For all we knew, these could have just been local farmers who got caught up in the fighting and were just trying to get away. Maybe this cave was where they hid from the Taliban. Despite everything that was going on, despite the fact that thousands of innocents died on American soil, we still insisted on giving everyone here the benefit of the doubt. Everyone was considered innocent until they were otherly shown that they intended to commit a hostile act. The armed men seemed to show no concern about being tactically silent, and weren't worried at all when they may have been under observation by US Marines. The heavily bearded young man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, tried to usher the men carrying the 2 stretchers into the cave. Strangely, however, some of the men seemed reluctant to enter the safety of the cave and had, in fact, dropped the 2 wounded men on the ground. The leader loudly clambered around into his AK-47, yelling in Pashtun and pointing towards the cave entrance. The yelling went on for several seconds before the men who refused to go into the cave finally relented, and they all disappeared into the entrance. "What do you make of that, Sergeant?" whispered the lean. "Different families, different factions, different tribes," said Perez. "All these people know is conflict and strife." "Do you think they're Taliban?" said Lampus. "Maybe," said Perez. "Or maybe not. If they are friendly, we're obliged to help their wounded. Stay calm for now." About another 5 minutes passed when a loud barking roar, something like a dog's bark combined with a bear's growl, boomed from the cave. Several men screamed, and we could hear the frantic, undisciplined sounds of AK-47 rifle fire coming from inside the cave, followed by the flashes of muzzle fire. The earlier argument had seemingly reached a boiling point, and the 2 factions of the same group turned violent against each other. But instead of us hearing voices of rage, it seemed like all of the men shooting inside the cave were filled with voices of fear. This lasted for several seconds as the sounds of men fighting and apparently dying abruptly ceased, along with the rifle fire. Then, there was silence, as something big but unseen seemed to be stirring inside of the cave. "Sergeant Perez, are you in contact?" It was Sergeant McAustin calling from the lab. "Negative," replied Perez. "We're fine. Apparently there's some kind of altercation inside the cave and a lot of shooting." Call us into Bagram. Roger. Wait 1. Several minutes passed as McCuston reported the incident back to base. Meanwhile, we kept our eyes laser-focused on the cave. Whatever was moving around in there, perhaps a wounded man, had stopped. Headquarters wants us to maintain observation and secure the position, radioed McCuston from the lab. Company commander is sending up a relief platoon later in the morning once it gets lighter. Seems like they're still clearing the area from last night's attack. We sat for an undetermined amount of time as the sky slowly went from a dark purple to a dark blue with hints of red as the sun began crawling its way into the sky. Still, everything was silent inside the cave. We need to get in and see what's going on, said Perez. There may be injured people that need assistance. Bambi, take point. Moving, Sergeant, I said, happy to be able to get up and stretch my aching back and leg muscles. Deline, said Perez, take slack. Moving, Sergeant, said Deline as he hefted to his saw and followed me. Soon we were all down from our elevated perch and moving back down the narrow path towards the main trail. It was lighter now, so the going was smoother and faster, though no less precarious. We no longer needed our NVGs to see the path ahead of us. Sergeant Perez stopped us at the point where we stepped into the trail. Deline, take up a second firing position here and watch your backs. You may be coming out of there in a hurry. I'm on it, Sergeant, said Deline as he scooted a few feet back up the path to where he was in some cover and could watch the cave. Let's move, instructed Sergeant Perez as all 3 of us combat rushed across the trail and stacked on the right side of the cave entrance. Even standing outside, we could smell the scent of blood and carnage wafting from inside the cave, like a slaughterhouse of raw flesh. I was in front, with Perez directly behind me and Lampas behind him. Perez said nothing, simply holding up 3 fingers. 2 fingers. 1. Go. Just as we trained, I went in first, swiftly covering everything to my front and to the left with my weapon. Simultaneously, Perez came in behind me and swept right, whilst Lampas immediately followed and swept front to rear. All of a sudden, behind me I heard Lampas retching as he stepped back. "Oh my God," he whispered, horrified that he had stepped into a pile of human entrails. My eyes began adjusting to the darkness inside of the cave, and I heaved as I saw the bodies and pieces of bodies stacked up like cordwood next to a wall deeper inside the cave, while all around us, piles of innards and guts had been strewn across the floor and the walls. There was blood and streaks of blood everywhere. Without realizing it, I had lowered my weapon and was walking deeper into the cave. "Hold your positions," hissed Sergeant Perez. "Take a knee and scan your Something seemed to fall from the heights of the cave ceiling. Something big and hairy that smelled of wet and moldy fur. It landed directly behind me, and I felt something slam into my back and ribs like a baseball bat. I went flying into the side of the cave wall and slumped down with my ears ringing and the wind knocked out of me. I turned around and propped my back against the wall, my head spinning. Whatever this thing was had its back towards me now. It was covered in short fur and easily stood above 8 feet tall. From behind, I could see that it had canine-like ears, and legs like a dog or a wolf, and arms that were hideously long and muscular. The thing was facing Sergeant Perez, who tried to raise his M4 to fire, but the thing backhanded Perez so hard that he was sent tumbling out of the cave. I watched in horror as Sergeant Perez's body tumbled over the ravine and fell from view. Lampas was to the creature's left, and he opened up with his M4. At this close range, Lampas couldn't miss as he put at least 5 to 6 rounds center mass of the creature. However, the creature only looked annoyed as it swept out at Lampas. Lampas jumped back and slipped on the same pile of entrails he had stepped in earlier. With Lampas now on his back, the creature stalked towards him. I reached for my weapon and found that I didn't have it anymore. Looking around, I saw that I dropped it right where the creature had hit me. My thumper was laying at the creature's feet, or paws, or whatever those massive things were. Still groggy from the blow I took, I drunkenly ran towards the creature and dived for my weapon, and fell far short. The creature closed in on Lampus as Lampus struggled to pull his kabar from its sheath. Suddenly, the entrance to the cave darkened as another figure entered. "Son of a!" yelled Deline as he lifted his sword and put an 8-round burst directly into the creature's guts. Then another, then another. The creature let out a pained howl and jumped nearly 15 feet towards Deline, knocking the saw out of Deline's hands and slamming him to the ground. Deline's distraction gave me the second I needed to get up and grab my thumper. Charging at the creature from behind and to its left, I screamed a battle cry, "Ah!" as I rammed him as hard as I could with the entire right side of my body. To my surprise, the creature went off balance, but so did I. I was now lying about 8 feet in front of the creature, with Deline and Lampus standing behind me near the mouth of the cave. I was again on my back, lying in a pile of human gore as I leveled my weapon up at the creature. I could now get a look at its face. It definitely had canine features, with a short snout, wide jaws, and horrifically sharp and blood-stained teeth. "Get down, get down, get down!" I yelled at Lampus and Deline. "What are you?" said Deline. "Oh shit!" yelled Lampus. The creature opened its maw wide in an angry growl just as my weapon went thump. It was late in the afternoon when we were all finally piled into the back of the Lath. Corporal Pinkerton driving us all back to Bagram after this long patrol. A platoon of Marines and some Army EOD guys had arrived later on in the morning, and together we estimated that there were the bodies of at least 10 to 12 Taliban fighters inside of the cave. We knew they were Taliban because the EOD guys also found fragments of at least 2 Chinese 122mm rockets and 3 Russian 82mm mortars, as well as some destroyed RPGs. They also found the rear hindquarters of what had to be a huge dog, which they assumed the Taliban were using as a watchdog to guard their stash of high explosives. When I fired my 40mm incendiary grenade at the Taliban fighters who were shooting at us, it set off their munitions and pretty much blew them all to hell. At least that's what Sergeant Perez told the intel guys when they questioned us about the engagement, and the rest of us backed up Sergeant Perez's story. I really don't know how long I was unconscious after I force-fed that creature an incendiary grenade. I only remember waking up and being dragged across the ground and out into the sunlight by Lampus and Deline. Deline came running when he saw Sergeant Perez being tossed out of the cave like a rag doll and over the side of the ravine. Fortunately, Perez fell on a ledge just 6 feet below the ravine and was groggy and woozy when we finally pulled him back up onto the trail. Since it was likely that the Taliban would use the cave again after we left, Perez suggested that our EOD guys blow the living crap out of the cave, and the EOD guys were more than happy to oblige. They wired C4 all over the unexploded Taliban ordnance inside the cave, and wired the overhang of the cave entrance, and detonated the charges in a booming explosion that knocked my lungs into my skull. It was beautiful. And when the smoke cleared, there was just a pile of rocks where the cave used to be. The 4 of us were sitting in the back of the Lath as we rumbled towards the base. Sergeant Perez's arm was in a sling from his fall, and I had a nice big bandage on my head from where I was hit. Deline was scooping spaghetti and meatballs from an MRE into his mouth, and Lampus nearly threw up again. "Man, how can you eat that?" Lampus said. "I'm hungry. Mama Deline always told me that fighting werewolves is hard work, so eat as much as you can when you can." And I shook my head and leaned back, closing my eyes and letting the rumble of the lab's engines rock me to sleep. "I think the sun coming up weakened the creature," said Lampus. "That's why we were able to hurt it." "What do you think it was, Sergeant?" asked Deline. Staff Sergeant Perez, as pragmatic as he was stoic, simply shrugged. "I don't know. I don't care if you're some mythical, bulletproof, whatever the hell you are. If If a Marine thumps an incendiary grenade down your throat, you're a rug, baby. I've since been promoted to the rank of Staff Sergeant, and because of that, I'm required to surrender my beloved thumper for a regular M4 rifle. I haven't, though. I've kept my same thumper through one combat tour of Afghanistan and 3 to Iraq. So, sleep well. Bambi and Thumper got your back. The Dogman in the Window by Anonymous 2008. I believe I saw something resembling an alleged dogman. Or maybe it was a skinwalker. Either way, I know I saw something out of my window on a nearby abandoned house on my street. For anonymity's sake, I'll refer to myself as D, and my dad will be J, my uncle will be A, and my grandparents will be T and L. We live on a semi-rural street in Virginia, and there's only about 4 houses on this said street. We're the type of neighborhood that everyone knows everybody, and our neighbors are our relatives. I live with my dad and my grandparents in the house at the very end of the street, with my uncle A living closest to the top of the road. We're very lucky to live in this house because we're the closest to the woods. We saw lots of deer, wild turkeys, rabbits, even a few bears. Unfortunately, I think that's what attracted this thing to our neighborhood. Or maybe it was because I own a lot of books and items that are associated with occultism. Yeah, I admit, it wasn't the best type of thing to own, especially when I was raised to be a Christian, but it was a guilty pleasure of mine. Anyway, right next to A's house, there's an abandoned house. Now, this house used to belong to my great-grandparents, my grandparents' parents. But the house has been abandoned since they passed away. This is where the creature usually shows up. I first heard about this dogman from my grandma when she used to tell me stories about mysterious creatures and entities, much to the dismay of my dad. "Ma, stop filling Dee's head with that nonsense. She's still a kid, she'll get nightmares," he'd always say. Then my grandma shot back, "It's not nonsense, Jay, they're real." Yeah, that was my grandma for you. She and my grandpa grew up in rural Virginia back in the day, so it wasn't surprising they had a few tales and encounters to share. My dad, however, didn't like them telling me scary stories, and he was always worried that I'll start believing in that stuff too. Some of the stories I believed, but they didn't scare me. Not like my dad thought they would. But I remember one story in particular that still sends chills down my spine to this day. This particular story was told by my grandpa and grandma, and it was about a Native American curse. And the story goes that a shaman possessed the power to transform into a werewolf-like creature. That's the way my grandparents described it. And he slaughtered many innocent people, not just in his tribe, but neighboring tribes and European settlers too. My grandparents described this part to me in great detail. Eventually, his powers and black magic were discovered by the tribe, and he was banished. Soon, the tribe's warriors tracked him down and killed him whilst he was in his wolf state. Then, in his last dying breath, he put a curse on the land, and said he would come back for their lives. My grandparents say that when his spirit is near, all of the wildlife disappears and goes quiet. The presence of death itself can be felt in the air, and he can be seen as something half man and half wolf. I laughed it off, as I usually did, saying that there's no such thing as werewolves, but my grandpa leaned down and said, "It isn't a werewolf. Something else. Something evil." With me being only 6 years old when I first heard this, I was chilled to the bone, but it definitely made me more cautious about being out in the woods. Now I'll stop boring you with all the extra lengthy prologue, and I'll get straight to the encounter. I remember the first encounter with that thing like it happened yesterday. I was 12 years old at the time, and I was in the nearby field looking for deer tracks. I was in that field all afternoon, and I had already found a deer antler. By the time I was almost to the end of the field, it was already sunset. I decided to finish up and come back in the morning, But first, I wanted to show my uncle the deer antler that I had found.
Hi, MRE.
I noticed a strong smell of what I could only
How are you,
describe
buddy?
as a mix of wet dog, a dead bear rotting in the summer sun, and coyote urine. I ignored it and kept on walking up the street. When I was getting close to the abandoned house, something big in the window caught my eye. The odor was strongest here, and only then did I notice that all of the sounds of the forest were silent. I felt an odd, indescribable chill that went down my spine. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I slowly turned my head, more slowly than I'd ever turned before, towards the window. When I saw what was in the window, I froze like a deer in the headlights, and I felt like I was having a heart attack with how fast it was racing. The thing in the window was bent down, allowing its ugly, deformed face to be seen outside.
Your replacement haven't been on since Sunday.
This thing was tall.
How'd your surgery go?
Look at me. I could see a lot of detail, but it was getting dark, and there was little to no light in the house. But what I could see was the silhouette of a large, wolfman-like abomination and two glowing red eyes. Its front paws were more like raccoon hands, and they were resting on the windowsill. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, before its lips curled back to form a sick, malicious smile, like some psychotic man. I froze still, gripping the deer antler, and I was too afraid to move. I considered using the antler to defend myself, but then I realized how big that thing was.
Just waiting for the swelling to go down.
That this little buck's antler was not going to do any good against this creature. I wanted to
How long
scream.
they estimate your rehab for it?
Paralyzed with fear. Just then, the creature moved towards the broken down door and stood in the threshold. Suddenly, my Uncle A dashed to my side with his gun and holster on. He screamed at me to get behind him. He shot at it, and it let out a horrible, distorted, almost human-like scream. Uncle A kept shooting at it, and it ran off into the woods. There was a small moment of silence. Then he turned to me and asked what I was doing outside after dark. I told him that I was looking for deer tracks, and I saw the thing looking at me through the window. He looked at me, not saying a word, then he looked down as if to think. Then he looked at me again and said in a serious tone, "Don't go out at night. Stay out of the woods." After that, he walked me back home. He also told me not to speak about this. I wasn't sure why he told me this part, but I never spoke about this particular encounter again. About 2 years later, the first encounter had just turned
6
into
months?
the past
That's
memory.
not bad.
I didn't think about it often, but when I did, I felt the same fear I felt as if I were reliving it all over again. Now, my second encounter was somehow worse than the first. It was a few days after
Everybody's getting surgeries done.
Dark. I tend to have a habit of
You with your
staying
knee,
up, so
Silky
just
got
left
his
me
neck
until
done.
2 a.m. On this particular night,
Everybody's broken.
around 3:30 a.m., I was getting ready for bed when I heard a tap on the window. I turned towards it, only to see nothing. I assumed it was just a bug flying into the window, and I resumed my bedtime routine. Soon, I turned the lights out and climbed into bed. But of course, I couldn't sleep, so I started scrolling through TikTok, YouTube, and Tumblr. I know it's not the best thing to do when you're trying to sleep, but I didn't care. Just when I was about to click on another video, I heard that tapping noise again. Annoyed, I turned towards the window. Now, the window I'm talking about is right in front of the foot of my bed. When I looked at the window, I saw a familiar, eerie silhouette. At once, I knew that the thing was back.
Oh, there's one right below me.
Its paw hands were resting on the bottom of the window.
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's still needs some funding.
It had blood on its muzzle.
So all of his streams are everything he can earn from the streaming is going to
This thing
help
swallowed it whole without
pay
even
for
chewing.
food and
I swear to
bills,
God, I was panicking after watching an
shit like
an
that.
entire animal.
But yeah,
But
he's
that's about me.
doing all right.
At the time, I recently found out I have severe anxiety, and I'm extremely prone to panic attacks. And unfortunately, this encounter and trauma from my past encounter triggered a massive panic attack. If you've ever experienced a panic attack, you'll know that the symptoms are similar to a heart attack. Rapid heartbeat, sweating, heavy breathing, feeling dizzy, and it feels like you're about to die. So there I was, lying in bed while having a god-awful panic attack and a wolf demon staring at me through the window. I gripped my chest and I felt my heart drumming in it. I tried to calm down and I tried to control my breathing, but I was panicking and I couldn't stop. As I looked back at this wolf creature, it had its blood-covered paw hand on the glass, and everything went black. When I woke up, it was 10:30 in the morning. I shot right out of bed, reached for the baseball bat I kept next to my bed, gripping in my hands, but there was nothing at the window. All that remained of the creature from the night before was a bloody paw print. This was my last encounter with the creature, but I still see glimpses of it by the tree line to this day. I have many questions. What was this creature? Where did it come from? Why didn't it break into my house when it was fully capable of doing so? And why didn't it kill me when it had the chance? All I know is that this creature wasn't normal. Ever since the last close encounter with that thing, my little chihuahua dog always goes crazy at night. There haven't been any deer or small animals around. It knows where we live, and I haven't been able to sleep at night since.
Oh
A Dog's Body with Human Hands and Feet by Avery999. It was August and my cousins' ages ranged from 10 to 15, and I was the youngest, being 10. I was staying with an 11, 13, and 14-year-old.
He's
We stayed
been
up telling
streaming in
scary
the
stories on
evenings
But one night, a
for the
few
most
weeks in,
part.
we decided to make a
I think
campfire
that's the
in our
only time he
backyard.
has available.
Our grandma's house is in a rural suburb. The neighbors aren't too far when you're driving down the road to her house. But in the backyard, it's thick forest with man-made paths through it. Each house is on a hill, so only part of the basement was actually underground. That isn't important until later, though. So we're towards the east side of her yard.
There it
a
is.
smallish patch of open land. You couldn't see the neighbors' yards from here, and there was probably 3/4 of a mile to each side of us that belonged to my grandma. It was maybe 11 at night, and we were playing Truth or Dare after telling scary stories, and my 14-year-old cousin dared me and the 13-year-old to go for a walk through the paths for 10 minutes or so. I said yes right away. I wasn't easily scared, and rather level-headed for my age, but my older cousin was a bit more hesitant. We didn't bring a flashlight because it wasn't pitch dark yet, and we could see enough to not die. We were walking through the
We
park
could
for
see
about
enough
5
so we
minutes.
wouldn't
We
die.
could barely see the fire through the trees when we decided to turn. In the middle of the path was a large dog-like creature, hunched over with its front hands an inch from the ground. What I remember the most was how its eyes were so bright white. It was humanoid, dog-shaped, with a human-like
Pain
head,
meds kicking
with a
in.
dog-like
I'm about
body,
to crash
and
hard.
human hands and feet.
Alright, Amari.
Right at us,
Get
and
your
everyone
rest.
was paralyzed with fear as it dashed away the opposite direction from us, towards the creek that ran through the yard. Eventually, my cousin and I screamed bloody effing murder, and the other cousin and my grandma ran to us. I don't remember much here because I was really disoriented and I couldn't think properly.
Thanks for
But I
stopping
did
in.
wake up in bed, so I assume I was brought to
Appreciate
the
it.
house. All the kids slept in the basement, in the big room with sliding glass doors to the outside, as the room was on the side that wasn't underground. My bed was pressed against the big glass window, and I could see my cousins playing outside down below. The house is in Michigan, so it gets slightly chilly even in the end of August, and there was a slight breeze, so I put my jacket on and ran to join them outside. skipping breakfast, not wanting to miss out on anything fun. When I got down, I could tell they weren't playing, but rather running to get my grandma. The dogs, both of them, were dead, ripped up. That night we went to bed early. I woke up at maybe 2 in the morning because I felt like something hit my head. My cousins were all sitting on the double bed opposite me on the other side of the room. There was one bunk bed and 2 double beds, the double beds for me and my 14-year-old cousin. They were being quiet and staring at me. The 13-year-old nodded his head towards the window. I froze. They all looked afraid. I turned my head slightly to the side and I saw a really messed up looking face pressed against the window with gaping eyes looking down at me. I screamed so loud and it bolted. My grandma called the police after I told her what had happened, and they found nothing. I went home after that, and I've never been there during the night again. Something kept staring at me every night. By snow isn't great. I know I'm going to sound crazy for this, but I know what I saw. I was in 7th or 6th grade, standing at the slider door waiting for my dog Moose to come back to the door when suddenly I saw something in the far end of the backyard, behind the pool my dad had set up during the summer. It was a growling wolf-like creature. It seemed like it was running in place, but the thing was, I don't live around any woods where a wolf would live. I live in a town where there are lots of people, and there shouldn't have been any wolves. Maybe a wolf dog, but no actual wolves. Once I let Moose in, I went to my room and curled up with my dog Gabby, who was a small chihuahua. I couldn't shake the feeling there was actually a wolf.
Chihuahua.
When I opened the slider before going to bed, the wolf was still there, so I knew it wasn't just a trick of the light. Weeks went by and I was still seeing it. I kept telling my mom, but she said I was just seeing things as a trick of the light, so one day I grew tired of being told this, took out my phone to take a picture of it, turned off the flash and everything, and looked up from my phone to ensure it was still there. But when I looked at my phone, it wasn't there. A week later, or maybe the same week, I woke up for school looking for my dog Gabby. I found her by the door. She had died of old age. I was devastated because of this, but kept seeing this glowing wolf for a few weeks longer. Then it had a form of comfort towards me. Only when it left, there was another wolf-like figure, only this one. It was like it was made of shadows. It had brighter, red glowing eyes. To this day, even 2 years later, I have no idea what those things were. Maybe an omen of death and life, but I'm not really sure. Dogman Battle by Achilles 57. This is from a while ago. My cousin Mark, he called me and told me that one of his buddies had been hurt on a hunting trip in Michigan. He asked me to come out and watch him whilst he and the rest went out to try and find the animal that actually hurt him. I drove out to his hunting cabin on the northern tip of Michigan. When I arrived, he was waiting for me on the front yard, completely decked out in Kevlar, a 50 caliber hunting rifle and 2 45 caliber pistols, 3 Bowie knives, a boot knife in each of his boots, a riot shield and a riot helmet. 2 of his other buddies, the ones that weren't hurt, were decked out in full riot gear with old M4 rifles that they got from a military surplus store. I grabbed my old M4 grenade rifle that I had gotten from my great-grandfather before he passed away, and his old medic bag. I went inside the house into the living room and sat down in a recliner on the deck next to Andy, who had been hurt. He was wrapped completely head to toe in white wrap as well as a stretchy kind of bandage. I could tell he was really hurt. I just couldn't tell how badly. As the 3 of the men ran into the woods, I leaned back and put my old M4 grenade rifle across my lap, put my feet on the railing and waited. Soon I started to hear weird sounds. There was a guttural roar coming from the woods, What looked like a giant black shape was ghosting in between the trees. Then out of nowhere come the shouts. I heard Mark and his two other buddies scream in terror, and that's when I heard their guns start to go off. It sounded like a war zone. I knew Andy could easily defend himself if I moved him inside, so I grabbed him, put him in a wheelchair, and rolled him inside. I handed him one of my old 45s, ran up onto the deck, and jumped over the railing, running into the woods, loading my M4 and getting ready for a fight. I ran until I entered a clearing. There, in the clearing, was one of Mark's buddies on the ground, bleeding badly. I ran up to him, sliding down beside him, and started to patch what wounds I could with what medicine I had. All around me were gunshots, screams, howls, and roars. I couldn't tell which way Mark and the other one of his buddies had gone. I tried to find him as soon as I could. I ran straight left once I was sure that the wounded body was safe and high enough up in a tree. Instead of finding Mark, I found his other buddy. Head torn clean off of his shoulders. I knew there was nothing I could do, so I just covered him up with branches and covered him with a blanket to try and keep the animals from seeing him and smelling him. That's when I heard the ping of Mark's M1. I ran into the direction of the ping, pulling out my 45 as I was pretty sure it was going to be a very close fight, meaning I wasn't going to be able to use my rifle. I burst out of the trees.
There was room for an M4.
Black shape that looked like a werewolf from all those old TV movies I'd watched. I took aim and fired 4 rounds right into its back. It gave a grunt, turned, and growled at me. That's when I saw the teeth stained red. I looked behind it and saw Mark crawling away, one of his legs broken. I knew this fight could probably be my last, but if I could give Mark even a little bit of time to get to his wounded body and get out of the forest to Andy, call the authorities and get out of there, I was going to take it. I readied my pistol, aimed, and let loose a hail of bullets. The beast gave a terrifying howl straight up into the night sky. All I could see was its eyes as they glowed red in the night. I charged, still firing.
Meat
As I fired my
stew.
last bullet, I dropped my gun and drew one of my knives. I slashed as I spun to the right, and I could feel blood leap from the beast's chest onto my face. I spun back around, jumped, and stabbed the knife down as hard as I could. I felt the knife go into something. I couldn't see anything due to the blood and how dark it was, but I knew that I'd hit it. It let out another terrifying screech of pain and rage. It threw me from its back and ran deep into the woods. I drew my M1 and started firing as it retreated. Upon hearing the ping of my M1, Mark opened fire with his own. I reloaded my pistol, grabbed Mark, and started dragging him backwards as he fired. When his weapon pinged, I started firing with my pistol. We made it back to his wounded body. I put my pistol away, grabbed him, and started pulling him back. We got back to the house where Andy had already called the police and the park rangers. When I pulled them out of the forest, still firing their weapons, the police ran up and started firing their own weapons into the night. They obviously knew what we were both shooting at. I didn't know then and there if that thing was gone for good, but as we went back to civilization, I was driving my Humvee down the road following the ambulance all the way to the hospital, when all of a sudden, bursting out of the woods and onto the road in front of me was the very same black creature. Most people say slam on the brakes, but I did the opposite. I slammed on the gas and ran that thing over. When I knocked it over and I turned around, I parked my car right on top of it. I got out, pulled out my pistol, and unloaded 4 magazines straight into its skull point blank. A police car pulled up beside me, saw me shooting at its head, aimed his shotgun and blew the thing's head clean off, point blank, with a 12-gauge shotgun filled with buckshot. We hauled the thing off to the vet. The vet then cut it open to find out what it had been eating. That's when we noticed dog tags. They're old dog tags that were covered in rust. When we traced the dog tags, we found out that they'd come from a cemetery near the hospital. We later returned the dog tags to the families of the people that had lost them. That's my story. I've sworn to avenge my cousin's dead friend no matter what. The next time I see one of those dogmen in Michigan, I'm going to kill it. I'm going to make sure that it serves as a message to all others that if you mess with humans, you unlock our true rage, and we can be truly terrifying when we want to be. Thanks for taking the time to join us for a few true tales this evening. I do ever so hope you enjoyed them. If you have a story of your own to
That
share,
doesn't
send it
sound
to me
real.
at eeriecast.com/outdoor, where we pay 3 cents per word. And stop by eeriecast.com if you want to hear more scary stories.
Downstairs and starts making his way up these thin, rickety wooden steps, which he was dubious would hold his weight, but he needed to do a thorough inspection, as protocol demanded. When he reached the top of the stairs, he noticed there were 3 small rooms. He went into each of them in turn, and upon the last one, saw a small ladder and an attic leading up to it. He had a really bad feeling. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing on end, and he really didn't want to go up those stairs. He knew he must. So, up he went. One of the stair rungs actually broke under his feet on his way up, which nearly gave him a heart attack, but he soldiered on. When he made it to the top, he shined his flashlight all around, and as expected, heard and saw nothing. Just a few old children's toys and sheets and stuff, nothing of real interest. He did see something though. Maybe there could be someone hidden behind the sheet. The attic was quite small, and so he made his way in and pulled back the sheet to reveal nothing. Satisfied with his search, he made his way back down out of the house. He hadn't got any response via radio yet, which he thought was odd, but brushed it off and made his way back to the vehicle. Just as the keys were entering the ignition, did he hear something again? He looked over and swore he saw a shadow move. He shined his flashlight in the general direction and saw that again it was heading towards the house. This time he ran, convinced he was going to catch whatever or whoever it was. He ran, but when he reached the house, it was gone. He used his flashlight to shine all around the house, not wanting or thinking he should go in, seeing as the door hadn't made a sound as it squeaked like hell the first time he entered. When he'd pretty much done a whole lap of the house, he decided to give it up. He wasn't sure what it was, and thought that it would be best to leave this to someone else. Just as he was rounding the house
Piggy,
to
piggy,
go
piggy.
towards his vehicle, did he hear a light tap on the glass of one of the windows. He knew something bad was about to happen. He said he could feel a distinct chill in the air as he twisted his head slowly, and his eyes saw red eyes in the window. It wasn't so much the eyes themselves, but the dark shadow of what appeared to be a body, absolutely towering over him. It was behind the window, at least 8 feet tall. As you imagine, my dad promptly crapped himself and ran as fast as he could to the vehicle and drove all the way back. He told absolutely no one this story. It took him a number of years before he even shared it with us. But a few years after, while out with a few drinks with a few colleagues of his, did one of them bring up the abandoned properties. They asked the usual questions about if anyone had been in one,
and my dad piped up. He said he thought he once saw something while doing an inspection, but it turned out to be nothing. One of the members of the group went silent, and then asked, "Did you see the eyes? Were they red?" The others in the group didn't know what they were talking about. Something in the house, perhaps? And my dad looked him square in the eyes and just nodded. The nod was so much more than a nod, charged with comprehension and understanding that they had shared in the same disturbing experience. They never spoke any more about it, but my dad admits that it was something truly disturbing, and never inspected any abandoned properties again. I had just moved out of a share house in the suburbs and into my own crappy one-bedroom apartment in the city. I am a male, and at the time was around 25 years old. My apartment, while old and small, was located about 500 meters from one of the most popular night spots in the inner city. As I was in my mid-20s and out on my own, this was the perfect place for me. This was because my friends and I were quite social and would frequent bars and nightclubs in the city, and the taxi fares were starting to add up. Also, this new apartment was close to my work, so the move made sense. I got settled in right away and invited my friends over for pre-drinks before hitting the clubs. Due to the limited space in the apartment, this means that some friends were inside and some were drinking on the walkway just out front. We had the music up and had just started drinking, but between songs I could hear the couple next door arguing. Now the apartment was old and crappy, which meant thin walls as well, so I pressed an ear to the wall in order to listen. I hadn't met any of my new neighbors at the time, as I didn't take too long in moving in, and I didn't see anyone during. I was curious. Judging from what I could determine while eavesdropping,
Oh,
they were
that's
both
kind
in
of
their early 30s. One of the men was yelling at the other to go
clever.
next door and tell us to keep it down. The other was arguing that it was just a housewarming and to let it go for the night. Since I didn't want to cause too much trouble, I marshaled everyone outside to start making our way to the club, leaving my new neighbors in peace. Later that night, I came home alone as I was tired from the move and decided to let my friends carry on partying without me. I arrived at my door and proceeded to fumble around for my keys, when I looked up to see a man standing on the walkway in front of the next door apartment smoking a cigarette. He was tall and thin with brown, oily hair. I noticed that he had a cut lip and a faded but still visible black eye. "Good day," I said. "Sorry about the noise earlier," correctly assuming he was my neighbor. He replied, "Nah, you're right, mate. I'm Chris," and he shook my hand. I noticed his knuckles were red and a little bit scratched up, so I knew something was off. I apologized for the noise and said, "I hope I didn't cause any trouble for you." He withdrew his hand with a soft but cracking voice and said, "Nah, it's alright. Rick just gets a bit cranky sometimes, I'm used to it." With that, I finished off the conversation and told Chris that I'd see him later. It was about 2 a.m. at this point, and I just wanted to sleep, but couldn't help worrying about the potential domestic abuse going on next door. I decided to keep an eye on it for now, as I didn't have all the info. For all I knew, he could have gotten into a fight with someone else. As the weeks passed, I noticed that my new neighbors got drunk regularly and would argue almost every time. I could tell that Rick was the dominant one, as his voice was a lot deeper, and Chris seemed to be afraid of him during their shouting matches. This is why I kept my distance and never really socialized with them. I would even overhear them arguing about me, and that Rick thought that Chris liked me, etc. I would just tune out all of this with headphones and video games, not to mention an active social life and full-time work to keep me occupied. I did find myself avoiding having guests over because of the neighbors. I would opt to meet people out, as their arguments would be quite upsetting. This was working out fine enough until Christmas Eve that year. I was arriving home after having come from some last-minute Christmas shopping. I was getting ready for a night of present wrapping as I was to visit my family the following day for Christmas. As I arrive home, I noticed 2 police cars outside and Anna, an Asian woman who lived a few apartments up from Chris, screaming. I asked her what happened, and all she said was, "It's just so sad," while sobbing. I could see 3 officers trying to restrain someone, and there was blood on their uniform. I came just a little bit closer to see Chris's oily brown hair in the center of the affray. His face was bleeding from his jaw where he had apparently been slashed by something sharp. They got him to his feet, and I could see that his cheek had been cut so deep the skin was flapping open as he struggled and resisted with the police. I recoiled in shock, and I went to comfort Anna, who was crying uncontrollably at this point. Suddenly, Rick's voice boomed out of nowhere. "You see what you've done? You lose it, just kill yourself." This frightened me, and my instinct was to get me and Anna to safety. Even though the cops were here, they had their hands full with Chris, and I certainly didn't want to get involved in such an ugly fight where knives were involved. Anna refused to come with me and said she would be fine. I looked around to see where Rick was, and he kept yelling at Chris the whole time. The 3 cops struggled to restrain him, and I could hear Chris whimpering apologetically in between. I couldn't see where Rick was, so I decided to just go to my apartment and lock the door. As I turned to go, I froze, as Rick's voice boomed. "Where'd you think you're going?" A chill went down my spine as my brain struggled to reconcile the fact that these words were coming from Chris's mouth. I felt panic grip me as I realized that all this time Rick and Chris were the same person. All the fighting, laughing, drinking, and carry on that I couldn't help overhearing the last couple of months had come from one solitary person, a lonely guy in his small 1-bedroom apartment. For some reason, this made me feel sick. I later learned from Anna that this wasn't
Wow,
the first time the
creepy.
police had come out to take Chris away. Anna explained that he spends a few months at the local psychiatric hospital each time. His father owned the apartment, so it was here waiting for him when he got out. I moved out a few months later, and while it's a sad situation for Chris, I really do feel for him. My wife went to university with a woman who had a big, jagged scar on her throat, and one day she told her how she got it. Some guy followed her when she left school, grabbed her from behind, cut her throat, and raped her. She woke up in the middle of the attack and got her thumb into his mouth and ripped his cheek open.
Savage.
Broke the scar on one side, which distracted him enough for her to get away. The idiot misogynistic judge gave the guy a reduced sentence because she was unconscious during most of the rape, so didn't suffer as much. I despise judges who give lenient sentences to rapists and other violent men. I chatted to my wife about this, and she also mentioned that he originally got 6 years, but she and her family appealed the leniency of the sentence and got it increased to 7. Some justice was at least served. My mum was in the Air Force for 23 years, and this is what she told me. She was a medic and worked in hospitals, and worked at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany in the 90s. And she said there were a few areas of the hospital that had seen countless numbers of veteran patients and deaths, where the faculty got really unwelcome vibes from, or where they'd see shadows or hear voices and footsteps. But this one time, she was in a certain wing of the hospital where she frequently worked, and she needed to go to the 4th floor, and she did so with a fellow airman, since it was required that they travel in pairs, the buddy system. So they walked into the elevator, pressed 4, and oddly enough the elevator went past 4, then came back down, and kept going up and down, without ever opening the doors. Then when it finally opened on 4, they looked out into the open doors, and saw a floor of the hospital that was completely unfamiliar. Now my mum knew this area inside and out, but said that it was a floor she had never seen before. It even looked like it could have been from a different period of time. It was completely empty. Her and her teammate didn't say anything or make a move to step out. I think they both felt that was wrong. Then the doors closed. The elevator skipped around a few more times, and then she came back to the floor.
Dang it.
It was completely back to normal, the way they knew it to be. Her teammate said, "What just happened?" She replied with, "I dunno." And they never spoke of it to each other again. This happened when I was a bartender about 4 years ago, but I think about it often, and it has changed the way I operate throughout life. I now refuse to go to any store alone after midnight. I was 25 and an attractive, slender blonde at the time. On a busy Friday night, I was bartending with the bar manager, and he had noticed that we were very low on some bar necessities after the dinner rush. Lemons, limes, bitters, that kind of thing. So I was sent out to a 24-hour grocery store down the road to pick up the odds and ends that we would require to get us through the weekend. I picked up everything that was asked of me without trouble at the store, until I got to the liquor aisle. There were two country-looking guys that were probably around my age in the aisle, and they were staring at me and whispering to each other in a way that made me uncomfortable. So, I assumed they were making comments about me. All pretty innocent so far. Before they could approach me, I grabbed what I needed very quickly and power-walked to the self-checkout. I really booked it out of there, because when you're a bartender, it's kind of like you're on a stage and are required to be charming and interact with people that you otherwise absolutely wouldn't be able to tolerate unless you were being paid to do so. This is another reason why I'm not a bartender anymore. I get to the self-checkout, and hot on my tail are the two guys. I'm scanning my stuff, and they use the scanning station next to me. I get a better look at them now, as they are right next to me. One is taller, muscular, and average looking. The other one is shorter and more plump. They both looked dirty, and their eyes were completely bloodshot. I'm not even sure if they were high or something or had already been drinking for a while. They continued to stare at me, and our eyes awkwardly met. So I did the pleasant, Midwesternly thing to do and flashed them a quick, half-assed, closed-lipped smile to be polite. The taller one starts trying to talk to me. "Hey, looks like you're ready to party, huh?" I replied something like, "Yeah, something like that. It's not for me, though." They walk closer to me and ignore their responsibility to scan their items. "Oh, must be for your boyfriend, huh?" I flash the awkward, tight-lipped smile again and roll my eyes slightly, like, this is your hint that I'm not interested, fellas. The taller one continues to try to talk to me. "You should come hang out with us tonight. We could show you a real good time if you know what I mean." "No thanks, I'm good. Already have plans." Well, the tall one starts to get upset that his moves aren't working like he'd hoped, and starts using a more threatening tone and moves very close to me, literally 2 inches away, but I ignore him, staying focused on the scanner. I don't think he had showered in a few days by the smell of him. He gets a little louder and says, "I see how it is. You probably only screw doctors and rich men like that. You think you're too good for us? We can show you that you aren't. We can teach you a lesson." Now, I'm not sure what context he meant this in,
Ow.
but it definitely wasn't good. Still not looking at him, I turn away, so my body is blocking his view of my purse, which I set on the scanner, to grab my 4-inch pocket knife out and slide it up my jacket sleeve in case I need to protect myself. I do then search for my wallet. I do this, however, in view of the self-scan worker standing at her podium, and look at her with wide eyes trying to communicate that I do not feel safe and that I might need help. I turn back to the machine and slide my credit card to pay, while the creepy and hostile guys are practically standing on top of me. The machine malfunctions and starts beeping. The lady worker comes over immediately, and the guys standing next to me change their expression from "I'm planning to torture you for a few days and toss your body into a creek" to "just your friendly good old country boys making polite conversation over here." They actually tried to act like I knew them and were friends, so the worker wouldn't be alerted to their ill intentions. They tried joking with the worker, saying I was stealing something and that's why the machine went off. The worker was definitely not buying it. She was a 6 foot tall woman with some muscle on her. I wouldn't mess with her on my best day. She pressed a few buttons on the screen, shooting the guys a very unimpressed look when they were trying to act charming, and cancels the order completely. She turns to me and says, "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am. This machine seems to not be working correctly. Why don't you gather your things and I'll ring you up at an actual register?" She puts her hand on my back and gives me a wide-eyed look like I gave her a minute earlier, letting me know that she sees I'm in danger. I pick up my things and follow her to a register that's near the security office. The guys linger around the self-scan, still glaring at me, and eventually complete their purchases but stand at the exit assuming they're waiting for me. I felt like I would be walking to my death if I made it to my exit in that moment. The worker keeps a close eye on the guys and scans my items. As she's scanning, she tells me there really wasn't anything wrong with the machine I was using. It just misread my credit card. And she said, "I had a bad feeling about those guys from the moment they walked in. And then I saw them getting aggressive towards you. I already rang security to be ready to walk you to the parking lot and make sure you left safely when you were ready to leave. Then I saw you take that knife out and put it in your safe, getting ready to protect yourself. Good girl. As much as I'd like to see you show them, they picked the wrong girl to mess with. I'm glad I was able to pull you aside and make sure you were safe. I see them waiting by the door for you. I'll just keep pressing buttons on the screen and act like I'm having trouble with your order until they give up and go outside. Our security officer and I are both going to escort you to your vehicle when you leave." I thought to myself, this woman seriously deserves a raise. I thanked her over and over again and told her what they said to me, and I was getting afraid because I don't know what these guys are capable of. As I'm talking to her, my bar manager calls me to see what's taking so long. I explain what's happened, and he was obviously very concerned and ready to come up there himself and kick some ass. A sweet sentiment indeed. By the time I hung up, the guys had given up and walked out to the parking lot. The worker said to give it another few minutes because she had a feeling they may still be in there, waiting for me to walk out, and see which vehicle was mine so that they could follow me. My instant thought was, now what? They have to have been gone by now. But I was wrong. The worker and security guard escorted me out, and it was after midnight, so you can imagine how empty the lot was. Towards the back of the lot, there sat an old, big pickup truck running with the lights on pointed towards the store. It was a huge parking lot, and it wouldn't have made sense for them to initially park like that. So I'm assuming they moved the truck to sit that way, so that they had a full view of when I exited the store and got to my vehicle. It was like being stalked by hungry lions. When I unlocked my car and they saw that me, the worker, and the guard were looking directly at them, and that I wasn't getting in my car until we watched them leave, they then peeled out of the parking lot. I mean, they seriously did a burnout to establish that they were pissed and trying to intimidate us. Aw, poor creeps didn't get their way. I thanked the worker and the guard over and over again, as I'm certain that they had just saved my life, or at least saved me from having to live with whatever those guys were planning to do to me. I did write a long letter to the store manager and their corporate location describing how their employees protected me and how grateful I was. I really hope that earned her a promotion, bonus, raise, or something. She didn't know me at all and was ready to protect me, which really isn't her job, but she did it anyway. Needless to say, I do not go late night shopping by myself anymore, and never will again. I was by myself in the engine room of a submarine on the mid-watch.
just a newly reported sailor trying to find equipment so that I could display my knowledge to one of the watchstanders. There are a number of bays in the engine room lower level, with narrow passages that pass through the center. I came down one of the ladders, and I swore I saw someone walking across the ship about 15 feet in front of me. I could hear his footsteps as he walked around the corner and out of sight. 3 problems. 1. He was wearing utilities, an older light blue blouse, and dark navy slacks. Nobody has utilities anymore. They had been phased out 3 years earlier. 2. There was only one other person awake in that engine room that late at night, and he was standing at the top of the ladder behind me, waiting for me to come up with the answer to his question. 3. He wasn't actually there. I wrote it off as sleep deprivation, and I'll admit, it shook me for a while. Fast forward to 4 months later. I had gone out to sea with another submarine of the same type. While I was there, I met a sailor who had previously served on my ship. After a few weeks of standing watch with him, he told me a story of a sailor who had committed suicide while on watch when he served on my ship almost a decade earlier, in the engine room, in his utilities. I wish I could have gotten a picture of the look on my face. I'm sure it was the definition of disbelief. I worked at a small family-owned bicycle shop. My boss, the father of the family, was a pretty nice guy, as far as I knew him anyway. One day I was rearranging displays, and my boss's wife and kids were there. It was a pretty normal day, until someone slammed the shop door open and emptied a full pistol clip into the shop, specifically at my boss. I got one in the stomach as soon as I knew what was happening, and I waited until I heard the guy run away. My boss was shot a few times in the head and chest, and was obviously dead on the spot. His daughter got hit in the upper arm, and the wife broke her arm diving to the floor. It happened in Iloilo, Philippines around 2015. Apparently, it was about my boss not paying money he owed to the guy that murdered him, and I still don't know if they ever caught him. I used to work for the US Air Force munition system, code 2WOX1. Basically, I was just towing trailers back and forth all night. Well, one night I was alone, checking a trailer behind our conventional munition shop before grabbing it and towing it away. The trailer was parked next to the fence, and I was on the side opposite the fence. As I moved my flashlight to check the tires, it caught my eyes outside the wire. So I swept the light up and looked up for 5 minutes, trying to figure out what I'd seen, thinking it was like coyote or something since we were in New Mexico. I figure I must have spooked it, so I turned off my light, finished my hookup and left. The next day I'm talking to a buddy in conventional, and they tell me they found tracks all over behind the fence next to the building, and had to report it to the security forces, since there wasn't really a road back there or anything, as it's a secure area. Then the guy, who happened to be a Native American, tells me this story about skinwalkers, and how they like to spy on people who are alone and take their souls and stuff. And I did the damnedest to never be alone there again. You know, with a base this size, there's native burial grounds that we bulldozed at some point, and definitely pissed something off. Several years ago, when I was 25, I lived with my best friend at the time. Our friendship eventually started to dwindle, as it usually goes when you move in with a good friend, so she was rarely home. This night, however, she ended up staying up at our place, heading to bed early. I was a server at the time, so I stayed up pretty late, usually watching YouTube or smoking pot. This night was no different, except for the fact that my neighbors tried to take me. I'll go ahead and give you some background info on my house and my neighbors. We lived in a 3-bedroom house with 2 bedrooms and a kitchen facing the crazy neighbor. They were a younger couple living in a small mill house. They were constantly coming to our door and asking for handouts. Now, normally I'd be happy to help a neighbor out,
but they would come over and ask for crazy stuff. For us to, fill up an old Mountain Dew bottle with water because theirs got shut off, beer, and once, literally, to ask for $1. They would constantly be knocking at our door to ask for help, and when we wouldn't answer, I'd peek through the window to see them either jacking cigarette butts from the ashtray or pressing their eyeballs against the door peephole to see if they could spot us. Anyway, there I was smoking some weed and watching YouTube on my couch when I heard a knock at the door. I rolled my eyes because I knew exactly who came a knocking. It's 11 p.m. I checked the peephole and sure enough, the boyfriend was on my porch. Normally I just walk away and continue with my life, but he looked like he was in distress. I opened the door up to see what was up. Hey, I just wanted to come over and see if you could film my engagement. I got my girlfriend a ring here in my pocket, and I need you to follow me to the backyard to film it for me. Baffled, but curious, I told him congrats and said that I'd be out in a second and that I just needed to put my shoes on. I shut the door behind me and locked it. Quickly, I ran to the back room that looked out onto their backyard. I peeked through the blinds to see the setup. Nothing. Pitch black darkness. No sign of decoration or anything like that. Naturally, I woke up my roommate and told her what was going on. Yeah, screw that, she said, and we both walked back up to the door after the boyfriend started banging on it. I looked through the peephole again and couldn't see anything, and I was confused all the way up until he pulled his eyeball away from the peephole. I quickly turned around and put my back against the door. My roommate came running back to the door from hers, manning 2 wire hangers for protection. We both clung onto the hangers and set up against the door until he finally left. We were so freaked out, but we wanted to make sure we were overreacting. We went out to our back door and hopped into her car so we could do a drive-by, as they always had their front door open and also didn't have any blinds, so it was easy to see into their house. Slowly we crept by in her car and peered into their living room. Sitting on the couch, and all staring at the wall, looking super strung out, was the couple and an older man. We sped off and ended up staying at a friend's house that night. I never answered the door for either of them again. One day I came home from work and an older lady was parked in their driveway. She walked up to me as I got out of my car and asked if I knew where the neighbors were. I told them I hadn't seen them for a while, and she informed me that she was the owner. She told me they were months late on rent and finally came to evict them. She entered the home to find it completely trashed. Needles, garbage everywhere, holes in the walls, and literal poop on the floor. I told her I was sorry to hear that she had to deal with all of that, but I was happy that they were finally gone. I'm not sure what was going on that night, but I'm glad that I didn't follow him into the backyard. My friend and I had a sneaking suspicion that he was going to take me, and that could have been the end.
Yep,
I
you'd be
work as a
dead.
security/nighttime attendant at an apartment building. It's 24 stories and one of the oldest in the city. One night I'm sitting here when the phone rings at about 3 a.m. and I answer. Hello, this is Daniel at front desk. How can I help you? The voice on the other end sounds female, but was totally garbled, and the only bit I could make out was 23rd floor. I tried to tell the person that I could not understand them and asked which apartment they were in, but again garbled the response, and I just made out 23rd floor. After the third time of trying to understand them, and the same response, I said since I couldn't understand them, I would go up and meet them in the hallway. So I go to the main elevators, and surprise, surprise, they are both on the 23rd floor. Fortunately, we have an older service elevator, and it's only on the 7th, so I call it down, get it, and hit the button for the 23rd. But it won't move and the inner door won't close. So I go to unlock the reset panel, and boom, we start going up, door still open. I'm freaking out a bit, and the elevator is shaking because it goes pretty fast and is old. As I'm ascending, I just stay towards the back, and finally, I reach floor 23. I step out, door closes just fine, and I look around the hallway. There's nobody around. I walk along, slowly trying to listen for anyone awake who might have called, but there's nothing. So now I head in the opposite direction and go towards where the regular elevators are, and when I get to them, they are just sitting there, with their doors open. I was pretty freaked out, but I knew it would just be the elevators going fritz, so I get in and figured I'd just reset them, and get them to floor 1, when I heard the sound of the back stairwell closing. I quickly get out, go to the stairwell, and lo and behold, there's no one there. But the maintenance door to the machine room is ajar, and at that time, I'm the only one in the building with a key. At the top of the building is a large machine room, housing all of the really loud machinery that does stuff in the building and allows access to the roof. I don't like going into there because it's creepy as hell, and no one ever goes in there. So at this point I'm seriously freaked out, but muster up and head inside. "Hello?" I shout, but to no response. The lights in this room flicker because they're terrible fluorescent, so I can't see well either, but at the end of the room I can make out the roof access door, and sure as hell it's slightly open. So I slowly continue forward, checking the space in between each machine as I walk by, to make sure there's no one there. And there isn't. I open the roof door access. I can't see anyone ahead of me on the roof, but there is a slight wraparound, and if there was a jumper or something, I needed to be sure. So I step out and leave the door ajar like it was. Almost immediately, the door is pulled shut. Now I might have written it off as wind or something, but this door is hard to shut, and really hard to open. Really hard. I immediately grab the handle and hank it open, slam it behind me and run straight for the maintenance door. It automatically locks when it's closed, so I slam it shut too and go back to the 23rd floor hallway, get into an elevator, which the doors are still open for, and go all the way down to the first floor. I go back to the main lobby, and as soon as I sit down the phone rings. I pick it up, don't say a word, and sure as hell, garbly voice again. The only audible thing I can hear is a voice saying, 23rd floor. I hung up the phone, turned off the ringer, and spent the rest of the evening just staring at the parking garage security monitor. There's been a bunch of creepy things happening in this building. It's basically like the Overlook Hotel at night. I walked past a dark room here on the first floor once, and swore I saw myself standing inside it. The next night as I'm inside said room clean, the lights flip off, and I turn around to see a quick flash of myself walking past. There must be some creepy ghost or something playing games with me at work. Why was it trying to lure me onto the roof of the building? I can only speculate. Perhaps it wanted to throw me off.
I'd
Creepy.
like to share with you an extract from my grandpa's memoir. It goes like this. There was an incident during my time stationed in Guam back in the 1960s. I'm unable to explain very well. One day we got a call from a farmer claiming that something fell from the sky and landed on his farm. We knew no US satellites had gone down, so it was most likely Russian. We get out there to discover this small object. It was about the size of a baseball, completely clear, and on one side it had a waffle-like imprint on it, as if it were attached to a grid. Physically it felt like glass. We didn't know what to do with it, and one of our officers was an astronomer, so we presented it to him. He kept it as a paperweight. One day while speaking to him, I accidentally knocked the object off his desk, and it looked like it was cracked and about to shatter to pieces. About 5 minutes or so after, the object was clear again. All the cracks were gone. We struck it a few times again just to watch the object fix itself. I ended up telling my buddies about it, and they wouldn't believe me. When the officer was off base one day, we snuck into his quarters and took the object. Everyone then proceeded to try and break it, but it would keep fixing itself. We stopped doing this when someone had thrown it so hard it bounced off the cement and dented one of our fighter jets. Word about the object spread quickly. The local base newspaper even did a story on our incident, after the officer reluctantly allowed them. Days later, some men, purporting to be from Weapons Bureau, showed up on base. Not only did they confiscate the object, but they tore through our quarters in order to find every issue of the newspaper which was printed. After that, we were told everything we had seen and read were classified, and to this day, I'm unable to explain the object's unique properties. This isn't my story, but my cousin's. She was married to a crazy man. I won't go into the detail about the way he was, but it was awful. He was insane. Also, before he married my cousin, he had another family who all died in a house fire. All 4 of his children, and his previous wife. We all felt bad for him, for suffering such a tragic loss, because we didn't know what he was like behind the scenes at home. We never suspected anything off about that, just thought it was a tragedy. Well, finally my cousin decided to leave him. She took her 2 kids and moved away. She had to leave abruptly, so she was missing a lot of important things. Social security cards, birth certificates, and stuff like that. One day after things cooled down between her and her ex, she arranged for her to go over to their old house and gather the rest of their things. He asked them to bring the kids because he missed them. Luckily, she decided to let them stay at their friend's house instead. She went over to the house, and he was absolutely enraged he didn't bring the kids. He shot my cousin 4 times and then shot himself in the head. He was planning to do a murder-suicide with the whole family. That's why he wanted the kids there. My cousin was shot twice in the neck, and in the face and arm. Somehow, none of the bullets struck any major arteries or anything, and she was able to make it to the next-door neighbor's house to get help. She survived the murder-suicide attempt, and her ex didn't. The whole thing really makes me look at that house fire tragedy a little differently. I was in Navy boot camp in Orlando. I was alone on watch in our company's barracks compartment. I was checking all of the windows because the CC liked to unlock 1 or 2 to make sure we checked them all. That put me between the racks, or bunk beds, and the wall. I caught movement down the middle open area of the compartment. A flash of white. White shoes meant brand new recruits. We had been there long enough to know we were wearing our black Oxfords. I went between the racks to the middle so that I could see who had come into the compartment. The outside door definitely hadn't opened, and I would have heard the door by the inside stairwell. The door to the laundry area was locked. Standing across the open area, by the other row of racks, was a girl with dark curly hair, wearing the same female utilities as me, light blue shirt, black pants, and was wearing the white tennis shoes, which meant she'd been there only a few weeks. She looked at me and then she wasn't there. No place for her to go. We were in the middle of the compartment, yards from the door, and nowhere to hide. I didn't see her move. She was just there one moment and the next, gone. Only saw her for a heartbeat or 2. Spookier still, years later, someone was telling us about doing roving patrol watch at boot camp, and how they kept finding a pair of white sneakers in the locked laundry room of an empty compartment. It freaked her out. They said that they would then put the shoes outside on the breezeway, then lock the door, but the shoes would be thumping in the dryer when they came back around. She said the red lights always looked darker in there. They'd do their checks and leave as fast as they could. They thought one of the CCs was playing a joke with the shoes. I asked which building, which wing, which floor, and it was my old compartment. Exactly the same place. I had seen that girl. When I was really small, my parents would let me stay up late on the weekends to watch TV until I fell asleep. I really loved these times, and I would stay up later than anyone else,
just because I could. One night I was almost asleep on the couch when I heard a noise on our front porch. It was the sound of our old-fashioned porch swing moving back and forth. I was a little scared, so I crept towards the bay windows of my living room and peeked out towards the porch. Sitting on my front porch swinging was an older woman, probably in her 50s, wearing nothing but a nightgown, covered in blood, and holding a huge kitchen knife. I flipped out, and immediately ran screaming into my parents' room, but was too terrified from my words. My parents saw that I was upset, but when I was finally able to tell them what I saw, my dad got really angry at me, and told me that it was just a dream, and to go back to bed. I refused, and kept crying and screaming, until he'd had enough and snatched my arm and dragged me towards the front door to prove that nothing was there. I kicked and screamed all the way, trying to make him stop, but he kept on pulling. Finally, when we got to the door, he unlocked it, swung it open, and said, "See, there's nothing." To this day, I have never seen the look of fear and shock that was on his face when that woman turned and stared at both of us and slowly stood up with the knife. My dad slammed the door shut, got my mum to call the police while he went and got his gun. He went back to the door with a 12 gauge and cracked the door enough to stick the barrel out. He asked her what she was doing, and she said, "Somebody killed my husband, but it wasn't me." My dad told her the police were coming, and she freaked out, grabbed the knife, and walked away. The police found her 15 minutes later, trying to break into one of our neighbors' houses. My dad warned my crazy uncle who lived next door what was happening. Apparently, he was waiting on his front porch with his shotgun when she walked by. He pointed it at her and just said, "Keep on moving." I spoke to my mum, and she said they never really found out the whole story, but apparently she was crazy and off her medication. Her and her husband got into a
You
fight,
think?
and she tried to attack him with the knife, but didn't seriously hurt him. When he got out of the house, she cut herself with the knife, either trying to end her own life or make it look like her husband did it. The police never spoke to us about it, and this is what we've pieced together from other neighbors.
I'm a military police officer in the US Army, and have had a few weird and spooky things happen to me on my shift. 1. I was stationed at Fort Riley for my first few years. It's one of the oldest forts in the Army, and was the last stop for people heading west in the old frontier days. Half the post is from that time with buildings made of limestone blocks. I've heard talk that limestone gives paranormal activity more power, but I digress. There's a house there known among the military personnel as the Asbestos House. Supposedly there was a lieutenant that lived there during the Vietnam era, and he'd snapped, killing his entire family, and hanged himself in the basement. The army cleaned it up, and a few years later another lieutenant was living there and killed his family and himself in exactly the same way. The army hasn't had anyone live there since, due to the asbestos, or that's what they say. The issue was that if there were asbestos in the house, every house in that street would have been contaminated as well. But this is the only one that had asbestos in it according to the army. We'd always get calls to the area though. The neighbors would hear noises and see lights go on and off, despite no one having lived there for over 30 years. We'd go in to investigate, only to find no one there, and no signs of anyone being there, apart from our own footprints in the dust from prior investigations. The whole area gave off a really weird energy. My second story is from Fort Riley, which has two main roads leading from older parts of Post to the newer division parts, where the division headquarters and most unit buildings are. One is called 1st Division Road, and I can't recall the other one where this incident took place. Both these roads have really thick forests on both sides, as well as steep hills. So one day I'm called back to the station to take a statement for a missing person report. A guy comes in and says his wife has gone missing, and hasn't been in contact with anyone for a few days. I take his statement and file the report. Fast forward a few months and we get a call for a car wreck off the road whose name I can't remember. An infantry company had been doing a ruck march for morning practice when they smelled something rotten. They did a quick search of the area and found a car wreck off the hill in the forest. We arrived on the scene and found out it was the missing wife. I don't know if you've ever seen a mummy without its wrappings, but that is what this body looked like. The smell was indescribable. The body had bloated and popped all over the inside of the car, and we could only identify the lady because of her ID. As patrols, our primary mission was to just secure the scene and wait for the military police to arrive and investigate. Eventually, they found that the woman had been driving drunk, flew off the road and hit a tree in midair, killing her. The car fell at just the right angle off the road that you wouldn't have seen it unless you were out of your vehicle and actively looking for it. She had been there through most of the Kansas summer and was practically skeletal at this point. It was definitely one of the worst cases I've ever seen. A third story. A few friends from my unit and I were talking about paranormal activity, so we decided to try and do some EVP recordings like we saw on TV. My friend Sergeant Cummings had a high-quality microphone since he streams games on Twitch, and we used that. We went into the basement of the barracks and set up our little outpost and tried to contact spirits. The standard, "Hello? Is anyone there?" and questions like you see on TV. We kept at it for around an hour and a half before we called it a night and went upstairs to go to bed. The next day, Cummins called me and said, "Mac, you've got to hear this." So I came by, and he's isolated several audio clips that we believe to be genuine EVPs. It was so hard to make out, but the three words we heard were Army, Society, and Mississippi. The last one still gives me chills to think about. Why? Cummings was from North Dakota, and I from Mississippi.
Working in the third largest building on the planet for floor space. It's about 3 a.m. on a Sunday, and I'm walking down an aisle into the middle of my department. At this time, the place was nearly vacant as it was a holiday weekend, and we had only myself and a skeleton crew of maintenance workers under my direction working in another department, all of whom were males. As I'm working by my offices on the plant floor, the power goes out, and the plant drops into the most absolute darkness I've ever experienced. Power gone, I hear the various machines spinning down to rest, and the silence becomes overwhelmingly relative to the background noise I'd gotten used to. The faint sounds of running water become evident in the moments after the blackout, while I'd begun searching my pockets for my phone and the flashlight it offered. As my hand found the phone, a scream erupted from somewhere nearby. Muffled and distant, it was the kind of scream you hear from a 5-year-old girl in her first haunted house, as the bloody clown steps around the corner and fires up a chainsaw. It startled me so badly. I immediately dropped my phone into an alternate dimension. The scream continued, a constantly fading note that seemed to be moving away from my position. Panicked and terrified, I fumbled around the dirty floor for my phone and found it seconds before the emergency lights lit up the plant with the eerie glow of yellow light. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I looked around me. Muscles tense and ready to defend myself against whatever this was. I tried to radio a few times before I realized that the power outage meant the digital frequencies were useless without the receiver up in the main office. I started to move through the various production lines towards where I assumed the scream had originated, mind working furiously. I had no women in my crew tonight, and we were the only people allowed in the plant. So where had the scream come from? Details began to press into my mind that I hadn't noticed before. The apparent youth of the voice behind the scream made no sense, and it was a scream of pain. the kind you cannot even attempt to control. It had faded away from my position gradually, and then trailed off, as if she had run out of breath.
Gum.
As I stepped towards two products on
Didn't
one of the
bring any
final
with
assembly
me.
lines before a wide open space in the next apartment, the emergency lights dimmed, that audible electricity buff filling the space around me. Struggling to understand what was happening, my senses were again knocked askew when the normal plant lights blazed to life above my head, leaving spots across my vision for a moment, and forcing me to raise a hand to shield my eyes. As the shadow crossed my vision, I saw it, or rather, I saw her, only for a moment. She stood there, hands outstretched towards me, a vague outline partially hidden behind one of our products. Dark features were the only distinguishable characteristics I can remember, as my reflexes in that moment had been to blink against the bright lights, and she was gone after that. To this day I have no idea if what I saw was real, or if I had imagined it. No tales are told to the mysterious young woman in the repair hall, not by anyone but myself. No one knows of any deaths matching her description in the area, or ghosts known to haunt the plant. Not a soul has heard a scream in the darkness, not before, during, or after those black pre-dawn minutes. Believe me, I tried to find someone, anyone with information that might explain what I saw, all to no avail. I'm left wondering, with a memory more crisp than any photo I've seen, of that young woman standing in the distance, her arms stretched towards me. Needless to say, I did not revisit the location of said event, ever, because notes don't get any bigger than that. This is a story that my cousin shared. He had joined the army and was stationed as a craftsman, basically a private in the engineering division, and he had signed up as a mechanic for an apprenticeship. They were sent to Thailand for some kind of training, and had a weekend off. Naturally, they went and got absolutely smashed at the bar. The night was over, and they were walking back to their accommodation along the beach, when a Thai man walked up to them and pulled a gun. He was attempting to rob them. In my cousin's words, had he not been so absolutely hammered, he would have just given him his wallet and walked away. Instead, his drunken ass wrestled the gun out of his hand and just yeeted it into the ocean. Then he shoved the dude onto the sand and laughed before walking back to the accommodation, realizing how absolutely idiotic he had been the next day. I mean, he is savage and incredibly lucky, but there's a very good chance he could have ended up dead and forgotten on a beach somewhere there. My grandfather was a pilot in the Turkish Air Force way back, and being part of NATO, they sent them to Canada to attend Air Force Academy. Just to give you some context, he is very uptight and serious, often the reason being a soldier comes into play. He is the reason why I know a lot of astrophysics. He guided me to science and facts his entire life. Rest in peace, Grandpa. Anyway, he told me he and the rest of the school, including the flight instructors, witnessed a UFO hovering above the main building. He says it came too close to the ground and it was basically impossible not to notice. Then, just as baffled as people are, the UFO shot up straight almost instantly. Must be pulling G-force that would have easily killed a human being. I never saw a UFO with my own eyes. Every object I've ever seen in the sky had an easy explanation. Some took longer to realize, but now it comes to me very naturally. I'm a little skeptic about the whole aliens visiting Earth thing, but science says it's not impossible. Fermi's paradox can easily be solved. I also spoke with my mother, as it was her father, and she gave me a few more details that I can remember. It was during the winter of 1958, and after the meal my grandfather didn't like to talk about these things in general. Only after I pushed him hard did he spill more details, but I forgot some of them. Thanks, Mum.
I was in the National Training Center at one of the military's training facilities. There are mock towns and villages here, some rumored to be haunted, which may be true. My platoon and I spent the night at one of these mock towns due to rain and flooding at night. I forgot to mention this is a desert with mountains and hills. Well, we took shelter from the rain in a building that was quite lengthy, and it was 2 stories and had an upstairs patio that also led to more stairs to the roof. As we explored the building as we had nothing else to do, we see furniture and a bit of flooding upstairs and downstairs. After a while, we go to bed, and a lot of us were sleeping in the entrance room, and 5 of our soldiers were sleeping in a room towards the back of the building. Come midnight, 30-ish of us were awoken by some loud slamming noises that came every 3 minutes or so. Mind you, there was no wind because all the doors and windows were shut. There's also no electricity in these buildings, so no aircon. The slamming noise goes on for some time, but let me tell you that someone screamed out in anger, and all abruptly it stopped for a minute. Then, a lot of heavy sliding upstairs began to happen. The noise was loud, very loud, as if someone or something was pulling furniture or anything heavy around. No one had the guts to go check it out, because as we always say, that's how they die in the movies. I had this neighbor kid I used to play with, a complete psycho. I was 4 or 5, and he was a year or 2 older than me. One day he convinced me to walk well beyond the distance that my parents allowed me without an adult. He wanted to show me something, he said. We arrive at a small lake. He pointed at the water and said, "Look, there's tadpoles in there. Let's catch some." "We don't have a net. You have to jump in and catch them with your hands." I told him I couldn't swim, but he insisted. He told me he pulled me up if I were drowning. I refused, and he kept trying to convince me, but eventually gave up. Said I was a coward. A friend of my mum saw us on our way back, and my mum wasn't very happy about the situation when she found out. 11 years later, I transferred schools and ended up in the same class as him. I figured my childhood memory of him was exaggerated. We spoke about the childhood memories. He told me how one of our neighbors, who was a cop, had screamed at him for no reason because he was playing with a cat. Remember this? I told him it was nice to see he had so many friends. He responds, "Friends? They're not my friends, they're kids. I only let them think I'm their friend." I smiled the whole time and figured he was joking. I later told my mum about having met him, and she went quiet. I told her that he seemed to have turned out all right, and said nothing more. A couple of weeks later, I brought it up again. She said, "As a mother, I'm never able to trust that boy, and you shouldn't either." She went on to tell me how I was unable to
Psycho.
and cried a lot at night when I was a young kid. Reason being that he had told me he was planning on burning down our house and murdering me and our family in our sleep. And about our neighbors screaming at him. Turns out he was actually torturing the poor cat. After that, I avoided him. Thinking back, his behavior was off even as a young adult. He was clearly manipulative and lacked empathy. I'm pretty sure he wanted to drown me that day and wanted to make it seem like it was an accident. Many of the things he did are the telltale signs of a young serial killer. When I was 17, I was an IHOP server. I absolutely loved working the graveyard shift. The money was good, I had great regulars, and lots of fun drunks. Whatever. Well, it's 4 a.m., and we need to cut our cook on Saturday night. Problem is, it's 2 hours before his wife wakes up, so he has to chill for a few hours in the restaurant or get a ride home. Well, the cook had been doing our manager a favor by coming in, so she asked me to take him home. I asked him where he lived, and he said North Tulsa. Okay, so anyone who knows anything about Tulsa knows that North Tulsa is where all the gang shootings and violent crimes happen. South Tulsa is where all the rich people live, and where we were.
Upon hearing this, my manager, who's a mama bear type, is like, "No, absolutely do not take him home." I laugh her off and see that the cook is pretty desperate, so I say I'll drop him off. She looks really disturbed and tells me to hand over my apron with all my cash in it, and she tells me that I can get robbed. Best if they just take my wallet and not the $130+. Cool, whatever. Just don't be stupid. I know about North Tulsa, and I know that it's all highways to get to his house. So I go, take him in my huge suburban SUV, and take him to his ghetto neighborhood. I get turned around on the route back, and ended up going to a gas station for directions. I go to a Quick Trip, which is one of the nicer gas stations, and park my car in the front glass door, when I see two women at the payphone out front, and don't think much about it. I lock my doors, roll up my windows and get inside, get directions from the dude at the cashier desk, and get back to my car. And the two women are nowhere to be seen. So this is how it goes. I get in my car, check my written directions, and then notice something in my rearview window. I turn around, and there are two people crawling out from my back seat into the seats just behind me. They knock over a box of VHS tapes that I was getting rid of as they crawl over the seats. I had forgotten that my trunk doors don't lock. My horn in my car doesn't work.
Be
I
right
put my
back, chat.
headlights right into the Quick Trip, trying to get the guy's attention. These are the women from the phone booth earlier, and both of them seem like they're high on something because they're giggling like nuts. One of them is just reading my VHS tapes out loud and throwing them. The other one, jovial, just insists, "Hey, we need a ride home." So being scared does stupid things to you. Like, I know that this was stupid, and I should have just gotten out the car. But instead, about to wet myself, ask her where she lived. "Just down the road." In the rearview mirror, she looks like she's really messed up on something. Her hair's looking nasty, her clothes are all dirty, and in hindsight, I'm wondering if she's homeless. I keep flicking the lights, and when it seems like nothing is happening, I bolster myself and pull out of the parking lot. Whatever, I'm gonna be just fine. Just drop them off, I say. And then she says, "That's right, girlie." And that makes my skin crawl, and I drive her in the direction she's pointing. So we drive and drive and drive. It's dark. The highway is long. And the other one is like, "Ask her for money." I'm feeling petrified. I feel like it's been 10 minutes, then 15, and all they're doing is messing up the back seat of my SUV and telling me to keep going. Eventually we get to this country road, and there's nothing I can identify out here. The roads have potholes, and I'm trying to think fast. I start seeing dilapidated houses and motorhomes. They're taking me somewhere, and I don't know where that is. And just as I'm lost in my thoughts, the first one leans real close to me between the seats and says, "Are you scared, girlie?" Let me tell you, those 4 words nearly made me wet myself. I slam on the brakes at that. Fear does stupid things, and looking back I can see how dumb that was. But you don't know what to do when you're scared until you're there. She's thrown halfway into the front seat, and the other one is cussing her head off. I start slamming on everything, making my 5'8" self seem as big as scary as humanly possible. I slam the glove box over and over again, and I'm screaming at the top of my lungs that I have a knife and to get out of my car. I have a knife, when in fact I don't have anything. I just started kicking and thrashing and screaming and cussing. It's all kind of this crazy fear-induced mania, and eventually one of them figures out how to unlock the door, and they roll out my car with half of my VHS tapes onto this country road. And with that, I slam on the gas and drive off as fast as possible. I am terrified to turn around, and at some point I find the highway again. I'm still just as lost as before, but I don't stop for directions, and it takes me a good 45 minutes to figure out how to return back to the IHOP. To be honest, I'm so mad at the guy at the cash register, but I don't know what was up. My manager is getting off shift, and she had thought I'd died. I remember being so damn happy to see her. But hell, fear is a stupid thing.
I was stationed at Redstone Arsenal, Huntsville, Alabama, September 24, 1989, in the Advanced Individual Training Program for Ammunition Specialists. We were sent into the field for our field training exercise later that day in the pouring rain. My battle and I set up our tent at the end of the line, which was located near the edge of the woodland. This was around 8 p.m. Later that night at about 2:30, I awoke up and needed to piss. The rain had stopped and the moon was full, and made the field by my tent look blue. As I was urinating, I noticed I wasn't the only one up. I looked into the field and saw a young girl between the ages of 5 and 7 running up the trail towards me. I watched her run past and up the trail into the dark forest. Thinking I must be dreaming, I slipped back into my tent and fell right back to sleep. The next morning I was awoken for duty, and like most men, had to once again relieve myself. I went to the same place as before, and as I was relieving myself, remembered what I had seen that night. I looked into the direction I saw the girl come from, and looked to where I'd seen her run off to. There, up the trail, was a Civil War cemetery. I was totally taken aback, and was telling my battle what I'd witnessed. Other trainees listened and gave their opinions, which was mostly disbelief. But one of the NCOs nearby heard me, and came right over. He asked me to describe the girl, and what time it was. Boy, was he mad. He said that the girl haunts the base, and all the years he'd be stationed there, he'd never seen her. Everyone got quiet and walked away. That night, I had fireguard duty by myself, and no one else wanted to do it with me.
I truly had some messed up neighbors growing up in Russia. My building still had a few alcoholics who would leave and break booze bottles everywhere and piss inside the building. But one man who lived on my floor was infamous in the neighborhood. This guy lived with his mother, who ironically was our building's janitor, although she was nearly fired several times for shirking her duties. This woman made moonshine in her bathtub, which often stank up her neighbors' flats. Her kid began sampling the moonshine early on, and was a full-blown alcoholic and juvenile delinquent by the age of 16. He soon moved on to heroin, and began beating his mother for her tiny janitor's salary for drug money. One time, he nearly put her in a coma, but she refused to press charges or kick him out. He broke into his neighbor's flat once for drug money, and went to jail for that, about 2 weeks, I think. We decided to get an extra door for our side of the flat after that. The junkie was a metal grunge fan and wrote band names and Nirvana quotes all over the walls of our already dingy building. Like all the other alcoholics/addicts, this guy pissed absolutely everywhere in the building, even in his own flat. The downstairs neighbors actually had severe water damage because of his piss, and his flat was so foul that the next residents had to gut it completely. This junkie took it to the next level once, and shat all over our floor's hallway when his mother wouldn't let him inside one night. My grandma and the building's other residents demanded for years that this individual be removed from the building to no avail. His own mother, whom he physically abused, defended her precious son at every turn, and refused to kick him out or even to send him to rehab. Eventually they fell behind on their utilities, and had to relocate to a smaller flat elsewhere in town. They lived there for maybe a year, until, rumor has it, the junkie killed his mother. No one knows what exactly happened, but the junkie was taken away by the cops when his mother died, and he was never seen or heard from again.
Not really
When I was working as a cop on a military base,
gross.
I loved working night shift. didn't deal with 99% of the stuff that day shift dealt with. And what little stuff we did deal with was usually really uninteresting. Well, most every building on base is alarmed, and the alarms are tied right into the desks, so we know the instant they go off. When we get an alarm activation, we close the base, go check the building, pull on all the doors and see if we can get in. If we can, we go into the building and secure it, check all the doors and corners to see if anyone has set the alarm off. Well, one night, I was on patrol with my alpha, or partner, and we get called to respond to an alarm activation at the elementary school. So we go, secure the building, and call in that the building is all secure. No problem. Keep patrolling. About 15 to 20 minutes go by, and we get another alarm activation. We get back out there and check, and now there is a maintenance door open that leads into a boiler room. Nothing in it. We close it, lock it, and get out. Another 20 minutes, and another alarm. We respond. All the doors are still locked and we can't get in. The maintenance door is locked, and we call in the all clear. This time, my buddy and I sit on opposite sides of the school and watch to see if someone is coming and yanking the doors really hard to set the alarm off. We sit there and watch. Nothing happens. And right as we're about to leave, another alarm activation goes off while we're sitting there. We inform the desk that we'd like the building manager on site to help us secure the interior and let us in. Bear in mind at this point it's roughly 3 a.m. The building custodian shows up, and we start doing a walkthrough, checking all the classrooms and checking all the maintenance rooms, and that's when we see one of the maintenance doors open with the lights on in the room. Now this room is literally the size of a closet. We walk down there and look in. No one's in it, and that door is locked when it closes. We look in there and find a single footprint of a bare foot made of water. Left foot, as I recall. It appears to have been made by a small child. It freaked the living hell out of us because no one reported a missing child, and the entire building was clear and still locked up. No one left. No one entered, and we checked every inch of the damn place. Literally, a 3-hour deep sweep, including ceiling tiles. Freaked the ever-loving crap out of us, and to this day, my partner refuses to go into that school. Speaking of which, schools really are spooky when they're empty. I was at Camp Lebanon, Helmand Province, Afghanistan. We were leaving my room, which was a large room with 8 other guys, to head to the designated smoking area at around 10 p.m. It was dark and clear. I lit up my cigarette as I was passing through the T-barriers, and when I got back on the other side, I saw about 10 or so Marine/Army men looking up at the sky pointing. I looked up and saw 3 red dots in the sky, about the size of what you'd see on an aeroplane, far apart in a triangle formation. So one light at each angle point. We're all looking up, and a second set of lights appeared, a little to the left of this one. It was super weird, and at one point the lights from the first set get closer together, then apart again, then completely vanish. To this day, I don't know
Honeycomb.
what it was.
Hmm.
It was really cool to witness.
That's a new one.
I was in Nice, France during the terrorist attack, and the truck drove past me within meters of where I was standing. At first I thought it was an accident and brake failure, until the police started shouting, and there were severely injured and dead people in front of me and bullets popping off. I tried to help a guy who was badly injured, but he died when we pressed on his wounds. Then a policeman showed up and screamed at us to run, so we ran back as far as we could. It was a surreal and devastating night, and I still have PTSD from it.
It was around 1 a.m., and my friend heard a noise outside of his front door. His front yard is really dark, so he looked through the peephole rather than opening the door. He couldn't see anything, but could tell something was below the peephole. He decided to open the door slowly, and as soon as he did, an older lady whose face was covered in blood and only wearing a t-shirt, no underwear or pants, tried to run into his house. He slammed the door on her and called the cops. While waiting for the cops, he kept looking out the little hole on the door, and every so often she would scurry back and forth on his lawn. I wasn't there, but I picture it like the alien at the birthday party in Signs. So the cops finally show up and detain the woman, and they get to the bottom of the story. Turns out the woman was his neighbor, and she was extremely drunk. She'd been drinking and locked herself out of her house, and tried to get back in by breaking the windows with her face/hands. Side note, the neighbor no longer calls the cops when my friend has parties.
I am a skeptic. I still think there are plenty of logical explanations to my story. But that being said, if ghosts are real, that would be the best explanation I could think of. So let's get on with the story. I'm taking you back to summer of 2013. I was a Marine deployed to the Helmand province of Afghanistan. I was in the southern part of the province, attached to the platoon of combat engineers, who in turn were directly supporting the 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines, so upwards of a couple of hundred Marines. My platoon of 42 Marines, therefore, had a lot of freedom, as we weren't directly subjected to the battalion commander of the 2 to 8, and we had our own lot, command operations center,
Below the ground.
pool, maintenance bay, armory,
Nothing I
even
can
a
do.
volleyball court. We shared a lot with the explosive ordnance disposal, who were way out on the end of the lot. We never really spoke to them, but they were super chill guys, I heard. We'd come out with our respective infantry companies operating. Usually one squad would stay back on Dwyer to man the COC and relax and stock up on cigarettes and dip, as well as sleep in a container with a bed and aircon. I personally hated it. I liked getting nitty-gritty and living in the dirt, and got really bored when I was there, but the gym was sick. Anyway, I'm going to guess sometime in late July or August, I'd been out with the 2 infantry companies for months back to back, and they gave me a month on Dwyer. A death by boredom sentence, if you ask me. The rest of my platoon was out on a mission up far north, with my squad hanging back in Dwyer. So it was my night for Firewatch, and I was there with my senior Corporal W and our platoon guide Sergeant D. We were at the Control Operations Center on our lot. Now I know there's a lot of descriptions going on, but our Control Operations Center was a long wooden structure called an SWA hut. It was in the northeast corner of our lot, which was surrounded by a big 15 to 20 foot tall chain link fence with barbed wire atop of it. The space between the center and the fence was no more than 20 feet from the north part of the corner, and from the east part of the corner, more like 35 to 40, not very big at all. We basically squeezed into the corner. On the other side, we had some tents put up, because sometimes our sister company dog handlers would come and stay the night, so it was mainly for them. So I was at the end of the SWA hut, right by the door opposite of the other door by the other side. You could see straight through the other side of the SWA hut, maybe 50 feet from one end to the other. It was late at night. Corporal W and Sergeant D and I were smoking some cigarettes and chatting, which was rare as they were higher ranks than me. But most of that stuff washes away towards the end of deployment. I can't remember what we were talking about, but we were looking at the center, which had all the lights on, and out of the other end we see someone walk past the door very casually. I remember him being Caucasian, having a trimmed beard, and wearing a boonie, and having an M16. So we pop into action mode and go looking for this person. Sergeant D went to the north side of the 20-inch space between the center and the fence, the side the guy we saw walking towards. Corporal W went through the Command Operations Center, and I went round the southern part. All in all, we linked up on the other side, where we first saw the guy not 10 seconds later, as we had sprinted there. It was that quick. There was no one there. We didn't encounter anyone. Sergeant D would have seen the guy. He literally ran into where he was walking. I highly doubt the guy could have jumped a 20-foot fence and vanished. I looked out into the emptiness outside our lot, through the part of the fence he was walking towards, and saw nothing. Just open desert. We each checked every tent. No one, not a soul. When we met up outside the control center, where we saw the guy, I remember he was wearing tri-color cams, which, unless you are MARSOC, Marine Special Forces, you don't have them, and they're woodland green. This guy had desert tricolors, invasion era colours from 2001. When I told them this, we all kind of looked at each other like, did we actually see a ghost? Corporal W, having a good sense of humour, said to me, "Well, I'm going to bed. Have fun here alone by yourself," and then leaves. And I didn't hear anything or see anything else after that, although we shared a lot with some military contractors. One of them just popped in to hang out for a bit randomly, and it made me feel a little bit better. I eventually went to sleep that night because I thought, screw it, if that thing kills me, then it's going to kill me when I'm not tired. But I never saw the ghost again, and we never spoke of it. It's not like some secret we all buried, it just never crossed our minds, and we brushed it off and forgot about it until recently. But the one thing that strikes me as oddly coincidental is that our command operations center caught fire and burnt to the ground one day and a week or so later. The fire started in the same spot we saw the dude walking to, and where he disappeared. It could have been EOD, at the speed at which we covered the amount of ground only to not see anyone, and the uniform he was wearing are the only two things that makes it very possible that it were a ghost, if such a thing, of course, were to exist. This happened during my first year in uni. I lived with 3 roommates at a dorm. A few months into the first semester, one of my roommates had a mental breakdown and attempted to strangle me while I was asleep. I awoke to his hands around my throat, his knee on my chest, and a deranged look on his face. I tried to push him off me, clawed at his face, but to no avail. My eyes started to dim, my hands felt leaden, and I was sure I was going to die. Fortunately, my other roommate wasn't asleep. He was laying under the covers browsing on his phone. The sound from our struggle caught his attention, and after seeing what was happening, he pushed the attacker off me and knocked him to the ground. He then woke up the other roommate, and together they restrained the attacker on his bed and called the university police. They arrived in around 15 minutes, and after we told them what happened, they called the actual cops. My roommate was arrested and taken to a police station. There, he had another breakdown and bit one of the cops. He was transferred to a psychiatric facility after that, and of course, expelled from university. 2003 in Baghdad. My unit came in May, right after the initial push. We took over the compound that looked like an Iraqi base. Anyway, we were setting up sleeping quarters and my unit takes over the old medical building. We can clearly see blood on the stairs, and I'm not talking sprinkles. I'm talking puddles of blood from the unit that had come before us and clearly saw combat in there. A few days go by and I'm laying down on my cot, trying to sleep, when suddenly I feel someone stare at me. I look up and see a soldier that clearly wasn't American. It was an old Iraqi soldier just standing there in the middle of the room. I'm sure it wasn't just me being half asleep, because another one of my friends mentioned it a few days later. It was profoundly creepy. This happened to me about a week ago. I found a summer job at our local supermarket, and about 2 weeks in I got asked to work the late night shift, which is 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. I accepted, since I made more money and hardly ever sleep early. Everything was fine and dandy until about 3 a.m., when a shirtless, scarred-up guy came into the store. After lingering around the store for a while, he quickly came up to the counter, making intense eye contact with me. As I was about to ask him if he needed any help, he whispered, "Don't you dare move." I didn't hear him at first, so I asked him if he could repeat that. At that point he got agitated and yelled,
Make another sound and I will cut you up. In a swift motion, he vaulted over the counter, going to the alcohol section, trying to grab a bottle of whiskey. Thankfully, the owner has hidden a baseball bat under the counter. The moment he turned his back to me, I took the bat and swung full force at his knee. He winced in pain and tried to get up. I winded my bat again like I was going to hit him, just to see him pull out a homemade shiv of some sort. I let him get up, and the moment he got back up, he swung his shiv at me, lacerating my wrist. I pushed him back with the bat, and he ran for the door and got out. The day after, I called the cops and showed them the security camera footage. They haven't contacted me since. I think it's safe to say I won't be working the late night shift again for a while.
One of my drill sergeants actually has a creepy story from one of his Afghanistan deployments. He was infantry, so being in the field and out of missions for a few weeks wasn't uncommon. One night while sleeping in a fighting position he dug, he felt something nibbling at his feet. He woke up and kicked it off, and what he saw wasn't any type of marsupial, but a little humanoid figure he could only describe as looking just like Gollum. But being in the field with little sleep, he chalked it up to seeing things. A few days later, he and another guy on watch. The other guy pointed out something and said, "What the hell is that?" and pointed at a stone wall in the distance. My drill sergeant looked through his binoculars, and crawling across the top of the stone was the exact little humanoid creature he had encountered nights before. This happened to my mum. A man entered her house just before lunchtime and stabbed her and the maid multiple times. He also kept punching both of them while stabbing them. Eventually he got tired and left. My mum played dead, and then, when she was sure that they were alone, she checked on the maid to see if she was still alive. Both of them survived the attack, but the police never found the guy. The thing is, my mum knows the guy. See, she owns a flower shop and had two people working for her. One of them is a nice gay guy, and that guy had a boyfriend. It is the boyfriend who attacked my mum, and my mum told me that he was high and looking for money. It seemed like his boyfriend didn't want to give him money that day, so he decided to attack his boyfriend's employer instead. Since then, my vibrant, outgoing mother became a recluse, and she developed serious health conditions. She is also always in a state of pain, which led to her becoming dependent on pain meds. The meds ruined her livers and kidney, and now she is undergoing dialysis for it. All because some stupid idiot couldn't stand not having a little bit of money for the day, instead of going out and earning it. I'll never forgive that guy. I'm in the Navy, and about 15 years ago I was standing watch in a submarine engine room. We were underway, and I can't for the life of me remember where to or from, or if we were just making circles. It was the mid-watch, and I sat down to catch up on some logs. That's when I heard a woman's voice. This was long before we had women on subs, and felt the hairs on my neck stand straight up. I got up and looked around to find the others, who were all talking or doing their daily tasks. I thought maybe I had dozed off and dreamt it. I sat back down and heard it again, and it sounded like it was coming from outside the hatch I was sitting under. I said, "Screw this," out loud, and went to just be around the other guys on watch. I still get chills just thinking about it now. I was living on Camp Lejeune for a spell. One night we went out to Camp Johnson and decided to walk through the forestry area of the base. Upon walking, we kept hearing screams and seeing weird things such as orbs, and there was just this overbearing feeling of, well, I can't really explain it. We ended up walking off the path, and that's when we see a woman dressed in white. It was very scary, and I couldn't move any further, so I did the only logical thing and ran. Later I found out that me and my group of friends were not the only ones who had seen the lady in white.
My mum had this neighbor who pretended to be weak from cancer/chemo, so her landlords couldn't get mad at her when trash bins were full and the lawn was filthy. She even went as far as shaving her head and fake a limp, got a cane and everything. Mum baked some cookies and offered to take care of her bins and lawn. The neighbor then spills about her scam. My mum now enlightened about my neighbor, the fault in our stars, bullcrap, and tired of the trash blowing into our yard, called the landlord. The neighbor wasn't happy and would blast music at ungodly hours of the night to get back at my mum. Mum would get frustrated because she worked late and left early, filed a noise complaint to the police arrived, and neighbor claims my mum, an old little Asian lady, punched her in the chest. Neighbor wants her arrested. Mum shows cops our security cam footage, no mum punching, but instead finds the crazy neighbor kicking her 9-year-old daughter out in the middle of the night. The 9-year-old is banging on her door, and my mum comes out to check on the noise and tries to bring the hysterical girl inside at 2 a.m. The neighbor comes out and sprays her with the hose. The neighbor was taken away, and the daughter was sent to live with her father. Some neighbors are the worst. My mum was incredibly abusive to me, and on one occasion when I was around 12, she came into my room while I was sleeping. She crept over my bed and looked down upon me. I hadn't been stirring. That is when I felt something pierce my chest. She stabbed me with a kitchen knife, puncturing my lung, which I didn't know at the time. Obviously, this woke me up. I just rolled out of bed and ran around the house screaming. Someone on our road noticed and called the police because of the noise. Just before the police arrived, she started choking me and I lost consciousness. I later woke up in the hospital and mostly recovered. She is now in jail. This is not the only time that she tried, but it was the most dramatic, and the only time she came this close to actually ending my life. If the neighbor hadn't have called the cops, I don't think I would have been able to tell you this story today. This is my dad's story. After he was done in Vietnam, he was stationed at an Air Force base in Greenland. They had bad blizzards often there, and when they came through, the base shut down and every section of the barracks would take roll call. These blizzards are intense. There were cables running between all buildings you attached to a person with carabiners, so if there was a sudden whiteout, you didn't get lost and die. They had people die literally 20 meters from shelter because they got lost in bad weather and froze. He said for about 5 months, every time they locked down for weather, they would hear horrendous screaming outside. Everyone was accounted for, so they didn't risk sending anyone out to investigate, and they wrote it off as an animal. However, every time it was heard, the engine room would be wrecked. Tools everywhere, paperwork all over the floor, tables and toolboxes knocked over. Even one time, a 1,000-pound jet engine had been lifted from its workbench crane and smashed almost 30 feet away. The hangars and engine room had cameras covering every single possible entrance with spotlights that made them clear even in a whiteout. No animals nor people were ever seen entering or leaving those buildings. And then one day, it just stopped. This was not something that they just shrugged off at all. It cost a lot of money, and threw a wrench in at least one surveillance routine, which caused a lot of brass from the DoD and CIA to fire down the base commander's neck. This facility, beyond military function, served as a base for a lot of civilian research as well. There was a full investigation using all manner of scientists, engineers, and specialists, and they came up with no satisfactory explanation for what was going on. I do not believe in the paranormal, nor did my father, but this is the only spooky type of story he has from his 22 years of service. No one knows what happened. It was very strange in either way. Hundreds of people wrote reports and documented this. It wasn't some grease monkey scratching their heads and randomly guessing. As I said, I spoke to my mom. These are the things that I missed. After one of these occasions, the U2 in the shop had all of its electronics turned on. Many of the systems in this plane were specially built for this airframe and this particular cruise mission. The systems were complex and archaic. Very few people knew how to operate this machinery, and the only ones on base that could were 2 engineers and its crew. It wasn't a simple matter of hitting buttons and flipping switches and stuff. Another time, 3 barrels of hydraulic fluid vanished and were never found. They doubted the screaming noise was wind because it came in short, irregular bursts, and winds never produced these sounds again. They theorized it was a polar bear, but if it was, its coincidental timing was extremely uncanny. Lastly, Control picked up a bunch of weird interference and anomalous readings that, again, had the uncanny timing of happening only when this was going on. But they were never able to reproduce these errors in a controlled manner. It's creepy, bizarre, and may or may not be supernatural. I'll leave that down to your own judgment. There was a girl in the village of my parents' vacation home who was known to have mental health issues. My family never judged her for it. Both my parents are teachers and used to deal with slow students that say some wicked things every now and then. When I was 2, my parents went on vacation, and so did that girl's family. The girl was 12. Both families were having lunch together, and my parents left the girl to play with me. When my sister, 9 at the time, went to look for me, I was being drowned in a water tank by said girl, who was just looking at my sister smiling, saying some weird things. My sister screamed, and my parents and the girl's family went to the rescue in just enough time to save my life. I have no memory of this, so all I know of the story is from what my family told me many times. I haven't actually ever met this girl. Neither have I ever talked to her family. Both families still go on vacation to the same village at the same time. My parents cut ties with them completely after this. This night took place a few years ago, while my father and I were living in a small rural town in Alberta. I was fairly new in this town and didn't know anyone but my dad and co-workers. I had found a job as a key holder in a liquor store that closed every night at 2 a.m. My store was located in between a pharmacy and a grocery store, a place well lit, where I felt safe most nights. Not knowing yet that this town was actually known for its drug problem and random creeps. But anyway, on this particular night, my coworker and I had been working late. We needed to finish unloading pallets of liquor, since we had another shipment coming in the next morning. And at the end of the night around 3:30 a.m., I told my coworker that she could leave, and that I was going to take care of closing down the store, which basically meant counting the till and cleaning up, that she was exhausted, and I had the keys of the store anyway. After she left, I quickly finished my tasks, took all my stuff, and called my father. At the time, I didn't have a car, and my dad would come pick me up every night and bring me back home, which was maybe a 10 to 15-minute drive to my workplace. I have an amazing father. In return, I always made sure to be ready and to wait outside the store for his arrival. I didn't want him to have to wait for me, because I knew he didn't have much time left to sleep, as he had to be at work in the morning. I got ready to get out the store, set out the security system and locked the door behind me. Now you have to understand that I wasn't supposed to finish this late at night, and that once the alarm system was on, I couldn't go back inside because the regional manager would receive a security call if I opened the door and the alarm would automatically start to ring, and I did not have the code to shut it, since I never worked a morning shift. This store policy mentioned that if you forgot something inside, you'll have to wait until the next day to get it back. As I was waiting for my dad standing in front of the store, I heard some noises coming from my left. It sounded like someone was breathing loudly. The pharmacy was right next to my store, and had these big red columns in front of the entrance, and I thought the noise was coming from around these columns. I looked to my left, but didn't see anything, so I brushed it off, thinking that it was probably the wind, or just my very tired self imagining stuff. It was almost 4 a.m. after all, and I had worked really hard that evening. After a few minutes, I heard the noise again. I started getting nervous. It was definitely coming from my left, and this time, I knew that it wasn't all in my head. At that moment, I noticed a movement and realized that I wasn't alone. A few meters away on my left, someone was crouched down behind one of the columns, and I could not see his face, only his hands holding one side of the column while he was slowly moving his head to look in my direction. I was terrified, completely paralyzed with fear. I knew my father couldn't be very far away from the store at this point, so I grabbed my phone to call him. My dad answered and I told him to hurry up, and explained that someone was hiding next to me and that I was petrified. My dad said that he was going as fast as he could and told me to grab my keys and get inside the store. I was trying to find them inside my bag when I was panicking too much. My hands were shaking and I couldn't find my keys for the life of me. I felt completely horrified when I realized the man had stood up, still hiding behind one of the columns only a few meters away from me. My voice filled with fear. I asked my dad where he was, and he shouted that he was almost there. I started to slowly move towards the grocery store that was on my right, never turning my back to him. The very tall and imposing man looked at me again, but this time he got out of his hiding spot and started to walk in my direction with the biggest smile on his face. I can still recall thinking that this was it. I was going to die. I was trying to decide if I should start running for my life, or if it was better to face him and fight him if need be. But suddenly, I heard a big noise coming from my right. I turned around and saw my dad driving as fast as he possibly could into the parking lot, honking and turning his high beam headlights on, I believe to startle the man. My feet finally decided to move as I ran as fast as I could and jumped inside my dad's pickup, tears streaming from my eyes. I watched this man look straight up at us and slowly wave at my father for what felt like an eternity. The creepy man started walking closer towards us, and as he got closer, my father finally gets a good look at the man and said, "Oh my God, girl, I guess you haven't met Peter yet." I didn't understand. My father started laughing, tears coming out of his eyes while I looked up at him, still in complete shock. To me, there was absolutely nothing funny about that moment. A few seconds before, I thought my dad couldn't get here fast enough, and that I was going to be murdered right there, in front of my workplace. My father waved back at him, and we drove off slowly. On our way home, he explained that Peter was a very nice man with a cognitive disability. He said that Peter lived in town, and that every morning he would sit inside the Tim Hortons that was located in the same parking lot as my store, and would ask people if they wanted a hug. He apparently did that every day, and everybody in our small town knew him. My dad told me I should probably give him a big hug next time, and I would get a coffee at Timmy's, since I probably scared the poor man to death. Either way, Peter the Hugger, I'm sorry, but let's not meet again. Well, not while I'm alone, outside at 4 a.m. I was in the Navy and did 6 months in the Mediterranean. I saw a lot of empty boats, but also small boats full of people and other refugee-related events. The one thing that will always stand out, though, was the day we cruised past a dead body. It 100% looked like nothing I'd ever seen in a movie. It was like cottage cheese wearing clothes. I assume, given the region, that the person's skin was much darker before they passed. After death, they were severely bloated and white. Had they not had shorts and a shirt on, I'd have never recognized this as a person. I've also been on Liberty in Greece and passed dead bodies on the beach. The desperation of the refugees to cross the sea, I swear, is something else. When I was a kid, my father got into a relationship with a rather strange but still kind woman. She had a son who was only a few years older than me. At the time, I didn't really think anything of their relationship, but looking back at it, it was very abusive. They got into fights often, most of them turning physical, even when both me and my father were present. The kid would always try to push me over and hit me, but I would never say anything to my father because I didn't want to ruin his relationship. Now, here is where my memory gets a little hazy. My father and his then girlfriend were having a conversation, while I and her son were a few meters away from them. He once again tried to hit me, at which I sat on top of him to prevent that, as I was a really fat kid and he was very skinny, so despite the age difference, this somehow worked. I told him I would let him up if he left me alone, and since he promised to do so, I just sat beside him. He proceeded to get on top of me and strangle me. I remember trying to cry out for help and reaching out to my father, but not being able to make a single sound and feeling like I was being pulled away from him. I'm pretty sure I passed out after that, or at least was very close to it, because after that, the only thing I remember is that my father's girlfriend and her son were now gone. I never saw them again, though the last I heard of them was from years later, after my dad received an anti-wedding invitation from her. From what my dad told me, she was angry at her son, but even more pissed at my dad for ending the relationship. I'm pretty sure he didn't really intend to murder me, I hope. But then again, what was the intention of trying to strangle a 7 to 8-year-old kid? All in all, this was surprisingly less traumatic than you think it should have been. I used to work in defense programming robots. I was stationed at an army depot in the Nevada desert, and we had a 4-wheeled robot we were building to guard the bunkers there. We were never told exactly what was in the bunkers, but I can only assume that they were nukes and aliens. Anyway, the robot had a cluster of cameras on it, including an infrared camera. The infrared was really fun to play with at night. It sensed heat, so you could spot coyotes, rattlesnakes, rabbits, and other desert creatures. One morning I walked into our office, and everyone was crowded round the video console, watching the robot's recorded video from a few hours before. The video started with the robot's usual night drive, its mindless route. Then it picked up something on radar, sounded his alarm, and sped over to the radar blip to get a bit closer. When he got there, he pointed his color camera, but there was nothing there. He pointed his infrared, and that's when it got scary. There was a ghost standing in the desert in front of the robot. He looked like an old World War II soldier. He was in uniform, with a rifle and a German Shepherd. The robot kept toggling between the color camera and the infrared, and thus the ghost kept disappearing and coming back. Clearly the robot was confused as well. I'm pretty sure the ghost was confused too. Eventually the ghost decided he had better things to do, so he left. The robot then resumed his mindless route. Just another day in nowhere, Nevada. My neighbors heard me and my live-in perpetrator arguing and struggling, while I was being pinned against the wall and strangled. So my neighbor, being the diligent man he was, called the cops. They came over, but the perpetrator sweet-talked them into thinking it was a misunderstanding, and that it was all over. They left. But one cop had a bad feeling, bless his heart, he told me afterwards, and he waited outside. My perpetrator came at me, dragging a knife along the wall, which made a creepy, horror movie metallic sound, and I screamed. It was at that very moment the cop broke down the door and saved me and arrested the perpetrator. He spent 3 months in a psychiatric facility because they admitted to wanting to hurt me some more. Obviously, the perpetrator was my then partner, and I'm glad that relationship is over. buddy of mine was stationed at Kadena Air Force Base in Okinawa in the Aughties. It was a regular day full of standard base activity, indoors and out, when the sirens went off, followed by a warning for all staff to report to the base's mess hall. My friend and everyone else were quite confused but followed orders. Upon arrival at the hall, they found it was full of the base staff, with a uniformed officer taking roll. The base commander settled everyone down and advised them that everyone was just taking a short break, that there was nothing to worry about, and that everyone would be back to work shortly. Everyone sat at the long lunch table, scratching their heads and discussing what could be up. This particular room in the hall was interior and had no windows. Once the roll was completed and everyone accounted for, the commander left, and soldiers carrying automatic rifle closed the doors to the hall and stood inside them at attention, essentially stopping anyone from leaving. This raised the chatter quite a bit, but nobody panicked. Only a few minutes later, an incredibly loud engine sound could be heard approaching the base, as whatever was making the noise sounds lands, and it shook the entire island. Framed photos fell off the walls, and trophies in glass cases are shaken over. The engine hum and shaking then cease. Chatter again rises sharply, as speculation about what the hell is going on increases. After about an hour, the noise starts up again, and the island shakes again, and whatever it was takes off and quickly fades. Shortly after, the base's commander enters and says everyone can get back to work, warning them not to discuss today's break and simply forget about it. When I asked him what he thought it was, he immediately suggested that it was some sort of classified skunk weapon spy plan, maybe the Aurora needing to land for emergency repairs or refueling. Of course, he said, since they kept us all from seeing it, we'll truly never know. This didn't happen to me but my sister. She was working in a retail sales job at a large and popular mall in the city a few years back. One day, she arrived at the mall for work, like any other day. She stopped and went to use the restroom, the ones general mall goers would use. After using the restroom, she went to wash her hands, when she noticed in the mirror that a man was standing behind her. She made eye contact with him and apparently gave him a nod of acknowledgement. The man was apparently holding a garbage bag he had gotten out of the restroom trash can and had fashioned it like a rope. He then proceeded to approach my sister and wrapped it around her neck, choking her and slamming her to the ground. She doesn't remember much, but the security camera showed the man literally choking her unconscious, and then just jump and stomp on her head repeatedly. The man fled, and she was found by another mall-goer, covered in blood, her face badly disfigured. She broke her jaw, lost several teeth. Long-term brain damage is still not known. He tried to kill her. He was a complete stranger, but the police think it was a gang initiation type of thing. The guy is now in jail, and will be for a very long time, and my sister has extremely severe PTSD from it. We were stationed in Okinawa. Oh man, it's a goldmine of stuff. Driving through a tunnel coming back from Chulmari Aquarium, I woke up to my friends freaking out. There was this phantom moped that zipped by with this girl on the back, and she left a trail of long flowing black hair like the Grudge ghost, oily looking flowing hair. I thought I was dazed, but we talked about it the next day. I think the story was some girl was kidnapped by guys on mopeds driving through the tunnel when they crashed, construction or another car, and I think they were decapitated or something terrible. Also, I thought I saw a ghost in my room and some other areas. I drank a lot back then, so I passed it off. Kadena was rumored to have a lot of ghosts, Gate 3 I think. I thought it was just an excuse to keep it closed. They also have a bunch of buildings which are allegedly haunted that they still use. I think one of the marine bases supposedly has the ghost of a samurai run up and down the streets. Just Google Haunted Okinawa and you'll find a bunch of stories. They were good times. I have an apartment. This lady lived on the 3rd floor. She must have let her cats piss everywhere, because the entire building reeked like cat piss. The smell entered my apartment frequently. When I passed her in the hallway, I would have to hold my breath because she reeked. I dealt with this for 2 years with multiple complaints to the office, until I eventually called animal control. Turned out, she had 30 cats in her apartment.
Oh,
So
gross.
animal control took all of her cats away. She was evicted shortly after that. I know from talking to other neighbors that this had been going on for at least 5 years before I even moved in. But they had a hard time evicting her because she was Section 8. Although I'm sure the apartment manager was very incompetent as well. She even told us that she had been working there for 6 years, and my neighbors were wrong that it had been going on that long. The maintenance guys had to put on masks and rip the carpet up and seal the wood under it, amongst many other things, to make that apartment habitable for future renters.
As a Marine, I used to have the graveyard patrol shift at the Beirut Bombing Memorial. Part of the memorial is dedicated to a veteran cemetery. Oddly enough, I never got freaked out being completely alone in a remote cemetery in the middle of the night, surrounded by dense wood on all sides. It was actually kind of peaceful, to be honest. However, one night, I was patrolling near the perimeter fence where some of the oldest headstones are, and I heard the sound of a woman humming. I followed the sound and noticed a light glowing through the vines and brush of a large tree. As I approached, I could literally feel my hair begin to lift, as if there were an electric current in the air. I pushed aside the brush, and what I saw next nearly took my breath away. It was an old, weathered headstone, with a large cross etched into the marble. Only the cross was glowing a bright, vivid blue like a neon bulb. The humming was also suddenly much louder, and had a weird plurality to it, like it was coming from 100 voices at once. Needless to say, I freaked the hell out, screamed like a scared little girl, and sprinted back to the parking lot. I radioed the guard who was supposed to relieve me and forced him to come early, then spent the rest of my shift in the cab of his truck. I don't think he believed me, but he stayed in his truck and didn't go out on patrol until the sun was fully up. A few days later, I worked up the nerve to return to the graveyard during the day. As I suspected, in the light of day it was a completely mundane headstone. There was no name, only the aforementioned cross. I ran my hands over the stone to check to see if there was maybe some sort of hidden light source or solar panel, but none. It was just plain, solid, unremarkable stone, and the humming was gone too. I eventually returned to my normal shift, but never again experienced anything out of the ordinary. I never learned whose grave that was either, but I find myself thinking about it from time to time. It certainly sounds absurd when I say it out loud, but I suppose it could have been a hallucination or a trick of my brain. But I don't believe it was. I think it was a real ghost or spirit of some sort, but I don't think it was malevolent in the slightest. A while back I was at my friend's house when a guy came in through the balcony glass door. He had to have climbed up 2 stories of balcony just to make it, and proceeded to start yelling things at her like, "Who is this guy?" And I stood up and protected her. It was dark and I couldn't see the knife in his hand, which he then stabbed me with in the face. I never knew the guy, never even met him, or got his name. After I was out of hospital, we started to try and figure out what the hell that was about. Our mutual friend told me that he had asked the perp the same question, and his answer was, "I'm going to murder her." But I didn't know that he was there as well. I'm 23, and this was my second time getting stabbed altogether. 5 stab scars in total. Welcome to Finland. It was winter 2012. I was 18 to 19 at the time,
and working in a petrol station in an average-sized town in England. It was an okay job, good money for somebody who was at college at the time, and it was just a shame that it was a weekend job. So while my friends were getting drunk and having fun, I was in a petrol station, serving taxi drivers and the occasional drunk. It started off like any other night. Serve people, clean up, do stock and average night shift work, and since it was winter the night was really dark, and you could only see faint outlines of people walking back and forth even with streetlights. The place where I worked was situated across the road from a pub, and had an alley running beside it, leading to a housing estate. Around 3 to 4 a.m. as I finished cleaning a set of shelves, I noticed a figure standing in the alley just out of the light, but just enough to hide his face, but you could make out his clothing. I initially brushed it off as someone waiting for a taxi, as it seemed harmless enough. I sat down in my chair behind the counter and looked at my phone and played some games for a bit. When I looked up, it was 5 a.m., and he was still there waiting, watching me. To make my situation worse, after 5 there's hardly any traffic or passers-by. I had that guttural feeling that he had some harmful intent. I was safe, however, as I was locked in until morning. I stared back in a trance, trying to keep an eye on whatever he would do next. After a while, I needed to use the toilet, so I went and came back thinking he might have walked off, but he didn't. He was still there. I then decided to not do my last job until my co-worker came in to start their shift, as my last job was to take out the fire extinguishers and sand buckets. It got to 6 a.m. and the figure faded back into the alley, and I didn't see him for the rest of my shift. When my co-worker arrived, it was still dark, and I usually walked the 10 minutes back home, but I got a taxi after that shift. I felt that the guy could still be anywhere, just watching me. I told my co-workers and family members about my experience, and they said they personally haven't experienced anything like it, and wouldn't like to either. I was very nervous when doing my shifts from then on, feeling like as soon as I let my guard down he would strike. But thankfully nothing else happened after that, and I quit the following summer to go to university. Safe to say I don't want to meet the person in the shadows from that night. Former USGC here. I saw a ghost and some creepy stuff happen when we were removing the old Fresnel lens from the Presque Isle light in Michigan. Also, I've seen some weird and creepy lights in St. Elmo's Fire near the old Washango light. Compasses and radios all quit, radar and GPS wouldn't work either. The light near Sturgeon Bay is haunted as well, and we stayed at the light near Two Rivers, and the whole family saw the ghost. There are several lights in the Great Lakes that are open to active reserve and retired military members as vacation rentals. We stayed at Rawley Point Lighthouse and the Sherwood Point Lighthouse. They have visitor logs that now look like a diary, and multiple stories in there are about the hauntings, dating back to at least the 70s. I know that Sherwood Point, at the very least, is quite haunted. I was in Thailand, heading back to my apartment from a popular corner of the bars in Chiang Mai. I went down the same streets and alleys I always did, cutting through the center of the city to the edge of the moat by the Ram Hospital. I passed by the technical college and saw a group of guys hanging out on the corner. I didn't think anything of it as I entered the final alley that would put me at the moat of my apartment. 2 mopeds passed me and went into an alcove to my right. As I passed it, they zoomed out and cut me off. It was at that moment that 4 guys hopped off their bikes and one approached me. "Where are you going?" he asked, and then punched me in the face. I stood there stunned, thinking, did he just really punch me in the face? I look up, and his arm has something in it. In a swinging motion, I did the only thing I thought of at the moment, and put my arms up to protect my face, and I yell out. After several blows to my arms, I turn and run, but his buddies were there to stop me, cutting off my escape. After a few minutes, they hopped on their bikes and dipped. I have no clue why. Maybe it was the yelling. But I looked down at my arm. My left arm below the wrist was cut halfway through. One of the bones was completely exposed, marrow and everything. My hand hanging uselessly at the end. I knew, immediately, I was in deep trouble. I didn't even feel a thing. I have a minor medical training, so I took note that no arteries were severed, but I was bleeding profusely and needed help. I went to the guest house nearby and asked the attendant for help. Poor thing looked faint when she saw me. She got me in her car and took me to the RAM hospital 100 yards away. Turns out the guy swung at me with a machete according to the doctor. I thought it was a cane or rod. So that's my story. It's important for me to say that I stayed in Thailand for about a year after this event, despite my pleas for me to get out of there and come home. I wasn't about to let that ruin my life. Anyway, I have full function of the arm and hand now. After 4 years of drinking to bury the memory, I'm happy to say I started therapy 6 months ago. I quit drinking entirely and was diagnosed with PTSD, obviously. I'm finally addressing the demon who's been hiding in the depths of my mind, and he has his days numbered. I used to work on a submarine. There are few things as unnerving and wondrous about the engine room, from 2300 to 0500, alone on watch. When the boat is largely shut down in port, it becomes very quiet. The roving watchers usually make it an hourly game to speed through their log racks, especially in the lower levels. One particular in port period, the boat was moored in Pearl Harbor, and a few people started complaining about feeling really uneasy. I was on mid-watch as the SEO on evening and senior chief came back to do his required 3 a.m. tour. We saw him walk past, maneuvering on his way to Shaft Alley. That particular senior chief was the crusty old salty type, and would usually spend a bit of time just sitting in the lower levels of the engine room alone to contemplate life, so we expected as much. What we didn't expect was to him to literally run into the maneuvering area a few minutes later. The man was pale-faced and breathing heavily. We sat up straight, our eyes wide, thinking he was about to have to announce and fight some ship casualty. He slumps into the Edo chair. A few tense but silent moments go by. We're on pins and needles. He finally opens his mouth to tell us he saw a ghost in the Shaft Alley. Swears a sailor passes by him as he's sitting on trash in the Shaft Alley. His first response was to call out to the guy to see who it was, but then he realized he wasn't dressed right. He described what the guy was wearing, the old World War II naval uniforms, so he quickly gets up and catches up to the guy, and he does, catches him all the way up. The guy turns towards the senior chief, looks right at him, then turns away, and literally walks through the arse end of the boat. It's now that the senior chief decides it's time to leave Shaft Alley, and promptly does so, swearing up and down that he knows what he saw. I sure as hell wasn't about to leave maneuvering that night to find out for myself. I was attacked in a friend's house by an ex-husband. He slit her throat and smashed my face with a box cutter, before hitting me over the head with a plate, knocking me out temporarily. He then lit the place on fire with us in it. I managed to wake up and drag her outside, and a neighbor called the police and ambulance. They caught him 2 days later, trying to end his life in a Ramada Inn. We both lived through it, and he is now serving a life sentence. I grew up in an old Victorian
Find
style
honeycomb.
house in Ida, South Carolina. Everything about that town and house and its surrounding area is just creepy. We saw and felt all kinds of weirdness in there, but that's only the beginning of my experiences. Hot spots, cold spots, apparition of a man who looked like he was dressed in a suit and a fedora, who always was with a young woman who was wearing a dress like an old school teacher from when the house used to be a boarding house, and the ghosts of people that had been lynched from an old pecan tree in my backyard. I'm used to seeing some messed up stuff at this point, and that's only part of it. Fast forward to 2014. I was enlisted into the US Navy and got assigned TAD to USS Stirrat, in between my A and C schools. I was coming back to the ship one night, and I see someone aloft. That's not right, no one's supposed to be aloft at night, but somebody's probably got an okay from it somewhere, so whatever. I see them walking around, then I get up to the brow, look up, and see no one. Guess they went in already. Didn't think anything about it, and the next morning we go underway. I went up to the smoke deck late one night, on that underway, and on my way there I see the upper half of a guy's face. I could see coveralls with his second-class crows visible through the porthole window of one of the airlock doors that you go through to go outside. I make eye contact and shuffle over to let him in. He shuffled over too. Okay, I'll open it, guy, whatever. I open it, look around, but don't see him. Maybe he went for another cigarette. I climb up there and see some other people in the dark, faces occasionally lit by the cherry from their cigarette, but I don't see the guy. I ask if anyone saw someone come up, because there was a guy that was about to hop through the airlock, but didn't. I just wanted to make sure he was okay. You saw him too, huh? Yeah, of course I did, I say. Is the guy here or what? Do we need to call man overboard? No, he's dead. Maybe not if we don't turn this around. No, another guy goes. I mean, he hung himself. What? Apparently, he was a control too, that got into a love triangle that went bad and he couldn't deal. So yeah, that happened. I was told to come over here and look up by one of the guys, and was shown the exact light he hung himself from. Apparently sometimes you can see him walking around there at night, and you always feel the cold spot right there. And I was shown where. Screw me. Anything else I ought to know, I asked? Yeah, let me show you Andrew Sterrett's sword. It'll always shock you though, no matter how many times you touch it. Or if you touch something metal beforehand. Apparently he killed a kid with it. Yeesh. Oh, you're a sonar tech, right? Yeah, man, I'm in our dive right now, but yeah. Okay, go ask Chief Moon about the skid. I think she's in sonar right now anyway. Okay, I'll bite. I head back down and go to the sonar room. Chief Moon was there and I asked her about the skid. Ah, hell no, that place freaks me out. Okay, but why? What's the story? I want to know. Well, I went down there one time to get pressure readings because I was an STG-1 at the time and was on duty. I saw a guy standing in the corner, back facing the ladder. I asked if he was okay and he didn't reply, so I booked it. Screw that. I never went down there at night. But wasn't somebody just messing with you? It sure as hell wasn't anyone that I recognized, so you tell me. And that's why I stayed the hell off there. I left a bit after that, and figured that I'd check up on the skids anyway to see for myself. I got down there, and when I touched the hatch, I felt the same weirdness from when I was a kid, and I went in anyway. Cut on the light and didn't see anything, but still felt that something was off. Everybody else that I asked said that down there is creepy, and they don't go anywhere near it unless they really have to. Those are just a few things I saw there. My old ship, USS Princeton, chased a UFO off once, off the coast of Baja, and I saw some sort of submerged disc thing on sonar once. That, and any time that we'd go over shipwrecks, I would get a weird feeling out on the smoke deck. Anyway, that's enough for now. I've got to get back to work.
Allow me to preface. At the time I was working nights in the munitions storage area, which is fenced off with barbed wire fencing. The whole area is pretty spread out, with multiple buildings and definitely large enough that you generally drove around to get to other buildings. Due to the nature of the job, the buildings are spread out with clear spaces between them. Anyway, the only people in the bomb dump on this night There were roughly 8 or so of us in my shop, and one guy in control that night. He was in another building, so we had a direct line to him on what we called the bat phone. This was in summer, around 2 or 3 a.m., and the air was very warm and very still with no breeze at all. And we all had the break room door open while we watched a movie. We were on flight line support standby and nothing was going on. Now the rumor was the small building we worked out of had been built by German prisoners of war during the war, and I know for a fact that there were some back then. It was small, with a main break room, small dispatch office through a doorway, and a couple of offices off that way. There were 2 doors, one in the break room and one on the same side of the building in the dispatch office, roughly 20 to 30 feet away from each other. Both had push bars on the inside, but only the break room door could be opened from the outside, as the dispatch door external latch was busted and only the internal bar worked. But all of us, minus the guy locked down in the control building for security, are in the break room, when suddenly a loud kerflunk, loud as hell, from the dispatch door in the next room. It was like someone was rushing through, slammed the push bar, and the door swung open, and then swung back shut after a few seconds with a slam. We looked at each other and started to check it out. We had mag lights in our crew books, so a few of them grabbed them and swept around the building from both directions. Another guy calls the controller on the bat phone, who picks up and denied that he was messing with us. There was no way he could have messed with us and made it back to his phone in time, let alone doing it without being seen or heard. Anyone with experience knows how sound carries at 3 a.m. in summer. You could hear the code keys being pressed hundreds of yards away, no joke. No way he hoofed it back to the building that fast, gone through all those halls, punched in his key code and got back to the phone in seconds. But the thing that got me was the damned bar. The door simply did not open from the outside, and we all heard the bar get pushed in hard. The door swings open, hangs there for a few seconds and shuts. There was absolutely no breeze, and had there been, it would have blown past us, sitting right in front of the door. As an aside, there would be a random time where I would go to pick up a trailer or something behind one of the other shops at the far end of the bomb dump. As soon as I stepped out of my truck to do inventory, I would get a super bad vibe, and I'm talking the heebie-jeebies, like no other. And as best I can describe it, it felt like something was right behind me and just hated me being there, just seething anger, rage, and hate, and it wouldn't go away until about 15 minutes after driving away from that building. One night, another driver who had arrived there shortly before I had a trailer asked if I had a weird feeling there, which I sure as hell did, and he corroborated it. All of this was on mid-shift, which was 11 to 7 a.m. I heard a few other people's stories about weird stuff that would happen at night, but since they're not my stories, I can't vouch. The only other things that happened to me was I swear I caught the clear silhouette of a guy walking in an open field between igloos. As I turned to punch in my gate code in the corner of my eye, I distinctly caught the motion of 2 legs and an arm sticking out, like someone mid-stride, but when I turned back, I saw no one. It might have been my mind playing tricks on me, but man, that place can be creepy. It's been 15 years now, and I still get chills just thinking about it.
I used to work in a bakery fairly early in the morning. My shift meant I had to come in at 3 a.m., and it often meant I'd be the only person there for a few hours, preparing the breads and whatnot. We opened at 7, so time was precious trying to set everything up for the morning rush of customers when everyone else got there. One of the things that really got to me, though, was the fact that I'm convinced the bakery was haunted. I'd only just started working there when I'd hear slight taps by the fridge. I'd look over to see if I had put something askew and that it was going to fall off, but there was never anything there. The noise persisted for a few weeks, and then slowly died away, like whatever had done it had grown bored. But the real horror was a few months into me working there. It was roughly 4 a.m. I hadn't had a lot of sleep, as my boyfriend had been over that night, and we'd been watching movies late into the night, much to my regret. I remember groggily kneading my dough while listening to something on the radio, when all of a sudden a blood-piercing scream came from the toilets. It sounded like that of a young boy. That woke me the hell up. I instantly stopped what I was doing, instinctively brushed my hands on my apron, and started making my way towards the toilets. I shouted out tentatively if anyone was there, but I couldn't hear another thing. Now, this place is small, and it took me a whole 3 seconds to get to where the toilets were located after I put my hands all over my apron. No one. I sat on one of the chairs near the toilet area behind a wall to see if anyone was going to emerge, but nothing. I grew bored, washed my hands, and had a good look around the place but couldn't find a thing. That really freaked me out. I went back to my duties, thoroughly creeped, and had the music on high the rest of the time.
Find a
before anyone
honeycomb. So
I
all the
really
bee-
wanted to ask one of my co-workers if they'd ever heard anything. So I went to one that I got along with really well and asked her straight up if there was anything spooky that happened here at the bakery. She gave me a smile and asked if I'd seen the little boy yet. She said that she'd seen the boy a few times while closing and asked if I'd seen him too. I shook my head and said that I heard something. She commented that he's quite vocal at night and to not be frightened. I quit shortly after that. Too spooky for me. When I was living overseas, a man broke into my apartment. He came through the window of my studio apartment about 5 to 5:30 in the morning. Thankfully, I was awake. He started to go attack me and strangle me, and I was able to fight him off, getting up to my feet onto his chest and pushing with all my strength. This happened a few times. The only thing that he would say is, "You die," repeatedly. He was slender, and I don't think he was very prepared, and I didn't think he would have expected me to fight back. Partway through this, when I realized that he wasn't giving up, is when I really started to get scared, and think to myself that I needed a plan to get out of there. My friend lived next door, so I decided I was going to make a run for it. Once I stood up, he backed out of the window. I grabbed my glasses and my phone and ran to my friend's apartment. Thankfully, she was awake. I told her what happened and she was like, "You have to call the police." By this time, shock was starting to set in for some reason and my brain was yelling, "Okay, so nothing happened here, I'm fine." But she kept reiterating I needed to call them. So, I decided to call one of my co-workers who spoke English really well and ask her. The co-worker was horrified at what happened and called immediately, and said that she was going to call the police for me and call me back. Once the police arrived, she acted as a translator to tell them exactly what happened. But I really hope he never tried that again. This happened to me when I was a young Girl Scout, probably around 6 or 7 in the early 2000s. My group and I were going door to door to sell cookies, and we were all walking in groups of 2 to go up to different houses, with the adult leader at the very back of the line. My partner and I went to a house with a woman who answered. She was probably in her 50s and wearing a long, old-fashioned nightgown. We asked if she wanted cookies, and she said yes, but that she would have to grab her wallet. She asked if we wanted to take a step inside while she went to get it, and we said that would be fine. The adult leader was nowhere around at this point. I assumed she was lagging behind with some of the other girls. Then she said something along the lines of, "Oh, I have some cats in the basement. Do you like kitties? Do you want to see the kitties?" And I love cats. Even to this day, 20 years later, they're still my favorite animal. So I begin to take some steps towards the basement door,
doesn't like it.
and I see the dark steps going down. Just as I'm about to take the first step down, I feel a hand yank back at the coat that I was wearing, around the neck area. It was the adult leader of the group. She was yelling at the woman, but she pulls me and the other Girl Scouts out the house. Not sure if I would have been murdered that day. I have a brief memory of the woman apologizing profusely, saying stuff like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't even consider that." But after reading many true crime books and consuming content like this, I know now how unsafe it actually was to go door to door selling cookies. It makes me pause and think about how badly that could have turned out for me. I'm an Air Force member. At my old base, McChord Air Force Base, there is a building known as the Castle, and it is the main hub for the base. I worked there for 4 years, and I experienced something on 2 occasions. The first, I had stayed up late to finish some work and emails, and I was the last one in the office. From down the hall I heard talking that sounded like my supervisor and another airman speaking. I walked down that way on my way out to say bye, and as I turned the corner the talking stopped and no one was there. I hightailed it out of there. The second happened at my desk. I had gone in on a weekend to work on a project, and while sitting at my desk I heard a male's voice whisper out, "Get out," into my ear. I was completely alone, and I have never been more freaked out in my life. I never worked in that office again. When I was in Israel, I saw something. My folks and I were chilling about 10 p.m. enjoying the cool evening looking at stars when they became obscured by a giant black triangular shape that passed over. I said, "What the hell is that?" We all looked and waved, and it spotlighted the entire city block as if to say hello back. Or was it getting a better look at us? It made a quiet hum as it passed and turned west, moving very slowly.
I was on one roof on post with another Marine, and on the building next to mine was a dude smoking a cigarette. I looked at my partner and mentioned it, and when we looked again he was gone. The roof access door for that building was very rusty and loud, so there's no way he snuck out in those few seconds. So, I don't understand how he just vanished into nothingness.
When I was in my early 20s and living in Chicago, I wasn't making much money. When I found this apartment, it was too good to be true. The top floor of a duplex with 6 rooms for $775 a month. The agent who showed me the apartment stressed it to me that the landlords were very religious. I didn't have a problem with that, even if it did sound ominous. The landlords were an elderly couple that lived downstairs. They seemed okay at first. When I saw them in the yard, they'd smile at me. I took good care of the house. Then, when they saw I was having my boyfriend over, things really started to get weird. One day I was in my office writing when I heard a knock at the door. I open it, and it's the old lady from downstairs. Before I can say hello, she says to me, "Have you ever gotten an abortion?" I shut the door in her face. No thanks. This was a colossal mistake. The house was laid out kind of weird. There was a door at the bottom of a flight of stairs that I thought led to a communal laundry room, but after accidentally opening it once, I discovered it led directly into my landlord's living room, and I learned this the hard way. I was in my kitchen cooking. My boyfriend was at work and I was by myself when I heard what sounded like the click of a door. "Okay," I say out loud. "What the hell was that?" I really didn't make the connection. It could have been the door that led to their living room. I walk into their hallway and look around. I didn't see anyone at the end of the hallway, and I poke my head into all the rooms and no one's there.
Crocodiles
Then
got
I look
stuck
down the
in
staircase
stone.
leading into their house, and the neighbor lady is standing there staring at me. I screamed. She flinched and stepped back into her apartment and swung the door shut. After that, every time I left the house, and I spent every possible moment out of the house after the incident, I would come back and something would have been moved. A window would be shut. Once the shower was dripping and my towel was damp. I couldn't lock the door because since it was technically a door to their house, they were the ones with the key. The knocking got so frequent, 3 to 4 times a day, that me and my boyfriend propped up an old mattress so that we wouldn't hear it while we slept. The second to last straw was when I opened the door for work and the stairs were gone. I physically could not leave my house because there were no stairs. They had been dismantled and were sitting on their porch. I called them repeatedly, but they didn't answer. Finally, their son came out of the house and explained that they were remodeling their porch. He told me that I had to cut through their apartment downstairs. I descended the stairs and opened the door, and they were both sitting at their filthy kitchen table staring. The phone was in the cradle. They must have heard it. They kept staring at me with this blank look on their face. I crossed their kitchen and left from the back door. A few days later, I came home from my job and noticed the bathroom floor was almost completely flooded, like someone had left the faucet on or the shower on. The old woman, seeing that I had come home, came upstairs and knocked, screamed at me that I had flooded the bathroom and that her son had come to fix it. I was so run down at this point that I told her it was okay. Her son comes by a few hours later, and he is stupid drunk. I open the door and tell him that I need an hour or so before he comes, and he picks something up and swings it at me. It was a massive wrench. I somehow duck out of the way and he stumbles over, and I book it down the narrowly repaired stairs as quickly as possible and call the cops. They come by and take down a complaint, but claim since there was no physical contact they couldn't do anything. I later learnt that the old couple has a daughter on the force. In the middle of the night, me, my boyfriend, and several of his friends packed all of our stuff into a Chevy Astro. We lived in hotels in the van for a month until we found another house. They never attempted to contact us again.
I got to my first unit in the army after basic combat training and AIT. A buddy from basic got there at the same time, and we were put in the same room. The building was about 3 years old, so it was modern, 2-bedroom, shared kitchen on the left and bathroom on the right. My room, and then back to the left. Homie's room back and to the right. His door had this official US Army crime scene tape around the edges. Being curious fresh privates, we asked the senior specialist what it was about, to which they would just skirt around any kind of answer and leave. Fast forward a few months, Homies moved into his new platoon hallway, and my Navajo buddy from basic moved in. By this point, the crime scene tape was removed. He's a traditional Navajo, fairly spiritual type, and starts telling me he gets odd feelings from the room. I'm kind of creeped out by it, because of all the tape, but not terribly worried. Fast forward again, probably about a year in the same room. Homie is at an early morning appointment. I wake up and do my pre-private grooming. His door is slightly cracked, which isn't unusual for him. His toothbrush is left by the bathroom sink, which he usually keeps in his room. I don't think anything of it. He must have just been in a rush, I tell myself. I do a solid of putting his toothbrush where it usually sits in his room, and leave the door in the same position I found it, about an inch open. I go back to the mirror to start my shave, when in the reflection I see his door slam open, slam closed, slam open, and finally crack about an inch to where it started. I immediately left and got an arse chill for not shaving. I went on a third date with a guy I met online. Everything up to this point seemed totally normal. We had talked for months before actually meeting due to the pandemic, so at this point I'd almost known him for 6 months. After the date, I invited him over, and honestly my intention was to sleep with him that night. But once we got upstairs I just wasn't feeling it, and told him I wanted to wait. He agreed and said he thought he should go. I walked him to the door, but when I turned around he pushed me up against the wall and started being really rough. I thought he was joking, until he pulled me to the ground and pinned me. Once I realized what was going on, I started and struggled like hell. His eyes turned black, and I could tell he was enjoying seeing me scared. So I tried negotiating, begging, crying, and fighting. He was like a robot on autopilot. At that point, to stop me from struggling, he just started to hit me as hard as he could in the face and head, and I played dead until he stopped. He was so turned on by this act
and it took a split second for him to just get up and leave me there thinking I was either unconscious or dead. I reported it. They got DNA, but he was never caught. Turned out everything he told me about himself was fake, and his phone was a burner. To this day, I have no idea who he is or if he'll ever come back to hurt me again. I just had bought a condo, so I didn't want to move, but seriously considered it. Luckily, the building was already in the midst of having more security cameras and additional security measures installed. I got an alarm system, even though my floor is elevator locked and needs a fob to access. But you can never be too careful. Ladies, please be careful while online dating. I guess the moral of the story is make sure you
Goes for
really
guys,
know
too.
someone before being alone with them. Ask for ID, Google them, check their names and details add up, do a criminal record search, and don't be afraid to ask. It's not rude or weird. It's better to be safe than dead. I was taking my shift in the guard tower at our fire base in Afghanistan one clear night. Through my night vision, I saw something hovering above an LP/OP we had about a kilometer from our base. It appeared to have lights on the edges of a triangular craft, and it looked like it was dropping flares over the guys. However, without the night vision, I couldn't see the craft or the flares at all. I radioed in, and they said that they couldn't see anything. The craft and the flares then vanished. I also saw a very large circular craft without lights pass over FOB Ghazni that was being chased by a bunch of choppers, and a guy that glowed when viewed through my night vision stepped into a bush in an empty field and vanished.
I was a young sergeant in 2006, stationed at Fort Bliss. Right outside of Fort Bliss was a training area that was near the Biggs airfield. We were guarding some equipment overnight, so the company wouldn't have to stay. It was me and one private. I told him he would take shifts patrolling, and since we weren't allowed to have cars out there, the other would nap in his car. I woke up to my soldier knocking on my window in complete panic. It scared me at first. Private. Sergeant, wake up! There's a UFO out there! What? The private points in the direction, and I sure as hell see these lights that seem like they were floating around and then vanishing. It took me a moment as I'd just woken up. That's the Franklin Mountain Range. You're looking at the cars driving on the scenic route. The cars would be visible and then disappear when they went around the corner, only to turn to appear again when they came back round. I was very agitated at first, but by the next day, it was by far the funniest experience I'd had while at the military.
I spent about 6 years in the Navy and had quite a few odd paranormal experiences while there. I lived in 2 different barracks while I was there and had friends in another building. All 3 of them had weird goings on. The first one was in a room shared with one other girl. My bed was against the left-hand wall, and on the right-hand wall were the doors to the bathroom and a double set of closets with mirrors on the doors. I remember waking up more than once that night to see what I thought was the dark outline of a shadow in the mirror, sort of standing close to the bed. On other nights I could see a shadowy figure moving in the bathroom. The second building was much nicer. I had a room to myself but shared a joint kitchen and bathroom with the other person, though I didn't see anything in that place. She and I could both hear things moving around the other person's room when there shouldn't have been anyone there. And no, it wasn't the cockroaches, though we did find some gnarly big boys dead in the bathroom. The third building was one in which a couple of friends lived. They both did not know each other, but confided to me separately that they had eerily similar dreams of something that lived in the walls and would tap against them. Both of them claimed to have seen shadows moving around their room. So one of the buildings that I worked out of was the only remaining wing of what had been, back in the day, the Naval Hospital Pearl Harbor, way back when it was first constructed. was this huge building, with two long wings several stories high and a gnarly basement. Now it's just one dilapidated building in a parking lot. Knowing that it was a hospital in Pearl Harbor, I'm sure you can piece together the history. But let me elaborate. During the attack on Pearl Harbor, it was used as triage and as a morgue. Several hundred bodies were brought there within the first several hours alone, for later identification and burial. 960 casualties to pass through on that one day. And fast forward to now. There is a 24/7 watch stood up in the building, and that includes the usual stuff. Sitting at the desk, answering phones, going on robes, which is all well and good until it's after hours, and only you and a few other people are left in the building, and you're the sad little E3, E4 who has to rove alone. You'd be the only one in that specific part of the building, and would hear footsteps, muffled voices, and get really uncomfortable feelings of being watched. People complained about getting their hair tugged in the basement. In the hour span between two rows, I once had the shower in the basement male locker room turn on. I heard voices, disembodied coughing, the footsteps, cold spots in weird places, a horrible feeling of being watched, and after that I never used a specific drinking fountain, and I found out later that it was a problem area, and a lot of people had a similar feeling too. There was also the time that I was locked in the bathroom by a phantom. That was fun. There are also some buildings on Ford Island, which are definitely creepy. I think what makes it worse is that they are abandoned, and a lot of the buildings still have damage that was never repaired. Though I have to say the spookiest thing that happened to me on Ford Island was when my dad visited. We were driving around and he insisted on stepping out of the car near the brig, you know, for the photo op. I was working in an ice cream slash fast food slash grocery store when I was 18, wearing headphones and doing dishes when a ragged middle-aged man caught my attention. He was enraged from a high-speed wreck, and he had come into the front of the store, carrying a broom and a knife he had grabbed while in the restaurant. He caught me off guard and wrapped his arms around my neck and dragged me to where the whole lobby can see and shouts, "This boy's gonna die tonight." An off-duty cop happened to be in the lobby and begins somehow trying to negotiate or something while women are screaming and running. The man dragged to the back of the store in a corner where he forces me to lay directly on top of his body and shouts demands at the cop. He told me to scream out for help. He half-assed fish-hooked me, fake eye-gouged me, and smeared his blood all over my face. Eventually I see a SWAT team show up, and they're peeking through the shelves with big guns. For a brief moment, my captor had to rearrange his grip on the knife, so I took a risk and disarmed him with a quick hand twist and slid away between a nearby officer's leg. He was shot 3 times immediately, and I ran outside. The whole thing lasted between 35 to 45 minutes. I always felt that this incident had a bit of a suicide by police angle, because the man didn't even cut me. He fake eye-gouged me and fake fish-hooked me, all to look threatening and dangerous, even with guns aimed at him. And in my heart, I felt somewhat sympathetic. He seemed so desperate. Also a police violence angle. Ultimately, I disarmed the man fully and escaped before he was shot. And also the particular officer that pulled the trigger had shot a dog in the past. The whole thing started in a different county, and the police allowed the high-speed chase to cross county lines before he eventually had a high-speed wreck in front of the ice cream store. So I served in the Marines from 2014 to 2016, and did one tour of Afghanistan. My best friend and I, Lance Corporal Sean Travers, were stationed together in Camp Dwyer for a short amount of time to help with standard survey and watch. One day we went on a route convoy to deliver supplies to a unit about 30 kilometers away. Long story short, we came across a building while a sandstorm was developing towards the west. We were ordered to seek shelter until the sandstorm passed. Now when I say building, I mean this was a building that looked incredibly out of place.
We were essentially in what I would call a small valley, and the nearest village was 3 to 4 clicks away. After about 10 minutes, we scanned the building and found no civils or combatants. 2 Marines were outside standing near the wall that was in front of the building, and 2 were on the roof, while the rest of us ate some chow and were just chatting on the second floor. There were 4 floors, by the way. Then we heard shots fired. The same over the radio. We scrambled and got our gear. I went to the window, which was next to a door leading to a balcony of sorts. After what seemed like hours, we finally stopped hearing fire and received the cease order. We were told to check ammo and for wounded, and to check the eliminated targets. I went to go look out for Sean and couldn't reach him on radio. I looked through the entire building and couldn't find him. I went to my squad leader, and I was told he was last seen at the corner wall near the left of the building. I am sorry to say that I did find my friend and called for a corpsman, but was unable to stop the bleeding that was coming from his neck. I did everything I could to keep him alive. I applied pressure and tried to keep him conscious, but unfortunately I had to hold my nearest and dearest friend in my arms as he took his final breaths on Earth. I held him for as long as I could, before the corpsman finally told me he was really gone, and I watched over his remains until we got to base. Now that the sad part is told, I can tell you the paranormal part. It's been 6 years since my friend and fellow brother passed away, and ever since I left country and left the Marines, I've seen him in my dreams. And while I've been awake, I feel like I'm going crazy, but I also feel like it's my PTSD causing me to hallucinate. But I see him not in a bad way sometimes. I see him in dress blues, or Charlie sometimes. I occasionally see him with his Texas rodeo, complete with cowboy boots and hat to match, or dripping Copenhagen straight, or while in full combat gear with his M16. One day I was sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with my wife, who was 6 months pregnant, and I hear clear as day the word, "Hi," as if someone were inches away from me, right near my ear and whispering. I recently saw him at the grocery store of all places, and he gave me a half salute and walked and faded away. I don't know if he's maybe a sort of guardian angel now watching over me. Either way, I want to feel really open-minded about people's opinions about whether I'm seeing things, or whether I should go lock myself in a nut house.
I work for a medical examiner and used to be on the graveyard shift alone. The first night I was on, at midnight on the dot, our air systems shut off, which caused the vents to warp. That sounded like someone running through the vents in the ceiling on all fours. Thankfully I got used to it, but it definitely was creepy at first. Another night we lost power, and stupid me watching a horror movie, working so hard almost crapped myself when everything went dark, and knowing that a room with about 30 dead bodies in it was walking distance away. That one I stayed in my car for. Not to mention the constant, long, dark, red-lit hallways. Glad I'm not an overnight worker now. I worked in Arlington National Cemetery while I was in the army. The tomb guard always talked about seeing or just hearing soldiers marching some nights. We were cataloging graves one night, when I thought I saw a soldier and my team up ahead, so I called over to him. He answered from behind me. When I looked back, the other soldier was gone. I'm a skeptic, and I believe everything paranormal has a real-world explanation, but I'm still trying to figure that one out. I was stationed while in the Navy at El Centro, California. I was part of the Auxiliary Security Forces, back then for a few years. One night, during force protection drills, which we were required to man the base as if we were being attacked, wearing that huge Darth Vader-like blue brain bucket along with your best friend's sidearm M16 and other laughing-like gear. I got lucky and stood an 8-hour watch with a friend. As we were patrolling the water treatment section of the base, we started hearing what appeared to be drums or war drums in the distance, coming from the north. This base is in the middle of nowhere, so we chalked it up to machinery echoes at 3 a.m. Right? While we were roving back south, we could hear it coming from the south, so we stopped and started to watch the south and west side of the base because it appeared to be following us. So we radioed dispatch for assistance as the drums started sounding louder and closer. A single unit showed up with a DoD civilian police officer and an actual master of arms and pointed all their SUV lights towards the area where it appeared the noise was coming from. We waited about 20 minutes before silence came over. Right after that, the drum beats re-emerged from the north side. We freaked out a little bit, but at this point we just went back to kicking rocks while the unit went to investigate. We started putting two and two together and just let it go. It wasn't every night you could hear it, and it was mostly random.
One time I was at an Air Force base in the ROKs, and we had a power outage at night. All of us walked out to our hangar doors to see what the problem was, and we saw a very large triangular shape passing over our hangar. It was a clear moonless night previously, and when we went outside to look, we noticed the starscape being covered then slowly uncovered. No sound associated with the event, other than the normal sounds of the location, and I'll never forget it.
Ah.
I was around 7 years old, and I'm a boy, when I made friends with a neighbor girl, and we would frequently play together. She had an older brother that was around 12 to 13 who would babysit us during these hangouts. One day my parents let me go over to their place on my own, as their house was in spitting distance of ours, but the brother was the only one home. He assured me that his sister would be home soon, so he lured me out to the backyard. The background, the house was completely fenced in, and all backyard had a tree line surrounding it. He told me to wait by the swings, which I did, and all of a sudden he charged at me with a sledgehammer. I fell in on my back in fear, and his swing landed between my legs into the ground. I ran as fast as I could to my house. My parents, to this day, say it was just horseplay, but I'll never forget the look in his eyes after he missed that swing. The following story takes place in Fort Dix, New Jersey. My aunt, grandmother, and also my mother, uncle, and grandfather, when they were all alive, all claimed there was something demonic there, especially in and around the officer housing. Apparently, a mess of officers didn't want to stay in the provided houses, and the enlisted asked if they could swap. Grandpa was enlisted and heard about this, and moved himself and his family into one of the houses. Everyone claims that even in the summer, the house wouldn't get above the low 60s. The brightest light bulbs would hardly provide much light, and the dog refused to go into the basement, and the cat litter pans would be flipped. My mother swore she would see shadow people watching her from around corners, and my aunt had one pusher while she was in the shower. My uncle had the choice to either have the entire basement to himself or the small office as his bedroom, and he picked the first option. He began sleeping in the living room after getting his feet grabbed when he would go down the basement steps. He mentioned after having a fight with Grandpa that something kept pushing its fingers into his bruises, and he woke up with more cuts and scrapes than he went to bed with. Everyone would always have some sort of scratch or bruise that they didn't remember getting. Grandma and Grandpa mentioned knowing that it was going on, but tried to continue on without acknowledging it.
I was out in the middle of the Pacific on deployment in 2016, in the smoke pit about 1 a.m. Beautiful, clear night, so a bunch of us are watching the stars. There's zero light pollution out there, and the sky is amazing at night. There was this one bright light that hadn't moved since we got there, when all of a sudden, it flew across the sky super fast, stopped instantly at another point for about 30 seconds before zipping off across the sky, making a turn at an impossible speed, the sharpness, and zooming off and then disappearing. Everyone up there saw it and were all like, yep, that was a UFO.
I was in a club with a girl who I think was called Caroline, and since I'm not sure, and it was 28 years ago, I will continue to refer to her as Caroline. It was going well, except that I was very drunk, and when we were outside to spend some time together, I sat in a bench and puked. She sat with me a while and wanted to walk me home, but I do not handle vomiting very well, and it was her night, with lots of friends at the club. So I insisted she go back in and I walk it off back home. As we separated, a man came from the shadows with a knife, the sort of knife that has no real use apart from stabbing people. It turns out the club Browns had a gay night on a Thursday, and he was out to murder a homosexual. It was the very early 90s, and queer bashing was sadly still a thing. He was very clear in outlining his plan, and explained to me why he was going to do it, and in my drunken state, I tried to argue that the club was not a gay club and I was not gay. Anyway, look, I had been there with Caroline. He was having none of it, and he worked himself up to this, and was visibly shaking with anxious excitement. He was going to knife me in the face, because I was giving money to a club that supported homosexuality. Also, I was English, which in his nationalist Scottish mind was absolute proof that I was a homosexual. I argued that I was leaving the awful place, walking away, so I was the good guy, not my finest hour. Why not worry about Caroline instead, since she was going back in there with more cash? I was very, very drunk, and while I fully recognized what was going on, I truly did not associate it with any fear of the outcome. It was like watching a scene in a video game. Anyway, this chap asked me which one was Caroline, and I said, "Here, give me the knife, I'll do it." And he did, and I threw it on the roof and walked home. In the morning I remembered it, but was not even sure if it had really happened. But that night I met up with everyone, and I was some sort of hero, although I really was not. I was an idiot. The highlight in this storytelling was that I had thrown the knife right up into the gutter. It was a pitched roof. Lobbing a knife onto it was not a reliable method of disposing of it, so it should have just come right back down, and then I walked away very calmly. In reality, I turned the way I had thrown the knife, felt a bit sick about it, forgot all about the chap who was going to stab me with it. His decision upon losing the knife was to wander quietly away, saved me much more than any of my own actions, some which appear incredibly cowardly in the light of day. Last year I was roughly 50 miles off the coast of New York, and I saw one extremely bright light in the sky which I assumed was a light from the shore, when it dawned on me that it didn't make sense due to how far offshore was. I grabbed the binoculars for a closer look. Crazy thing was, I could not figure out if this was 2 miles or 20 miles away. It looked like a giant, burning ball in the sky, wasn't very high, and I just knew it wasn't a plane. I thought maybe some military flare exercise, but ruled that out because it was not descending. After about 5 to 10 minutes of trying to figure out what the damn thing was, it was gone. Just myself and one other guy was standing there, watching on the bridge. It was around 3 to 4 a.m. We were so confused and stunned when it was just gone. It didn't burn up or slowly fade, just flat out disappeared.
I work at the US Air Force. I'm not allowed to say what I do, but my frame flew in Vietnam and carried dead bodies back, and after Vietnam it was repurposed. All of the older frames from that era are supposedly haunted from dead soldiers. I've spent mid-shift, midnight to 7 a.m. on these frames, and I've heard people scream out in pain. I've asked for a tool and had someone hand it to me, and then turn around and they were gone. Multiple times you'll hear someone's name being called. I don't believe in ghosts, but those frames creep the hell out of me. This happened to a friend of mine. She went to university with me, and she always seemed relatively level-headed. But then she got into the escort scene, and her
behavior started to act up. She was making loads of money, and instead of paying off her uni debt like I said she should, she began splashing out on loads of stuff. But she was relatively young, so I kind of get it. Anyway, one day she tells me that she's agreed to meet this guy as an escort, go out with him a few hours, and that she might meet us at clubs later, but she'll tell me how it goes. I don't hear from her that night, and come home, and don't think anything more of it. The next day, she's not at uni. She wasn't around campus, but I didn't find that particularly odd. It's not until the news hits, and I see her face on the news. Turns out the guy who she had been escorting with had taken her to his apartment. She had gone all the way up, and something or other had happened, and she ended up squeezing herself out of a narrow window 30 stories up and plummeting to her death. After a while, 2 people were charged with murder. It was a couple in around their 30s. The police suspected the man had escorted my friend, and then his girlfriend or partner or whatever had showed up and was angry. Something or other happened, and maybe they murdered her, but wanted to cover it up, and so threw her body out the window. The thing that never adds up, though, is that the window, according to the police report, was really small. She would have had to have dived in head first and then squeeze her body really hard, like she wanted to kill herself. So if someone wanted to stop her, they could have easily pulled her out. No. I think these people must have done something, and they wanted to get rid of her quickly. So when they were done doing what they needed to do, they just threw her out the window and called it suicide. I don't believe they were ever charged, and it always pisses me off. My friend is gone. Be careful what you do out there, girls. I am a Canadian Army officer. I work in a garrison that's been around for a while. It has actually been in service since before World War II. In one of the old hangars, which is now demolished, there used to be airplanes there. We had our mess, bars where we would grab a drink, and in the officers' mess, there was a Bible, a very old Bible, that no one knew exactly where it came from, but it looked old. Everyone that has worked around that Bible has heard or seen weird stuff. It started with the following routine. Every once in a while, we would find this old Bible thrown around in a complete mess. The Bible, which was next to 2 other more recent ones, would be in a glass display which was in a locker. We found it super weird, but there's a civilian airport literally next to our base, so we thought maybe the vibrations of airplanes caused this. We even changed the direction of the camera to try and catch if someone was messing with the Bible, but we never saw anything. Then one day we had to do some removes, and there were these huge cylindrical paper towers, very, very heavy, and for some reason I can't quite remember, we left the 3 Bibles on the top of one of the cylinders. Well, the day after the cylinders were down, they were thrown, and the Bibles were thrown not far from where the cylinders fell. I'm talking 6'1" cylinders, and that cylinder was heavy as hell. In another occurrence, there were 2 female NCOs working near the stand, where the Bible was with 2 others on a Tuesday night shift. The floor was made of a kind of old wood/plastic, which our boots made it very easy to know where someone was coming. So the 2 girls, Master Corporal and Corporal, were in different rooms. The Master Corporal was focused when she suddenly hears boots running right next to her, close to the door entrance. Of course, the light was low. The building was very old and never had great lighting. She turned super fast and asked the corporal if it was her, but she just passed next to her. She yelled in the other room that it wasn't. No need to say that they left the building really fast. There have been a lot of occurrences like that. There's even a captain that refused to touch it and made privates move it instead. The building was demolished maybe 3 years ago now, and we never heard back from that devilish book. My friend's dad used to run a bodega somewhere in South America. He never never did tell me where, but the events that happened disturbed me no end. One day his dad was just in the shop minding his own business. It was around 10 o'clock at night, and he was just getting ready to close up shop and go have his dinner with his wife. The house was connected to the shop, and just as he's about to do a few errands and tidy up before closing, a young man of about 23 busts into the shop. He immediately pulls a gun on this guy's dad and tells him that he wants all the money in the register. The dad laughs and says that he has very little today and that he's wasting his time. But this kid doesn't take no for an answer or a joke and immediately unloads his weapon into my dad's friend. Suffice to say, he didn't make it. The kid makes off with a couple of dollars worth of stuff and is caught 2 days later. He was sentenced to a long time in prison for his actions, and I don't know if he's out yet. My friend was very young when this happened, so he never really knew his dad.
Around 2015, I was in the truck training a new airman on flight line driving at night when we were doing a routine inspection on the equipment out there. He knew what he was doing, so I just stargazed like I like to. It was a clear night, so it was perfect. After a minute, I noticed the stars were disappearing in clusters and reappearing after a second, and realized something really dark and large was gliding over the top of us. I told my co-worker to look at it, and he saw it too. It was this giant crescent-shaped thing just flying silently overhead, west away from the mountains. It was seriously bizarre. I've never seen anything like it before, and still have no idea what it was. I should probably ask him if he remembers it.
My old barrack room in the Marines was a living nightmare. I have a lot of stories from it, but I want to share this first occurrence. So, I was stationed on Camp Pendleton at the time, and grew up near there, so I'd often go and see my parents at their house on weekends, and even some weeknights. If I went home, then I'd wake up at around 4:30 to 5 in the morning, then drive back to base for PT. If I got there early with time to spare, I'd take a quick nap in the barracks room. This was one of those mornings. I shared the barracks room with a roommate, but he was home on leave at the time. Anyway, I was napping in my room when I felt someone shake me awake. I sat up in bed a little confused because my very first thought was that my mum was shaking me awake at home because I'd overslept. But I was in my barrack room, so I just kind of brushed it off and laid back down. I was laying on my side, with my back to the wall. Shortly after I closed my eyes, I felt something sit on the edge of the bed in front of my feet. I thought my brains must have been playing tricks on me, when I felt this thing get up, walk around the bed, and sit behind my feet. So, it's now sitting between my feet and the wall. I'm very creeped out. I'm still laying there wide awake, but eyes closed, not really reacting. The thing then starts crawling up the bed, like I'm feeling the bed indenting as their hands and knees move upwards. In my head, I'm telling myself to let it get to your head and see what happens. But it gets to my belly button, I freak out. I throw my hand over there and flip the light on, trying to rationalize it, thinking it's a cat or a rat. But of course there's nothing. So I just take off and drive to the parking lot, where I have a nap in my car instead. I have a schizophrenic brother who started an argument when we were in our late teens over my dad giving me his old iPhone. He decided a rational tactic was to chase me with a chainsaw, then try to chainsaw my car. The police came, but not before he broke my mother's ribs. I've had an intervention order against him since, and no longer consider him family. Our buildings were haunted. Now I say buildings and not building, because I managed to spend minimum one night in every barracks at basic training, due to a string of really unfortunate injuries that have nothing to do with this story. We heard voices during lights out. You could hear someone going up and down the central stairway. It was 3 stories, and it would echo like hell. Upon inspection, there was nothing out there. Our stuff would also move about. One of the lads had his inspection out on an empty bed, and by morning it had all been thrown around the room. I would have suspected our corporals, but normally the damage was localized within your specific area. This was all over the room. I've got to say the weirdest one for me was when I saw a guy walking up the stairs as I was coming back from a smoke at 2 a.m. I called out to him and ran up to catch him up, and he just vanished. No doors open, nothing, just simply gone. I didn't recognize them, and they didn't have the standard number 2 all over haircut, so it definitely wasn't one of our lads. Who knows? I work the evening shift at a hospital that is believed to be, at least by 90% of the staff, haunted. I'm part of the 90%. You see, there have been horror stories about every building, floor, and pretty much every part of the campus. I mostly wander around alone as a housekeeper, and that makes it much worse. At least when my mind is on it. Usually I try not to think about it. My personal experience was back in the ultrasound wing of the radiology clinic. By the time I get around to that area, the lights automatically dim, and there isn't anything I can do about it. It's always spooky back there at night, so I usually just get done with what I need to do and move on. The place is kind of shaped like a J, like a long hallway that curves around. On the inner side of the curve, there's a dressing room that opens up to a mammography suite, and then opens again at the top of the J. If you're standing at the bottom of the J, you can see through the doors of both rooms to the top of the J. I was standing back there, trying to bag on my cart, when something moved in the corner of my eye. I looked up, and through the dressing and mammo rooms, to the other doorway opposite me. I vividly remember it like it was yesterday. A male figure walks past the door right before my eyes. I literally watched it amble slowly across my field of vision. There were no male ultrasound techs here, and it was not my boss. It looked like it was wearing dark clothing, had long hair, but was definitely male. I snapped out of it and ran over to see if some freak had wandered in, but there wasn't anyone. I grabbed my stuff and ran out without finishing all the work, because screw that. Another story, which isn't my personal experience, comes from the second floor of the hospital. The second floor has nothing but offices and computer labs, all adjacent to one corridor that spans the entire length of the building. On one end is a set of elevators, and on the other, a pair of double doors that opens into a computer lab. This floor is infamous for being the domain of something the workers affectionately call Matilda. The first story I heard about her was from a co-worker who knew someone who worked on that floor. He came in for whatever reason doing office stuff and was going home late one night. He walks out of the office and starts towards the elevators when something catches his eye, so he turns towards the computer lab. At the end of the hallway, there was what looked like a patient peeking into the lab. He walks towards her and asks her who she is and what floor she came from. She turns around, and she has no face. The office guy is frozen in place, scared out of his mind. He wants to run away, but he doesn't want to turn his attention away from whoever or whatever is staring him down at the other end of the hall. What does he do instead? He closes his eyes as tight as he can, and after several seconds or minutes or however long it was, he opens them, and she's gone. He says he's never ran as fast in his life as he did that night, straight outside without ever looking back. Another Matilda happening was when one of the managers left a tape recorder going in his office, also on the second floor, because he wanted to see if he could catch any weird noises or voices. The next day I'm walking by his office with a co-worker, and he calls us in there and plays the recording to see if we hear it. After forever with nothing, a faint voice comes in and says, "Turn it off." That was spooky as hell. I've got another story. I'm in the MRI suite right now where my friend, Sandra, told me she had a scary experience. Like the ultrasound area, MRI can sometimes give off a creepy vibe. I've never seen anything back here personally, but Sandra has. She told me about a time where she had come in late one night to prep the MRI. The suite is shaped like a W, with the middle wedge representing the computer workstation, and the outer ones being the MRI rooms themselves. On opposite sides of the workstation, there are windows looking into the rooms, and you can see the reflection of the window behind you in the one in front of you. She was back here alone that night, prepping the machine and half asleep. It began to dawn on her that something felt wrong, and she began to experience a feeling of dread. Whatever it was made her feel so uncomfortable and restless that she snapped out of it and woke up. She looks up into the window, into the suite, and sees a silhouette of a figure standing in the corner. She doesn't know what the hell it is. Thinking, she sees things, but remembers how I said, you can see the reflection of one window in that other? She realizes that the figure isn't standing in the corner of that room, but is rather standing in front of the other window behind her, just staring at her. Let's set the background first. I grew up in a very rural area. My parents have a pretty big piece of land with a nice two-story farmhouse in the middle of it. To the south of the house is a peach orchard. The west is where the driveway is. It goes through an alley of cottonwood.
Frost melon? Of course I
The
don't.
land is pretty
Frost.
open and was used for cattle farming. The east and north is dense woodland and shrubs, which reaches all the way to our neighbors about 2 miles.
Yes! Hey! Hey! We know each other. He's a friend from work.
So I was able to get there on my own. It was about an hour and a half drive, though. We started fairly late in the day at about 10 a.m. The owner of the company was sort of a night owl and loved to sleep in, but because of that, we had to stay until 9 p.m.
Oh, nightmare.
Just going to leave this right here.
Just going to leave this right here, cheer 1000.
I drove a 1987 Chevy pickup.
Thank you
which
for the
had
minis.
obviously seen
Thank you.
better days. I
That
hadn't
right
had
there.
much money back then.
Hi,
So
Dirt.
this was all I could
How
do.
are you?
So one day in late December, about 10 or 11 years ago,
Thank you for the
I
raid.
left work much later than usual. I'd made a pretty stupid mistake.
Danny alert
and I'd
for it.
made
I'm
some
having
red
some
wine
audio.
for a customer and needed to fix it. As the customer was going to
This
pick it
one.
up the next day, when I finally finished, it was about midnight. I cussed out my own stupidity, closed the shop up tight, and went to my car. There are 2 routes I can take.
Hope you're all doing well this morning.
And dirt roads surrounded by thick brush and trees.
My
I usually took
voice
the highway,
suffered
as it was
multiple
much faster
personality
and safer,
disorder.
especially in the dark. But this day,
I put on some
I have come
creepypasta
here to
stories
chew
'cause,
bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all
I don't
about
have
it.
the
as soon
in-game
as I
sound.
left the main road and made my way
Uh,
up the dirt trails, I got this feeling,
So to make up for that, we're doing
as if something
pasta.
bad is about to happen, almost like impending doom. The longer I drove on the road,
Just random.
the stronger the feeling got, until it felt like all of my body and soul were aching desperately to turn around, drive back all the way to the roadblock
Thank you for the raid, Dirt.
until it got opened again.
Welcome in.
I tried to suppress it as best I could, and tried to convince myself that I had driven this route many times, and I knew that it was safe, albeit a bit rough
Okay.
on the
Well,
trail. When I was driving through an
I don't know what to
especially
tell you
rugged
about
piece of
that.
brush, only about 10 miles from my parents' farm, all of a sudden, my left front tire popped. I did my best to keep the truck on the road and made it to a safe spot. I kept a spare tire in the toolbox and had changed tires quite a lot on my own and I knew it would be just a minor inconvenience, and I would be rolling again in a matter of minutes. That's where I was wrong. I climbed up on the truck's bed, only to find that my toolbox had been broken into, and all of my tools and my spare tire had been stolen. So there I was, still miles away from the nearest settlement, in bear and wolf country, in the middle of the night with no cell phone, and no way to repair my truck. I always kept a sort of
normally I'm the one that rages.
with a blanket, a small lamp,
I'm changing hours.
and some MREs.
They're setting it.
Had been stolen too.
Need to be able
I still
to
had my trusty pucko,
snow blow the
which my sister
driveway.
gave me when she moved
box.
to Finland. So I made the second, but bigger mistake on the
Changing up the hours a little
I
bit
decided to walk
so that I
to
can do
this day.
that kind of stuff.
I still don't know why I made this decision. All I had to do was wait in my truck until sunrise, and I knew a neighbor was driving this road every day at around 8 a.m. He could have taken me to town and called my parents to get the truck, but some stupid thought in my brain said, "Nah, we're walking." So I went. I locked the car, took my rucksack with my belongings with me, and began walking. I couldn't have walked far when I got this eerie feeling, like something or somebody is watching. I turned around, but nothing was there. I picked up my pace to make it out, when all of a sudden I heard some rustling in the bushes to my left.
Dropping.
I called out, "If there's someone there," but of course received no answer. The feeling of being watched got stronger and stronger as the rustling became more frequent, when suddenly the brush stopped and I came to a small clearing. That's when he spoke to me for the first time. "Hey there, boy." He had a pretty weird pronunciation. The first part was spoken softly, almost gently, but the boy was like an explosion in my ears. He made a tiny pause in between, and then spewed out boy. He was big, 6'6", wearing a long trench coat and hat. Grey, short hair with lifeless eyes, almost like that of a perished fish. But what really scared me was his dog. He had a huge, black, shepherd-like dog, but it looked very wild, almost like a wolf. I immediately froze with fear. I always heard this term, but could never imagine it being like this. I couldn't move. I just couldn't. I tried. Trust me, God, did I try. "What you doing there, boy?" he asked. "Don't you want to talk to me, boy?" I still couldn't move a finger, but my mouth slowly started to work again. I told him about the truck and how I was trying to walk home, but I don't think he was able to understand a word that I was saying, as I was stuttering and slurring the words due to fear. He made few steps towards me, his dog fixated on me like prey. He came so close that I could smell him, a very odd smell, a bit like old cigarettes, but there was something else that I couldn't point out. I still stood there unable to move. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, almost like he wanted to remember the smell of fear radiating from me. He started to grin, not a genuine, honest grin, but the one where the eyes aren't involved. They stayed as lifeless as they were. "Be careful out here, boy. There's a lot of dangerous things out here, boy," he said, and vanished into the brush as suddenly as he had appeared. I started to throw up and was able to move my body again. All of a sudden, my knees felt weak and wouldn't bear the weight of my body anymore. I collapsed to the ground and my whole body began to shake uncontrollably. and I began to sob with relief. As soon as I had regained control over my body again, I ran, like I never did before and never have again, all the way home, which was quite a long way. I can't describe the feeling of relief coming over me when I saw the all-so-familiar porch lights coming up in the distance, and I reached the edge of the woodlands on our property. Hey there, boy. My heart skipped a beat. I screamed from sheer terror and knew that this would be the end. So, I didn't stop running. I ran and ran and ran and never even bothered to look back. Only when I reached the warm yellow circles of light cast by our porch lamps did I dare look back. He stood there on the edge of the woods, like he did on the clearing, his animal on a leash next to him. He grinned this creepy grin again. I fumbled out my keys as my parents locked the back door with 8. I unlocked the door and stumbled in. Only when I had locked the door I started to feel remotely safe again. I went upstairs to my room and made sure that all the windows were locked on my way out. When I looked out the window, he was gone. I told my dad about this when we got into the truck the next day. He said this was likely Samuel, an old hermit who had a small cottage down there in the woods, who had been living there for at least 30 years, but that he had never seen him with his own eyes. So in retrospect, perhaps I was never in grave danger. Maybe. Nevertheless, to the strange creep in the woods, I'd rather not meet you again.
House City. Lots of booty. All the booty. Pay attention. Hopefully, you guys look lucky. Lift him. Hopefully, it's not Taylor's crazy. The crazy one.
The real world had its first and second extremely well-documented events that caused much widespread speculation about the idea of aliens being in the midst of our planet. Maury Island. On June 21st, 1947, Captain Harold Dahl, who worked as a harbor patrolman officer in Maury Island, which is about 6 miles west of Des Moines, Washington, was on patrol with his 2 rookies, his son and his dog. However, this was no ordinary day out in the sea, for when Dahl gazed up into the sky from his patrol boat, he saw 6 aircrafts floating around 2,000 feet above his watercraft. The objects were reported by Dahl and his crew to be made of a reflective material and were in the shapes of flat donuts about 100 feet in diameter. The center holes located on each craft were noted to be about 25 feet in diameter, and more circular objects were located along the sides of the aircrafts, which were determined by Dahl and his crew to be observation windows. Soon, Dahl and his fellow crewmen noticed that 5 of the UFOs circled over the 6th, and the 6th itself was lowering towards the patrol boat. This caused immense panic in most of the crew because they all thought that the aircraft was going to collide with their patrol boat, so, not wanting to be sent to a watery grave, the crew hightailed it toward the shore. Upon reaching the shore, Dahl retrieved his binoculars in order to spot the bizarre aircraft from the shore, and he also grabbed his camera to take photos as evidence that he spotted the strange aircraft. While taking the pictures, the lower craft stayed in a still position, while the 5 others circled around it for about 5 minutes, before the lower aircraft suddenly dropped down but stopped abruptly at about 500 feet above the water. One of the 5 ships circling around the lower ship came down to meet it. The 2 crafts stayed in this position for several minutes, until eventually Dahl thought that he heard a thump. Instantaneously, more thumps followed, to which Dahl, using his binoculars, saw that the middle aircraft was now dropping what Dahl suspected to be newspapers from the inside of its center hole as it swiftly approached his watercraft. When the aircraft got close enough, it was discovered that the objects weren't newspapers, but instead white, lightweight metals and black lava-like rocks. Dahl even stated that when the lava-like rocks landed into the sea, it caused the water to steam. With these dangerous pieces of debris falling ever closer to the boat, the crew sought cover below deck. However, not before one of the materials struck Dahl's dog, killing it in the process, and another one wounding his son in the arm. Dahl even tried to radio for assistance, but the transmitter wasn't functioning. Even though his radio was out of action and no help was on the way, most of the debris splashed into the water. Soon after the raining of metals and rocks, the airships rose up high into the sky and zoomed westward together. The crew then exited the lower deck and examined the boat for any damage. Luckily for the crew, the boat was hardly damaged and they set sail back to their dock, and in the process, lowering the dog over the side and into the water in the form of a burial at sea. Upon docking, Dahl took his son to the hospital so that his wounds could be treated and afterwards explained the incident to his boss. Fred Chrisman, who didn't believe Dahl because when the photos Dahl took of his patrol were printed and examined, the strange airships Dahl informed him of and showed him in the now developed photos were compared and believed to be film noise and damage caused by radiation. Not wanting to shy away from proving the incident's authenticity, Dahl returned to Maury Island to collect rock samples in hopes of finding the ones dropped from the middle aircraft that he had encountered during the incident. Dahl reported that while he did this, he spotted one of the aircrafts hovering above him as if it were spying on him. He eventually gathered the rocks and was preparing to show them to his boss the next day, but when that day came, he was visited by a small, pale man in a black suit. The man suggested that the pair of them should get breakfast together, to which Dahl agreed, so he followed the stranger to a restaurant. While they ate breakfast together, the strange man asked no questions, but instead gave a descriptive account about what Dahl had witnessed the previous day, and eventually warned Dahl that bad things would happen to not only him, but his entire family should he continue with the investigation, or tell anyone about the now famous incident. However, this did not change Dahl's mind about the incident, and he showed Chrisman the fragments of metal he found in the rock samples he had taken, to which Chrisman then acknowledged that Dahl had been telling the truth. So the pair of them sent a package to publisher Ray Palmer in Chicago, who later founded Fate magazine. The contents inside the package were the metal fragments and statements about the strange incidents and findings on the 21st and 22nd of June. A noteworthy incident that we continue to discuss and debate amongst ourselves to this day. Yet not even a month later would another incident occur that is possibly the most well-known and talked about alien encounter in history. Roswell. On July 8, 1947, in the small town of Roswell, New Mexico, there were reports of a flying disc that crashed into the desert not far from the Walker Air Base that made front headlines around the world. The reports noted that bodies of aliens had been retrieved from the crash site and were hauled to the infamous Area 51 Air Base in the Nevada desert where autopsies were performed and carried out. Shortly afterwards, a press release by high military authorities stated that rumors of a flying saucer had become something of a reality, and that an intelligence officer at the Roswell Army Airfield was fortunate enough to gain and hold possession of one of the saucers. This statement set newspaper reports of the incident around the world insane, and news headlines of this Roswell flying saucer was everywhere. However, just 24 hours later, that high military authority changed their story, stating that they had made a mistake and that flying saucer was actually in fact a weather balloon. Unbelievably, the public appeared to have accepted this explanation, and very little was said about the Roswell incident for many years afterwards. It wasn't until the late 1970s when some military personnel involved began to speak out about what happened all those years ago, and ufologists as well as conspiracy theorists' thoughts went into overdrive, thus developing the Roswell case and incident as we know it today. One of the first military personnel to speak out about the Roswell UFO incident was Major Jesse Marcel. He was one of the two military personnel sent to investigate the crash site. The other one, who was with Major Jesse Marcel, was Sheridan Cavett, who had always claimed that he wasn't even there. Major Jesse Marcel described how large amounts of metallic debris were scattered all over the area, so the craft had obviously hit the ground at a high speed. He stated that it was clearly not a weather balloon, aircraft, or missile because he recovered fragments from the crash and described seeing hieroglyphic types of writing painted on it. The metal was also reported by him to be light, thin as paper, but incredibly strong and hard, which was unlike anything he had ever seen in his career and life before. He also helps answer the question as to where the fragments were taken by simply saying, not only did they just have the one I analyzed, but others as well, to which are being kept well preserved in the military installation somewhere. Marcel's story doesn't end there, however, because later in life, he told his expanding family about his investigation at Roswell. According to his grandson, my grandfather Marcel would privately share details of his experiences with the entire family when I was a kid, basically around the dinner table. He told us how he was the head of intelligence and lead investigator of the 509 bombing group. He would talk about it with people continuously, asking a multitude of questions about the Roswell UFO incident. The National Security Agency published a report in 1994, a staggering 47 years after the initial incident, which stated that the alien bodies supposedly recovered from the crash site were in fact just life-size test dummies. Many saw this as the government just trying to dig itself out and cover up the situation, which only continued to fuel conspiracy theories. Lots of more witnesses came forward and spoke out about the Roswell UFO incident, including a photographer who claims that he was asked if he could photograph the crash site. He explained how he was asked to take photos of the inside of a dark-tinted area, and this is where he observed 4 identical bodies with humongous heads and shadowy skin. After taking the pictures, he was debriefed and ordered to forget everything he noticed at the crash site. But then a witness more credible than everybody else combined spoke out, just before he passed away in 2005. His name was Lieutenant Walter Hott, the man who published and released the original weather balloon report back in 1947. Before his passing, he wrote and left a sworn affidavit. In it, he claimed that the weather balloon story was a cover-up for the UFO that had been successfully recovered from the crash site, and he also confirmed that he had seen dead alien bodies in this still widely debated Roswell UFO incident. With these two incidents raising so much speculations and questions, one might ask if we will ever know what went on. However, as the years fly by and as the people who were involved or witnessed these incidents pass away, we are really only drifting further away from the inevitable answer. So until the government sheds light on this mystery, or the next incident does that for us, we can only continuously marvel at the fact that these two incidences combined have been not only the gateway to extraterrestrial debates as we know them today, but also might just be the biggest government cover-ups in history regarding human contact with alien and otherworldly beings. Though these two events are the most widely renowned encounters with extraterrestrials, thousands of encounters have been reported throughout the world to present day. These next 15 stories are only a sample of this ever-unfolding phenomenon. I never told anyone this story because I never thought they would believe me. I was home alone one evening and had gone to sleep for the night. I lived with my significant other and 2 indoor cats, but she was out of state traveling for business. I woke up in the middle of the night. I wasn't sure of the time, but it was completely dark because my body was freezing cold. I actually like it cool when I sleep and usually have the temperature around 70 degrees or colder since I live in central Texas. But this was different. I was ice cold, but wrapped in blankets. It was the middle of the summer, so evenings aren't supposed to be cold. When I grabbed my phone to look at the time, it seemed to be off, and I pressed the on button, but it didn't turn on. Since I was half asleep, I shrugged this off. I walked out of my bedroom to go adjust the thermostat and noticed that the cats weren't around. This was weird because these fur balls are always hanging out in the bed or around the bed. Anyhow, I walked to the thermostat and tried to adjust it, but the power to the thermostat, I have a Nest, was nil, and the power to the house seemed to be off. I peeked out of the upstairs window to see if any of my neighbors were having power issues and noticed that all of their outdoor lights were working just fine. From the time I woke to this moment was probably 1 to 2 minutes maximum. I decided to wander downstairs to grab some water, but was startled when I realized there was a glow of light coming from the first floor. The way my house is situated, I couldn't see the light until I had approached the stairs. I found this odd because the power seemed to be out just upstairs, which didn't make a lot of sense. I started walking down the stairs and began to hear a faint humming sound. The noise had a high pitch to it with arbitrary pulses of low sounds, almost like a muffled weed whacker that someone is throttling at random. As I continued to walk down the stairs, I spot a dark, slow-moving figure in the room, with light at the bottom of the stairs. The next step that I take feels like I walked off the side of a cliff or was sucked into the floor. That is really the best way I can explain it because I don't remember what happened after that moment. I just lost all feeling from my body. My next memory is waking up again to the sound of my phone's alarm. Everything seemed to be back to normal. I sat there in bed, cat's back to being lazy in bed next to me, and tried to think about the 2-minute incident that happened in the middle of the night. I'm not a sleepwalker, and I was definitely not dreaming. My security system's app shows the time whenever a door is opened or closed. I realized that the security system was disarmed on the app and that the front door had been opened and closed several times throughout the night. I pulled up my security footage from the exterior cameras and was surprised to learn that there was 0 footage from the night. Like the motion sensors reacted to a random car driving by around 10 p.m., and then the next thing is another random car in the morning. So someone or something walked in and out of my front door, but the cameras did not capture any footage. My neighbor across the street has a good security system that points at my house, so I asked if he can review the footage from his cameras. I told him some made-up story about how I thought someone had broken into my truck. Anyway, he said it was weird because when he pulled up the footage from that night, his cameras did not record anything. Just a time gap once again.
Killed the
My
deers
first
that
thought
were
was that I was sleepwalking and that the memory was a dream, but It just couldn't have been. When I looked out the window in the middle of the night, I distinctly recall a red pickup truck parked the wrong direction in front of the neighbor's house. I always notice when cars are parked left wheels to the curb because I've gotten a ticket for this in the past. Anyhow, the truck was not there before I went to sleep, based on footage, but was there in the morning, based on the footage as well. So the truck was there when I saw it in the middle of the night. I definitely woke up in the middle of the night, cold as ice, no cats, no working phone or thermostat, saw the truck out of the window and then got warped by something on the stairs. A couple of additional things were different in the house. The security system was disarmed and I definitely armed it before going to bed. The light was still on downstairs and that was absolutely off before I went to bed. My whole body smelled like burnt marshmallows. I know this is weird, but it's really how it smelled. And lastly, my 55-gallon fish tank that sits at the bottom of the stairs in the entryway was missing 2/3 of the water. Seriously, where did 40-plus gallons of water go? The whole area around the tank was bone dry and the fish were fine. I feel like I was mind-hacked by some thirsty aliens. I had a year-long experience of strange events that I have never been able to explain or have a full memory of. It started in winter, working up north on a project. Our crew was put up in a motel 10 minutes outside of the largest town in the area. I somehow got upgraded to a king-size bed with couches, pretty nice room. Our days were long, so I used the couches to stack my clothes in piles, jeans and hoodies. I had brought my entire desktop computer with me and was in the middle of a massive argument with my ex over Facebook Messenger at 1 a.m. during my second week up there. At some point, I opened my eyes and was sitting on top of a pile of hoodies on the couch. The time was now 4 a.m. I rushed over to the computer. At some point after 1 a.m., I had stopped typing a sentence midway through. My ex had left a ton of messages throughout the night demanding I answer her back. She also left missed calls and texts on my phone that was still sitting beside the mouse. I figured I had somehow passed out, but wasn't sure how I ended up on the top of my hoodies on the couch and not just fell back into bed. I then went to sleep normally for the remaining couple of hours before work. A couple of days later, a stranger scenario happened. My routine was we'd finish work. I'd come back to the motel around 9 p.m., shower, change, and drive into town for late-night dinner at Boston Pizza, only restaurant open later rather than McDonald's. So this particular night I went through my routine, took a shower, changed, headed for the door. I got to my car and when I turned it on, something felt really wrong. I looked at the time. It was now 2 a.m. I had no idea how I had lost around 4 hours between showering and getting into my car. It felt weird. My whole body felt weird. I felt violated, like an assault victim would describe waking up from being assaulted while passed out. You feel violated, but you have no idea what happened. Not a single memory or explanation. I stayed up all night, scared senseless, trying to figure out what happened. Why I was missing 4 hours. If I had passed out, why didn't I wake up on the floor? Why did I feel violated? The rest of the project, nothing else happened. But once I got back home, things started happening that were just weird. For the first month or so, nothing happened, but then something weird started happening. I began waking up around 2 a.m. and not being able to fall back asleep until the sun came up. I would wake up and have the urge to turn on every light in the apartment and stay up, find things to do, and wait until the sun came up before going back to bed. I started to notice that in my dreams, random strangers would show up telling me to wake up. If I tried to ignore them in my dream, they would find ways to harass me and tell me to wake up, telling me it's really important that I get up. Then there was a really vivid dream. I had gotten dressed up in my dream and driven to an upscale hotel. No idea what the context of this dream was. When I got to my hotel room in the dream, someone started knocking on the door, shouting, "Hello, hello," over and over again. Just when I was about to open the door, the phone rang. I answered, and the voice in the phone told me not to open the door. I kept telling whoever was on the phone that I really should see why this person keeps knocking, but the voice kept urging me not to answer. I finally hung up the phone, headed to the door, opened it, and woke up in bed in a cold sweat. 3 a.m. Couldn't go back to sleep. These were the kinds of dreams. People trying to get me to wake up, and random flashes of bright white light that would light up everything, no matter where I was or what time of day in my dream. I remember one dream being outside in the middle of a sunny day and a bright white flash that overpowered the sun. And usually at this point, some random person in my dream would run up to me and urge me to wake up, or tell me the flash wasn't part of my dream and I should wake up. Random people in your dream telling you you're in a dream and that you have to wake up is incredibly creepy. And they were always strangers, no one I knew in real life. A precursor to these dreams was the urge to go to sleep early. I would have these urges to drop everything that I was doing and get in bed, sometimes leaving lights on, TV on, in the middle of games, in the middle of eating. There was no fighting it. I would put down the controller or put my fork down and march right to my room and lie down. It was this weird zombie-like drowsiness. But I would always wake up after 2 a.m. and not be able to go to sleep again until the sun came up. During the summer, I took a trip to upstate New York with a friend, and we stayed at some motel overnight before heading further on the trip. That night I remember knocking on my door, and someone kept yelling, "Hello, hello," just like in that hotel dream. I remember my friend was fast asleep, unfazed by the knock, but I ended up going to the door and unlocking it. I don't remember anything after that. I woke up sitting on my office chair by the desk around 6 a.m. I checked, but the door was locked and nothing had been taken. It didn't look like anyone had entered. I woke my friend up and asked if he'd heard
Enjoy the
talking
Gangnam Style.
He said no. I told him what happened, and he was pretty angry that I would wake up in the middle of the night to open the door to a stranger. But there was no sign that I did or that someone had come in. Just that I somehow ended up on that chair and not on the bed. I still feel like I was awake when I went to answer the door, though. The weird thing is that these dreams and urges to go to sleep wouldn't always happen, maybe 2 to 3 times a week. But I was starting to fear going to sleep without the lights being on, all blinds closed, or I'd fight to stay up all night and just go to sleep during the day. After this, I was getting really fed up with how messed up my sleep schedule had become, and I started to notice that when I get the feeling that I should go to sleep, I would take that as a cue to get in my car and head for the busiest section of the city at night I could find, filled with people, and I noticed that the urge to go to sleep would go away instantly. So every time I felt the urge to drop everything to go to sleep, I would fight the urge and drive downtown. Anytime I felt like I was being watched, too, I'd get in my car and go downtown. And that still worked because after a few weeks of doing all of this, these strange urges to go to sleep randomly, dreams with flashes of white light, and people telling me to wake up all went away. I haven't had a single recurrence of these events since. However, I notice I still have a fear of going to sleep until the sun comes up that I'm always fighting. I also recently noticed that pictures of the typical gray alien now scare the life out of me, and I hate looking at them. Even seeing the cartoon ones on South Park, I get mini panic attacks. Those pictures have never bothered me before in my life, but now they send me into waves of panic. I still have no explanation for the missing time up north, the weird dreams, or that one night at the motel in upstate New York, which I don't think was a dream. It felt very real and felt more like another missing time event. Most people I've told don't know what to make of it. My current girlfriend has noticed I obsess with making sure all blinds are closed with no open slivers no matter where I sleep. I told this story to someone at a party once, and the guy came out and told me his abduction story, and he was pretty positive that I had been getting abducted during that year, and that they'd either gotten bored of me, or I'd become a hassle with constantly trying to drive to places full of people to avoid the happenings. Other friends either offered no explanation or believed some sort of abduction scenario was taking place. Who knows? I have no memory of physically being abducted, but those weird feelings of being watched, being urge to go to sleep, feeling violated when waking up. That felt real and still bothers me. My junior year in college, I had a strange experience. First, a few background details. My dorm room was attached to my roommate's so that I had to go out hers to get to the bathroom or the hallway. She was a light sleeper, but I wasn't the type to be out late, so it didn't matter. I had 2 normal operations in my life at that time and discovered that while under anesthesia, I would wake up briefly toward the end before I was supposed to. If I got a mosquito bite, I got to deal with it for at least a month. I'm not a fast healer. One night, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I woke up briefly somewhere else, and then I went right back to sleep. In this dream, I looked left, I looked right, and then I passed back out, just like if I was in surgery. I was on a hospital gurney, slightly inclined, facing the wall. There was an ambient noise behind me, and the echoes suggested it was a very large room. There was nothing sinister about the noises. On either side of me was a row of empty hospital gurneys. At my feet, just to my right, 2 people were having a conversation
Right at the
sitting
edge
on a
of
bench against the wall.
Ender.
One was a person in a dark suit. The other was... I don't know what it was. It was small, and I saw its hands, which appeared to have darker skin, grayish. They were speaking together so animated and excited, like 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, and they didn't notice me wake up. I didn't recognize the dialogue. Though I don't speak German, Mandarin, Russian, etc., I can recognize them when I hear them. This language was wholly unrecognizable, yet the person in the suit was fluent. I went back to sleep. In the morning, I said to myself that that was a messed up dream and went to the shower. As I passed my roommate, who was still in bed, she asked, "Where did you go last night?" I thought that was odd. After my shower, I started to put my makeup on and noticed something on my face. I leaned closer and could not believe what I saw. 2 perfectly parallel lines, impossibly thin, impossibly perfect. There was some clear, hard gel on the top, and that's what I felt. There was no blood. My own hair was thicker than the width of the cuts, yet I could see down into my skin a little ways. This was 1996. I had never seen anything like this. These days, I would say it was a laser cut topped with liquid Band-Aid, but neither of those things seemed to be prevalent in those days. I said, okay, there's an explanation. I slept on a staple or a paperclip. I do homework in my bed all the time. I went and scoured my pillow for anything sharp, and I found nothing. So I got my sewing needle, a staple from some homework, and a paperclip. I dunked them in hydrogen peroxide and made cuts on my face similar to what was there. Immediately, blood welled up and the skin was jagged from all 3 objects, and the width of all cuts were thicker than the laser cuts. I determined that nothing in my room could have made the cuts. I didn't have an X-Acto knife, but I knew the blood would well up the same way if I did. I skipped my first class as I tried to figure out what to do. I kept obsessively feeling my face all day, in awe of the perfection of what was there and how it could have come to be there. There were only 2 people on campus rich enough to have a digital camera, which meant I would have to borrow a friend's 35mm because I didn't have my own. That meant I would have to explain myself to my friend, and possibly the Photoshop when the pictures came back. Who would I even give the photos to? Who would I even contact, and what would I tell them? In those days, if you even said the word alien, you were a pariah. After hours of mental debates sitting on the edge of my bed, I gave up thinking about it and finished my classes for the day. I sat on the edge of my bed into the night, debating, unsure of what to do. In the wee hours of the morning, I woke up. The cuts were gone, completely healed, no trace of even a scar. I was disturbed for a few days, but then I eventually forgot about it. A few years after graduating, I decided I was going to have some dental work done, and I went to 2 different offices to get quotes. They both took a full facial x-ray. I had long since forgotten my crazy dream and the cuts, until I sat down across from the first X-ray technician and pointed to a strange thing showing up above my teeth. I asked if I was looking at a mirror image because it was on the same side as my cuts had been, rather than the opposite side. No, I was told the X-ray was an actual, not a mirror image, so the right side of the image corresponded with the right side of my face. I pointed to the almost square image above my teeth and asked what that was. It's just an X-ray anomaly. He didn't seem bothered by it. I figured that meant that there were some damage or irregularity with the X-ray plates and let it go. Then I went to the second dentist, an orthodontist, and had another X-ray done. You guessed it. The square was there, in the exact same place. This time I didn't even try to make polite small talk or beat around the bush. I pointed to the square and said, "What is that?" This time the tech looked at me funny and said, "It's an X-ray anomaly." And she leaned closer and whispered, "We see them all the time." In a way that gave me goosebumps. This was in Spokane, Washington. I didn't know what else to say, so I said nothing. Could it be that whatever negatives or plates or whatever they used for an X-ray were damaged in exactly the same spots and exactly the same shape? Maybe, I guess. I don't know much about X-rays. But after that, I reflected on my situation. I don't feel freaked out, but I think there might be something in my face put there by somebody else. Here's what I know. We do this all the time to other species. We chase them in helicopters, shoot at them with tranquilizer darts, take rectal temperatures, take blood samples, stamp radio tags in their ears with no regard to if it hurts or the trauma of the event, or if their furry buddies will ostracize them later because they have something funky on their ear. In my situation, I was clearly well cared for, if it really happened at all. Someone was there as some kind of representative on my behalf. I was handled in such a way that if I didn't have a weird metabolism, I wouldn't have known what even happened. I never once felt pain. My cut healed instantly. If this is some kind of research-driven radio tag for the purposes of data collection, preservation of habitat or species, like we would do, they did it with far more regard for me than we have for other species on our own planet. I don't know what might happen if I get another X-ray 20 years later. I have tried to look when I go through airport security if anything shows up on the image we see in the booth, but I don't see anything. Surprisingly, I'm okay with this. I think it might just be science and nothing nefarious or evil. I wish my consent to be asked first, but I suppose it's hard to ask for consent when you're not even supposed to exist. When I was a child in Collinsville, Mississippi, I used to see lights. I lived out in the country on a farm in Washington State, out near Beacon Rock. I remember one night looking out at the pasture from the front porch. I thought I was looking at the full moon, but it kept getting bigger and was moving left to right over the tree line. I turned around to go get my big brother, and when we came back, it was gone. He thought I was messing with him and punched me in the arm. That next week, I went out to camp in the woods. We lived on a few hundred acres and were surrounded by woods. I would just walk for about an hour or so with my Walker Coonhound and Australian Shepherd until we found a decent spot. I had a .22 long rifle with me usually, or a 20 gauge. We had settled on a beautiful clearing by a small creek and set up camp. I remember it starting to get dark and starting a fire. The dog started acting strange and getting loud. My walker starts baying loudly. Next thing I know, I'm in my tent and it's super early. The tent is halfway open. The birds haven't even started up yet. The fire is completely out and my walker is gone. My Australian Shepherd is outside of my tent whining. I had this really bad feeling and knew something wasn't right. I got up and puked next to the tent. I still had all my clothes on, but my boots were on the wrong feet. I took them off to correct it and noticed my socks were wet. I became terrified. This was a new feeling in the woods for me. I was about 11 years old and had been in the woods most of my life. I had never had a feeling like this before. I grabbed my .22 and took off, leaving the tent and everything else I had brought. I sprinted home through the woods and was absolutely relieved when I broke through the pasture. That dog and I never stopped running. When I got home, my mom was waiting for me and snatched me up. She was crying and said my dad and brothers were out looking for me. She told me Buddy, my walker, had come home at around 11 p.m. that night and was baying. That dog never left my side since I got him as a pup, so they knew something wasn't right. She went out to our old red Suburban and started laying on the horn to signal my dad that I had made it home. Cell phones wouldn't become a thing for another 7 to 8 years. I told her what had happened, and she kind of shook it off. Nobody really thought anything about it. A few days later, I had just gotten out of the shower. I had this weird habit of chewing my toenails. I wouldn't embarrass myself publicly like this if it wasn't important to the story. I was going to town on my right foot and noticed 2 little punctures on my right ankle. It almost looked like a snake bite. It was small and red. I instantly thought about that night in the woods and that missing time. Nothing else about it was strange. It matched an identical set on my left foot, exact same location. The first ones had showed up when I was 5 or 6. My mom had found me outside by the mailbox, sleepwalking one night at around 10 p.m. No one was ever sure how.
Don't chew on toenail. For the 8.
My father would tell me this story repeatedly with such a straight look on his face I never knew if it was a myth. But when I asked my grandmother about it, she says she remembers it clear as day as well. My grandmother was just known as Mother back then, having 3 children, one being my future father. They were living out in the middle of nowhere, Michigan, lost in the trees and tranquility. Preparing for a weekend without kids, my grandfather was dropping the kids off with relatives. When he returned, the house was dark. That creepy dark where everything feels eerie and you feel alone. They had a fine evening despite his ill-minded thoughts, and they didn't have any problems falling asleep. They didn't have any trouble waking up either, as they were woken up by bright flashes through the tiny solo window in their room. They quickly made their way to the kitchen, where they opened the back door to see what was causing the bright light. My grandfather, wanting to be brave, told his wife to step back. As he opened the back door and more bright colors appeared, an array of colors neatly set in a weird shaped circle, floating just right above the ground. As his eyes adjusted to the odd, inhumanely bright colors flashing abruptly, he noticed they were coming from some sort of misshapen aircraft, almost shaped like a football. It was just a little more round, but still resembling the bare shape of a deformed football. He couldn't tell what color the material was made out of due to the bright flashing color coming from the odd craft. It was just small enough to fit in between the patch of trees, and large enough a family could easily fit inside. He noticed something walking towards him on 2 legs and feet, just like a human. It seemed to be nude, and it didn't seem to have genitalia from what he saw, but everything else was very human-like. The head was elongated, eyes bulged, but could probably pass as a deformed human. The creature walked up to him and brought his hand out like a wave, but instead of moving back and forth, making a wave motion, his hand was still, as if waiting for a high five. Not knowing what to do, my grandfather stood still until he noticed my grandmother had joined him outside and was witnessing this as well. Seeing her face made him realize that they weren't dreaming. Once the strange human-like creature put its hand down, another one of their kind appeared, walking out onto the same platform his accomplice was standing on that protruded out of the aircraft. He was holding what seemed to be some sort of flat substance. The original creature took it and began offering it to my grandparents. Nervously, my grandfather reached out for it, but the creature retracted and reached out to my grandmother instead. She looked at her husband, wary if she should accept their mystery gift, but finally did. It seemed to be squishy and round, like a pancake but larger. The creature brought out another pancake substance for themselves and began eating it. They looked at my grandparents, waiting for them to eat as well. Without thinking, each tore a piece off of it and ate it, realizing it must have been made out of some type of wheat or grain, but not one they've seen here on Earth. It was a different, odd grain from wherever those creatures were from. After they saw my grandparents try their pancake, they gave another still wave and retreated into their craft. The platform disappeared with them, and the flashing colors started to fade into the sky. I always asked them, "What did you do with the pancake? Did you give it to the government? Did you report it at all?" Both my grandfather and grandmother said that back then it would have been hard to report something like that, without everyone thinking they were crazy. To clarify, I didn't think I was abducted, but my friend did. I was about 15. Every night, a guy I'll call Jay and I would sneak out at about midnight and go back home at around 4 to 5 in the morning, before our parents would wake up for work. On one particular night, we had just snuck out and it was about 1 a.m. We headed to my backyard, laid on the trampoline, and stared at the stars and talked like we always did. Now, if you're in a room right now and you look around, you'll see the defined four corners where your ceiling and walls meet. You can see how square each turn is. Edge of wall, sharp turn, second wall, same with your ceiling. You can see each individual flat surface. The sky did that. It went from looking like normal stars to looking like a cube of sky. From the southeast corner of the sky came this giant UFO. I mean huge, as if it took up a quarter of the entire sky. We both stared at it in dead silence. It didn't make any noise, even as it moved, and while it spun, it was only hovering straight. The spinning didn't move like you imagine a frisbee doing. The sides just turned while it moved. I guess what it looked like doesn't matter, but Jay and I had our eyes dead set on it. We didn't say a word. We didn't point to show the other person. As it began coming towards us, we both flipped over. Again, no hints, no talking, no eye contact. In total sync, we flipped onto our stomachs and stayed as flat and quiet as we could. Now, ducking from something sounds totally normal, an instinct, but that's not what this was. It was literally almost like telepathy. I can remember us having a mental conversation of, "Stay flat and it won't see us. Don't move." We watch it make a weird, angled C shape across the sky, and although it felt totally in slow motion, it could have only been a few minutes because I think both of us held our breath the entire time. Now for the weirdest part. As soon as it was out of sight, boom, daybreak. We had literally just gotten to the yard, and I know it was 1:15 a.m. because I checked. But the minute we felt released from laying flat, it was very bright, like 7:30 to 8 a.m. bright. I don't remember talking to him at all afterwards, other than making eye contact and then making a break for our homes before our parents noticed we weren't there. A few weeks later, even months maybe, I'm talking to my brother's girlfriend about what happened. Apparently she's real into that stuff, but also completely terrified. She said the fact that it felt like a few minutes, but when it suddenly was 6 or 7 hours later, 100% makes her think that we were abducted. She was serious. I made a joke about how I should go to hypnotherapy to unblock the memories, and she deadpans and says, "Don't. People who are abducted are traumatized by what happened to them. They even get PTSD." I was camping in a campground in North Georgia with some friends. It was starting to downpour, so everyone left their tents in the woods and decided to rent one of the on-site cabins for everyone to sleep in. I decided I'd just sleep in my car because they wanted to stay up late and I was tired from kayaking all day. I woke up to the rain stopping. It was kind of cold in the car and I had forgotten my sleeping bag in my tent. I checked the cabin to see if there was any room left. The light was on and everyone was fast asleep at about 3 a.m. I didn't want to squeeze in, so I decided to trek my way to my tent in the dark with a small pen light. In order to get my tent, I had to pass by everyone else's to my left. Mine was the last one and was at least 50 feet from the previous tent before it. I got in my tent, covered up with my sleeping bag, and prepared to catch the last few hours of sleep before sunrise. No more than 10 to 15 minutes from me getting in my tent, I began to hear light whispers from right outside the tent door. They weren't in English, and, to my recollection, indecipherable, not any language that I had heard at all. Just as the voices started, two orbs appeared together outside the tent. They weren't the same glare as a flashlight would make, and both were of two different colors that, to the best of my memory, had no real distinct color, just colorful. The whispers outside the tent began arguing louder between each other, but still in a hushed tone. And as the whispers grew louder, the lights began swirling around the tent behind me, to the side and to the front. There wasn't any movement that one could make with flashlights, and at this point, I realized no footsteps could be heard. I uncovered myself and knelt on the tent floor, preparing for the zipper to come undone like in a horror movie, and I was flipping through my mind on what option to take. I was the most terrified that I've ever been, fight or flight. The lights swirled faster and the voices grew louder but still breathy and whispery. My mind raced and I was sweating despite the cold. And then, just like that, the light shut off like a switch. And the whispers stopped, and nothing was left but the silence of an empty woods. I stood there as still as I could and didn't dare go outside that tent till the sun came up. It was, and still is, the scariest moment of my life. I hope this makes sense. I've never written it out before. If I need to answer anything, I can try in between moments at work. Interestingly enough, I went to a horror movie premiere recently, Beacon Point, and there was a scene that had the same voices in it, and goosebumps ran up my arms. It was identical to what I heard that night in the tent. First, I want to say that this may or may not be a humanoid encounter. I may just be having dreams, but if it's the case, I've never had a dream so absolutely lucid or realistic. In my dreams, I'm almost always compelled in my actions, but in this recurring situation, I am in full control and can feel and smell everything. So, this first came about sometime when I was about 11 or 12 years old, which puts us around 2009 or 2010. I can't really remember which. I just know it was this point when I frequently stayed with my great-grandma shortly before my great-granddad died of cancer. It is in northwest Georgia, in Chattanooga County. Pretty rural by most standards, just a couple thousand people around. Anyways, I had been staying with my great-grandparents then in their rather large house in a very rural neighborhood of about 4 houses, all sparsely spread at the end of the road, somewhat near a nice lake and park. At some time around 1 a.m., I decided to get up from my bed, walk down the long hall to the living room, and get myself a glass of water from the kitchen that basically connects directly to the living room. I walked down the hall as normal, but when I approached the doorless entry to the living room, I instantly felt like something was wrong. It felt like time itself had slowed down, and the moonlight that shined into the living room from our large side windows didn't quite look right. I then understood what was so amiss to me. The lights in the living room were on, but in a way, not so. There was a yellowish light like someone had left the lights on as normal, but it wasn't the same as what I had always grown up with. It was slightly off. Anyways, I walked a few steps around the corner, thinking I had figured out what was bothering me so much. Well, I was wrong. I turned the corner, and in the midpoint of the room, about 6 or 7 feet from me, was a tall figure in an obscure cloak. To the left and right of him were 2 much smaller figures, but they seemed to disappear as soon as I focused any attention to them. I can't even be sure what they look like. The smaller ones were the classic gray alien shape that I now am aware of, but whenever I tried to glance to them, they just sort of faded to an indescribable there, but not their shape. The best way I can describe it is if a shape became the static you would see on a television screen, or if they had been drawings, they would have been hastily scribbled in. My eyes darted from the tall figure to them, at which point they sort of disappeared, and then back to the tall figure. This was all I could do before the tall one was alerted, seemingly by them disappearing. The tall one was somehow much more unnerving than the other two. When I looked at him from behind, he was incredibly tall, reaching the ceiling. He had to hunch over a small bit in order to not hit his head. That was the strangest thing, though. When viewed from behind, his black cloak only extended up the height of a very tall person and ended. But when he turned around, he was even taller. It was like his head was totally invisible from behind. Now, the tall one is the biggest thing about this whole story. He turns around, and it's like everything around me just warped. Remember when I said earlier that everything felt wrong or out of place in this general area? It got intensified by several orders of magnitude as soon as he turned around, somehow seemed to gain several feet in height and look at me. He seemed very surprised that I was there. Sound seemed to completely fade away, but I remember exactly what he smelled like. I couldn't place it then, but after spending the next several months visiting my great-granddad in the hospital and then going to his funeral, I can affirm that it was the smell of death. The kind of smell that you only find in places with people dying. It's very particular. Not a horrible stench, but you can feel its morbidity. It's like it thickens the air. The moment he turned around and looked at me, two things happened. First, I became instantly paralyzed. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I could only stand. I didn't feel like I was there, and I couldn't help but think that I shouldn't be there. I had an instant overwhelming feeling that I shouldn't be there at that exact moment in time, that exact place. Secondly, I saw his face. It was very much like what would be considered the standard gray alien face, although incredibly white. Not a bright white, but an unnaturally white form of white, just dulled a bit. Blemish-free, no hair, no variance in coloration. Had a large conish head, small mouth, small nose holes, etc., but his almond-shaped eyes were absolutely horrifying. I don't think I've ever seen anything remotely as disturbing. They looked like they didn't belong in this place of existence, like a two-dimensional or four-dimensional object existing in a three-dimensional world. I could only see his face, the rest of what I could assume to be his body still underneath his black cloak. The worst thing came next. He seemed to just look at me in some form of panicked curiosity for a moment or two, with me still paralyzed, literally in fear. Then he produced a long arm from the side of his cloak, with thin, elongated fingers. He bent his body towards me as though one would bend over to pick up something, but bent forward towards me. His mouth seemed to expand impossibly wide for his head. His hand creeped closer to me, and right as he touched my face, I lost consciousness and woke up the next morning. The scariest part of the whole ordeal was what I felt like when he saw me. I was sure he was going to kill me, but not in the way you would expect, like getting stabbed or shot. When he saw me, I felt like every part of me would be absolutely annihilated. I'm an atheist, and was at the time, but it felt like for that one brief moment, I had a soul, and he was going to steal it from me. It's such an immense feeling of dread, thinking that even more than your very life is about to become nothing. When I woke up, everything was not as it was when I had went to sleep, or when I had woken up originally to get water. This is what scares me most to this day, confirming to me that this was not a simple dream. While I had originally went to sleep in my bed in a room down the hall from the living room, I woke up in an obscure position on the living room couch. It was early in the morning, probably 6 or 7 a.m., judging from the light outside, so I went back into my bedroom and crawled into bed. It was only after I made it into my bedroom that I remembered what had just happened to me. I became absolutely mortified, covered myself under a blanket, and waited until I heard the sounds of my great-grandma cooking bacon in the kitchen. That was when I came out of my room and went back to the living room. Fast forward about 2 years later, my great-granddad has passed away. I'm a bit older. and I kept having dreams about the tall one that I saw that one night. I had these dreams somewhat often, and every time I woke up in a cold sweat, usually unable to sleep for the rest of the night. The dreams were most frequent shortly after the first encounter, and every night for 4 nights in a row before the second, which I now detail. The second time I saw him, it played out much like the very first. I got out of bed sometime at around 2 to 3 a.m. and went to the kitchen to get a Dr. Pepper this time, instead of water. Around 3/4 of the way down the hall, I remember what happened that night, and I instantly froze. I could feel them close again. I could feel the aura of wrongness that I had originally felt right before the first time I saw them. I tried to turn around and sneak back to my room, or my great-grandma's, or my grandparents who had come to live with us after the death of my great-granddad. I couldn't turn around, though. I felt absolutely compelled to continue into the living room. It was like I didn't have a choice, but I suddenly felt very okay with the idea.
Tower of
I was
Aliens
calm, despite what I knew was going to happen to me. Sure enough, in the living room was the tall one, but he was already facing the entrance to the living room where I was walking from, and he was unaccompanied this time. He also didn't smell this time. There was no stench, but I could hear a faint humming that sounded like it was coming from outside. We lived near a highway, so it could have been a car, but it didn't sound like one. He knew I was there, and I'm pretty sure he was the one that calmed me and forced me to come into the living room. He seemed much more approachable this time, but he did the exact same as before. He studied me for a moment with a small smile and then put me to sleep with his hand. Again, I woke up on the couch. When I woke up, I felt less horrified about what happened and more curious as to why, and I remember distinctly feeling like I was trapped by fate into seeing him multiple times, like I was sure it would happen again, whether I wanted it to or not. Throughout the years, I never distinctly remembered meeting him again, but he did appear in my dreams. I moved twice, and he was still there every 4 to 6 months. Sometimes it was a singular appearance in my dreams. Other times it was up to 3 nights in a row. On the fourth night after I had the third dream, I stayed up at night, sitting in the living room of my new house, waiting to see him, but I never did. Instead, I woke up still in the living room, but upside down against my couch, and my legs up in the air, my upper back on the floor, and my lower back resting on the edge of the couch cushion. Several blankets were haphazardly spread around me. I guess he knocked me out before I was able to see him, and he did whatever he does. In all this time, I still have no idea what he actually was doing or why it was me. I still am very, very unnerved every time he was in my dreams, but was less surprised. So that ends the tale for now. I sort of await my next encounter, as the hooded one in the dream did tell me we would meet again. In 1997, 3 of my friends and I were driving down a long, winding route to my house at around 10 p.m. I was in the back seat. It was very cold, February or early March in New Hampshire. Suddenly, my friend driving says, "What?" My friend in the passenger seat starts saying, "Oh my God, oh my God." The two of us in the back seat are craning our necks trying to see, and then directly in front of the car, a bright light dilates, then gets smaller. The car is at a crawl now. We are all looking up astonished at 4 to 5 other lights dilating and receding. They grow to about the size and brightness of a police searchlight, but then get so small that they disappear. This part is going to sound insane, but we were all there, and we all saw the same thing. We pulled over on a shared driveway that has a good view because it's on a snowy hill overlooking a reservoir. The reservoir is frozen solid with enough ice to ride a truck on, for all of you swamp gas naysayers. But now that there is somebody else around, just the 4 of us in the freezing cold, we get out of the car and look up, hoping to see the lights. We saw lights all right, but they were acting very differently. High above us were large elongated lights shaped like lozenges. There were about a dozen of these, and they just kind of hung in the air, milling about slowly in various directions. These occasionally got brighter and dimmer, and what really freaked us out were the smaller lights, the size of bright stars, which exited from the sides of the larger lozenges. These would emerge, 4 or 6 at a time, and then they would start moving quickly back and forth and side to side, very quickly and changing directions instantly. Then they would start squiggling about very erratically before stopping, moving along or in tandem with others before retreating to the lozenges. Meanwhile, others were emerging from other lozenges, so there was a constant busy display of these little ships zooming about, almost as though they were dancing with each other. It was insane, and thinking about it now, it is so vivid in my mind that it seems like yesterday. We stayed outside for an hour before we couldn't take the cold anymore. My friends dropped me off at the bottom of my half-mile-long driveway so as not to get stuck on the ice. My driveway was poorly maintained, and I was embarrassed to have friends at my house anyway because my dad was an alcoholic and we lived off the grid. After they bowled away, I looked up but saw nothing. No signs of any UFOs, but there were trees here, so I couldn't see as well. Then I had a sudden twinge of panic. It was a deep panic, overwhelmingly horrified, but also still in shock about what we had seen. I was suddenly afraid to be out there alone. I ran up the driveway, not thinking about ice, and snuck to my room where I probably didn't even sleep, not that I recall. We have all spoken of this since. For the first few days we were all still in awe, but we never really seemed to be telling anyone else at school about it. At least I didn't. I don't know how the others were dealing with it. We slowly stopped talking about it. About 7 or 8 years later, I met up with a couple of them, and I asked if they remembered. I was afraid I had made the whole thing up, and that it was a dream, or maybe I was going crazy, or had been crazy at the time. They both remembered in the same detail as I did, although we were all a little embarrassed to discuss it again. I was about 8 or 9, and my mom tells me we were going on a day trip to meet her high school friend. Cool. I grabbed my Game Boy Advance because I know my mom's friend has kids my age and wanted to show them up in this racing game I had. I overheard this from my mom talking with her friend at her house. They told me to leave the room because they needed to talk about adult things. Little innocent, curious me wonders what exactly are adult things that I can't hear. Were they going to throw some new juicy cuss words out? Well, my mom's friend had a little girl who would sleepwalk at night. Started when they moved into their new house, North California. It was a suburban area, but not too suburban. New neighborhood with a lot of empty homes and forest patches in between each community. She was about 4 years old, and they found her one night in the backyard just sitting there. After that incident, they decided they needed to lock her in her room at night and bar up her windows so that she doesn't end up in the woods nearby or anywhere besides her room, really. So one night, my mom's friend and husband wake up to a loud boom on the side of the house in the middle of the night. It felt like something hit the house because everything shook. They check on their boys. They're good. The boys didn't hear anything and go back to sleep. They check on their daughter, unlock the door, and realize she isn't in her room. They start to freak out, then hear a knock at the door. They open it. It's the effing sleepwalking 4-year-old daughter. They ask her where she's been, and she said with the men, and points down the street. The angry dad sees 2 guys in coats walking down the street. He yells at them and starts sprinting. Mom's friend said the coat guys didn't react at all. Coat guys turn the corner, Dad turns the corner, and they're gone. Mom and Dad check the locks and windows. No tampering. They notify the police, who pretty much say there's not much they can do, but will keep an eye out. The sleepwalking 4-year-old daughter is fine, isn't scared at all. She's just tired and goes back to bed. say that I was abducted by aliens specifically, but I was definitely taken somewhere. It was more of an abduction of consciousness, if that makes sense. I don't know. It might have been my body too. It was a weird feeling I can't really explain. I was sitting at the park one day in broad daylight with 4 or 5 friends. I live in a small community in the Midwest, so the park was empty except for us. We were talking and smoking when suddenly everyone just kind of slowed down and eventually froze completely, myself included. I couldn't move or talk. I couldn't blink. I had to focus really hard on just breathing, and then I blacked out. I woke up alone in a dark, nearly pitch-black room with 3 large illuminated screens around me. On the screens, I saw the park from above, the exact spot where my friends and I were sitting. It felt like I was in that room for hours until I blacked out again. I finally came to and realized that I had been crying hysterically on the ground. The rest of my friends seemed pretty wrecked too, like they all just experienced something equally terrifying. I was the first one of us to speak. I said, "I think I met God." And they all responded with similar brief statements. I remember one girl saying, "We're on TV somewhere," which explained the feeling of being watched, unsafe, and violated really well. I can't remember what anyone else said, just the general idea of we just got taken somewhere. We didn't talk about it besides one weird short sentence each. That was the strangest part for me. That we didn't talk about it, but we all understood that we'd seen the same thing. It felt like we couldn't talk about it where it or they could see us. We left immediately and haven't spoken about it since. I don't keep in touch with those friends anymore, but it would be interesting to know if they felt like it was an abduction of some kind too.
Bro.
The abduction started when I was really young. They were not scary experiences, but more like odd dreams. Every night I would sneak down to our living room, which had a large window. I would face the window and say, "Ha woo." After that, a large wolf head would materialize and say, "Ha woo," back to me, and my next memory would be waking up. I was never caught getting out of bed or going down the stairs, but I do remember that occasionally there would be leaves or dirt on the living room floor that my parents had no clue where it came from. We moved into a suburbs, and that changed the nature of the experience. I don't remember being afraid when I lived in the country, but once I lived in the suburbs, I was terrified of going to sleep. My first memory of an abduction experience was caused by a doctor's visit. Someone I went to school with got sick with something, and everyone who had contact had to get a shot. I had never had a shot before, but when the nurse approached me with the needle, I lost my mind. I was probably 9 or 10, but it took 3 nurses and poor old Dr. Lee, my pediatrician, to hold me down. I remember telling them to get that thing away from me and getting images of shadowy figures and flashes of pain in my eyes. After that, I was always awake when they came. I'd wake up and they'd be next to my bed or looking in the window, but they never tried to hide their intentions after that. The abductions peaked around 13 or 14, with about one every 2 months. By that time, I had adjusted my life to try to deal with it, going to sleep as soon as I got home from school, and waking up at around midnight and staying awake until I went to school, hoping it didn't happen. It might have worked, but it didn't help with school and family life. Slowly, the incidents became less frequent and maybe once a year. My last abduction was on my 27th birthday. I was fully conscious, and I had just gotten done calling into work saying that I would not be coming in that night. I walked outside of my car and looked up and saw something moving through the sky. It was black and amorphous and kept changing shape. At one point, I thought it looked like the space shuttle, but then it started heading towards me. I got in my car and tried starting it, but it didn't turn over. Right after that, I got this buzzing ringing in my head that was jarring and painful. By then, the craft was right over top of me, and ahead of my car, one of the creatures just materialized and moved towards me. My car door just kind of opened on its own, and it touched me with this rod thing it was carrying, and I blacked out. I came to an hour later and immediately went to work, even though I called off. I haven't had any experiences since, but I still live the way I did when it was happening. I can't sleep at night, so I work at night and sleep during the day. Relationships were difficult to maintain, but I'm doing much better now. I have some suspicion that my parents were slightly aware that something was going on when I was younger. I've had several experiences of waking up some distance away from where I was previously or sleeping at. Twice, I was wearing clothes that were not mine. This isn't my first encounter with those beings. I've had a few encounters with them so far, and it only left me confused and freaked out. My parents decided it was a good idea to send me off on a small vacation with my grandparents to Turkey. They thought it was a great idea to have me relax after such a stressful year. I went to a doctor after my first experience, thanks to my parents, who only sent me to a therapist to see if something was wrong with me. So far, no one believes me for what I've seen, but that doesn't stop me from believing it. My grandparents have this small house in the village. The next neighbor is several kilometers away, which makes it almost impossible to visit someone else. However, there are barely any trees. It's always very hot around June, and sleeping at night is way more difficult than anyone thinks. My grandparents were already sleeping, and since there was nothing to watch on television, I decided to call an end to the day and sleep outside. Of course, I didn't actually go camping, but used the balcony instead, as I did not want to wake up with a snake around me. I grabbed some pillows and a few blankets after I turned the lights on. Sleeping in the dark isn't really something I enjoy a lot, not after the many experiences I've had. The light was more for my own comfort than anything else. But I already could feel something was off. It was suddenly colder outside than it was a minute ago, and this awful feeling of being watched started to make me feel paranoid. I quickly looked back inside, but I saw nothing and shrugged it off, thinking I was making myself paranoid. That was, at least, what I had really thought. Once my eyes traveled down to the garden, I saw something way too familiar. It was dark outside, but my eyes never betrayed me for what I've seen and the light I had. Below me stood a tall gray. It was very tall and skinny. I'm not really sure how tall, but definitely taller than an average human. Its shoulders were very thin and the arms reached its knees. But to make it a bit clearer, it literally looked like those toys that you could stretch their limbs. All it did was stare at me as I stared back at it. I'm not sure how long this lasted, but I blinked my eyes, and the creature was all of a sudden a bit closer than it was before. That's when I knew that it knew I was there. I was frozen in fear, and the alien moved its head a bit to the side, only to move it back straight, as if it was curious to see me. And after a bit, I finally got the courage to do something. Instead of freaking out like always, I thought it was a better idea to react calmly. The first thing I did was wave my hand slowly at it, and only to have it give the same response back after a few minutes. I did as much as I could, trying not to freak out, but I only became even more scared. I asked what it was doing here, but that was when I felt my whole body becoming stiff. My mind was telling me to scream for help, someone to come and get this creature away. I knew one thing for sure. It wanted something from me. Something I had no idea of what it could be. I asked the creature again why it was here and only got a reaction by moving its head a bit to the side again. The alien moved a bit closer, standing right underneath me, looking up at me with those big black eyes. I wasn't able to see a mouth before, but now I could. I was shaking in fear, not knowing why it was standing this close. A loud voice of a man called for me, asking what I was doing on the balcony in the middle of the night. My eyes quickly moved to the police officer of the village, who was always driving around at night. However, once my eyes met the officer's, I quickly looked back down, only to see that the alien had disappeared. The officer saw how alarmed I was, as it was easy to see that I was shaking and nearly at the point of falling to my knees. All I did was say that something was in the garden, and that's when the officer quickly entered the garden to check if someone was there. However, he told me he saw nothing and called a few other officers to check the surrounding area. My grandparents were woken up by the officer and told them what happened. However, my grandfather, who has a bit of an obsession with aliens, asked me many questions about the alien I've seen. It seemed like it isn't the first time this has happened at all, and that it has been common in our family for encounters like this. He didn't tell me much, but what I did learn was that my grandfather was, or still is, an abductee. This happened to me during my junior year of high school. I'm in my second year of college now. The bus to my high school departed every weekday morning at around 7:30 a.m., so I would usually leave my house at 7:15 since it was a short walk to my bus stop. This event took place during a dark morning sky. It was clear out, just the sun hadn't risen yet. I walked to the bus stop during my usual time, got there, and stood among the usual group of students who also took the bus to school every morning. I had been waiting for the bus while scrolling through my phone for about 5 minutes when I got tired of looking down and decided to put my phone away. I began to analyze the beautiful dark morning sky when, all of a sudden, what appeared to be a large green glowing orb that appeared to be followed by 2 or 3 smaller ones. Very quickly, they soared across the opening between the tree lines and disappeared into the horizon, behind a thick tree line facing a lake. It happened very fast, made no sound, and left no trail at all. I was left confused more than startled. I know for a fact that I hadn't imagined what I had just seen. I looked around myself to see if anyone else shared my same expression, only to notice the guy standing next to me was erratically scanning the sky. He saw that I was looking at him and asked if I had just seen that. I said yes, and asked him what it was, but he obviously didn't have the answer. No one else in that group of people saw it. The bus got there at that exact moment, and we all got on. Fast forward to about an hour later, I got to my physics class and sat on my assigned table. I heard the girl behind me talking loudly about the weird flying thing she saw this morning. I quickly turned and asked her what the color was. She said green. I said I saw it too, and she got very excited, expressing her gratitude to me for showing the other students that she wasn't crazy. Class began after that. I really don't know what was happening that morning, and I don't expect you guys to have the answer either. I just wanted to share this story since it has remained in the back of my head ever since. It's not the only encounter that I've had of this sort, but it was definitely the first. I am glad that these other 2 people also saw what I saw because it means that it really did happen. Keep in mind that the girl in my physics class didn't live in the same community as I did, meaning that whatever this UFO was, it must have soared pretty high in the sky. I haven't seen anything quite like this since. So I've had a handful of paranormal encounters. Now that I am older, they have really stopped. This one happened when I was around 21 to 22. I'm now 30. I rented a room at my friend's house on the second story. I had a female boxer dog that would sleep with me in the room. I had one window that would face the neighborhood street. One night my dog jumped on my bed, blocking my view of the television. I tried to move her with my feet, but she wouldn't budge. She started a low growl, facing my window. Since she didn't want to move, I turned off my TV and went to sleep, and she kept growling. I don't know what time it was later, but I woke up to a very, very bright light shooting through my blinds. I instantly became annoyed and got up to see which car had their lights on so bright that it was coming into my bedroom. Mind you, never had I experienced this level of brightness. I got up and put my fingers through the blinds to open them. Then after that, everything went blank. I remember opening my eyes and walking inside a type of room. The room was metallic, with no seams, just perfectly curved metal. In front of me was a perfect metallic bed. It was just a metal rectangle in a gray color. Behind me, I could sense that there were things guiding me to this metal bed. We were communicating, but not through speaking. We were kind of talking through our minds. I could tell that they were just trying to guide me to the metallic bed in the middle of the room. I remember standing right in front of the metallic bed-like thing and just like that, I was back in my bedroom. I remember standing in my room, but this time with my back facing my window. The next morning, I woke up. I actually didn't remember any of this. This all came to me later. I woke up feeling extremely sick to my stomach. I wanted to throw up. I stumbled down the stairs because I was also extremely hungry. I got the milk out of the fridge and was getting ready to pour it into the box of cereal. I stopped myself and went over to the sink, which faces the backyard. That was when I saw my dog running around the backyard. The dog who should have still been in my room. That was when it all hit me. All the memories came back. I ran up the stairs as fast as I could to look at the condition of my room, and furniture was thrown around. This was around winter time, so it got cold, and I would sleep with 3 blankets. All 3 blankets were formed into perfect spiral-type designs in my bed. I went to the spirals and destroyed them, since I couldn't believe what had happened. Something changed inside me after that day. I got dumber in a sense. I had speech problems on which I would stutter after every other word. Also, I couldn't comprehend what I was reading unless I read it slowly 3 to 4 times. I knew something happened that night. It wasn't until almost a year later I was in my room just chilling in my bed. I was at the house alone since my roommate was working. Once again, a bright light shot through my room, but this time the house began to rumble. It literally felt like an earthquake had struck. Fear struck down my body since I already knew what that light was all about. This time the light just went away. The rumbling only lasted for about 5 seconds and everything was gone. After that day, I regained my reading and speaking levels. It all just kind of went back to normal. Definitely one of the weirdest moments in my life. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Be sure to subscribe and click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let's Read Official, and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And join my Discord to interact with me and other
I recently spent 6 months walking around Ireland with my backpack and tent. It was a one-of-a-kind trip. I wasn't surprised with the sense of adventure that I was able to find, but I was taken aback by how it made me feel. Because that's what happens when you explore hidden Ireland and dig a little deeper into the surroundings on our doorstep. There's so much history, heritage and folklore in every corner, and the way some of these places can make you feel is somewhat indescribable. And I'm just about to step into one of those places. Let's go take a look. I'm just on my way into a ring fort, a very hidden ring fort here in the middle of the Irish countryside in County Longford. And a ring fort, also known as a fairy fort, these were once the very first type of settlement or dwelling, like back in the Iron Age. But over the years, over the centuries, folklore gathered around these until they became magical or spiritual places where the fairies would reside.
That doesn't do.
First activity was underwater walking. I used to be a scuba instructor in Bali, Indonesia. Groups could book me for a casual lesson or for like a week's worth of diving where they could earn a provisional diving license. So this one group books me. They're a mixed group in their early 20s, couples and friends. Good people, silver spoons galore, but I'm not one to judge. Our first activity was underwater walking. Now, I had never tried underwater walking since it was relatively new at the time, but I'm keen to try it. So we pile into a little boat and take a short trip out towards the mothership. Now, this is just a naval term for a larger boat that smaller ones like ours can work from, but we go one step further to justify this, having spray painted one of those huge gray alien heads onto the hull. It looked awesome, and naturally the kids loved it. Underwater walking itself was similar to the time I did snuba. Scuba plus snorkeling equals snuba. In the Caribbean, in that the oxygen tanks float up on the surface of the water instead of being on the diver's back. The other major difference to regular diving is that instead of having a scuba mask to breathe out of, we had these big old sci-fi looking helmets on. I mean, they look like they were props from that old Lost in Space show that used to be on TV. I went first, and the procedure was pretty simple. I hung onto the ladder with the majority of my body in the water. They placed a small foam rubber ring on my head to cushion the helmet, and then they finally put the helmet on. The second that it was on my body, it felt like its weight was forcing me to the bottom of the ocean. It was kind of scary because I went down pretty fast, which caused the pressure to build up quickly. I made sure to swallow and yawn a bunch to negate the effects of the pressure, and I was fine. Also, I could never really get a deep breath of air because as I breathed in, the helmet began to make a vacuum, and I would have to stop to let it fill in with more air. Then 2 members of the mixed group of teens followed suit before a scuba diving man came down to be our guide. He handed all of us a piece of bread in a plastic bag, which drew all of the fish to us. That was a lot of fun watching otherwise timid fish practically swarming us. There were metal guiding handrails in the ocean floor, which I followed. The 2 kids followed behind me. It was very difficult to walk because the current was surprisingly strong and the helmets were quite heavy. We found it all incredibly enjoyable, though. I had been diving for years, and even to me it was a novelty. As I breathed, there was a constant loud whirring sound as the water put pressure on the oxygen tube. It was kind of annoying, but it meant that I was getting air, which was obviously good. That's why it was so scary when the sound suddenly stopped. I was confused, but it quickly came back on after about 2 or 3 seconds, and I could breathe again. It happened one more time, and again it came back on very quickly. I rationalized it by assuming that my tank had run empty and they were switching it to a different one. No big deal. I didn't understand how they would run out so quickly, but I didn't think too hard about it. It soon came back on and I could breathe, so no big deal. After about 10 minutes or so, I'm guessing, I have no idea how long we were down there, the guide points at me and indicates that he wants me to climb over the railing. I was very confused, but I did it after he made it very clear that that was what he wanted. It was kind of hard to see out any peripherals out of the mask, so it was easy to get lost. I looked back behind me to make sure that the teenagers saw where I went and didn't get lost. We made eye contact, so I assumed we were all good and then turned back around to follow the guide. He had me walking in a very small path between 2 corals, so I went very slowly to make sure that I didn't cut my legs up on them. It was hard due to the strong underwater current, my unwieldy helmet, and an occasional tug by the air tube as I pulled it taut. As I reached the guide, my air stopped again. I figured it was no big deal, like the previous 2 times, and continued on. I followed him for a bit, but it still didn't come on. 5 seconds without oxygen, then 10. I started to get confused. Was this some kind of joke? If so, it wasn't funny at all. 15 seconds. I thought to myself, don't panic. They always tell you not to panic. But I panicked. I started taking quicker and quicker breaths, but I forced myself to stop that. Thanks to previous training, I knew that that was the worst thing I could do. I spun around to the guide and started pounding my fist on my chest. That was the sign for I can't breathe. He seemed to notice and started walking away. I could only hope that he was taking me to the boat. I thought maybe I should just try and shrug off the helmet and swim to the surface. I didn't know if I had enough air to make it. I didn't know if the boat was above me. I didn't want to hit my head. I didn't know if I could actually shrug it off, and I didn't want to get the bends, so I figured it wouldn't be a good idea. 30 seconds. I started to notice that I was getting less and less oxygen with each breath. Water was starting to seep into my helmet. I had to look up to breathe with the little air that I had. I grabbed hold of the guide's arms so that I wouldn't lose him, and also so that he would understand the gravity of the situation. I gave him quite the death grip. 40 seconds without oxygen, my lungs burned for air. I saw the ladder of the boat. I knew that all I had to do was make it there and I would be okay. I must have gotten some sort of adrenaline rush with the renewed hope because I almost forgot about my lack of air. I fumbled for the ladder for a few seconds. It was hard to tell distances through the helmet because it had a bit of a magnifying aspect to it, before I grabbed it and started pulling myself up. As I broke the surface, air came rushing back into my helmet and I took a nice deep breath. Breathing had never felt better. It was definitely the scariest experience of my life, and I categorically would not recommend underwater walking to anyone.
So he had a bad experience.
Being that I live on the coast of Mississippi, I had been on and around the water my entire life. I have countless stories of crazy experiences and bizarre happenings while being on the water. Most involve dealing with bad weather, such as lightning storms, water spouts, or rough seas. Those can be awesomely frightening, but the craziest things that I've seen have happened while working on fishing charter boats. But the one job that always sticks with me, and the one I would consider the biggest eye-opener, occurred back in 2010 when the Deepwater Horizon oil rig blew and began spewing oil into the Gulf of Mexico. BP, after realizing to a certain extent how vast the spill was, began a program that allowed owners of boats to register and participate in the cleanup efforts along the coastline. Those that were lucky enough to be accepted into the program sometimes took advantage of an awesome opportunity to do something good for the environment and made some serious money from it while, at the same time, preventing others from getting into the program who would have actually helped. That's somewhat mentioned later, but overall is a story for another discussion. So being that the water that I had basically grown up on was being destroyed, I couldn't just sit back and not do anything. I went and got hazmat certified. Then, through certain contacts, I first started working on a 127-foot charter boat that would normally go out to the Chandeleur Islands, located off the coast of Louisiana, for several days and nights and drop skiffs in the water where clients were guided around the islands to fish. Also, I would suggest if anyone has the opportunity to go out to these islands, please do. It's absolutely incredible there, and the fishing is always superb. Anyway, back to the story. I was working on this boat for about 2 weeks before I was transferred to an offshore division that consisted of about a dozen boats. These boats were strictly personal fishing and commercial charter boats, with the largest being 57 feet and an average price of around $100,000. A couple of the other boats had to be worth well over $1 million conservatively. Our job was to leave at the crack of dawn and go out looking for oil or any marine life that may have been impacted by the spill. If we found crude oil, slicks, or anything else out of place or not normal, we'd log it, take pictures, and report it. For about a month, all we ever found were slicks. But one day, we went out about 100 miles or so, and I'll never forget the sights or smells that day. The crude oil, which we called mud, because that is exactly what it looked like, was everywhere and ridiculously thick. On average 6 inches and in some places up to 1 foot. It was like super thick putty, and to be honest is actually really hard to describe. To put this into perspective though, if you've ever been mud riding or seen a truck get stuck in the mud, that's exactly what it was like to these boats, but out on the water and a lot worse. Over time it destroyed the boat's hulls and caused significant damage to pretty much whatever it touched. We were the first group to find the crude and report it coming in that close to the shore. Also during this time, we found a life jacket belonging to one of the poor guys who actually worked on the oil rig when it blew. Words honestly can't describe what that was like. It was a haunting moment, to say the least. So, we eventually get back to shore, and that's when things started to change. The operation had now shifted to, how are we going to clean this up? And what are we going to do with it? It wasn't until this point when we all realized how serious this was, not only for the coastline, but for the environment as a whole. The next morning at the dock, we noticed that pallets of skimmers and absorbent materials had been dropped off. We were to use the skimmers to round up as much crude as we could, tie off the skimmers into a circle, and place the boom together with the crude inside. That would then be brought to the decontamination stations by another division who was assigned that job. A little reminder, our job originally was to just spot, find, take pictures, and report back, not necessarily handle the oil if at all possible. But it got to the point where instead of myself being the only one who could handle the crude on my boat, everyone else working the boats eventually ended up in protective suits handling this toxic, sludgy substance in 100-plus degree temperatures for 12 hours a day. A little side note, each boat had to have at least one hazmat certified person on board at all times who was supposed to be the only person handling the crude. Also, only 4 people were allowed to work on each boat in our division. We also ended up getting stranded twice by the shrimp boats, who decided to call it a day, leaving us with no way to move the crude while also not allowing us to leave because we couldn't just leave the rounded up crude unattended. It was absolutely miserable. Nobody could have ever imagined what we were getting into. BP themselves had no idea what they were getting into, and their claims of being prepared were completely overshadowed by the fact that they truly did not know how to run and contain an operation of this magnitude day in and day out. This became a day-to-day challenge up until the point when my shady boss got caught being greedy, charging BP for every miscellaneous thing he bought, which caused all of his boats to be shut down. During this time, both the employer and employees were making some serious money. What ruined it were the greedy jerks who just couldn't get enough. This, in turn, caused less boats that were actually doing it for the right reasons from being able to make a change out on the water. In total, we worked a little over 3 months, going out every day and seeing schools of dead fish, dead sea turtles, was disheartening to say the least. Although it was one of the most awful experiences of my life, I do feel like we made a difference out there, even if it was just a little. On one of our last trips, we were about 20 or so miles out past the barrier islands when we could see from a distance what looked like the water boiling and had a red, orange, and yellow color to it. When we got close, we realized it was a school of thousands of redfish and jack crevelli that stretched as far as we could see and was about 100 or so yards wide. Being in the middle of that, surrounded by these fish, just cannot be described with words. It was incredible, and that was the one moment that gave us hope that what we were doing was not a waste, and that we were in fact doing something worthwhile. Still to this day, it is the most incredible thing I've ever seen on the water aside from the oil spill itself. Lastly, just to throw this out there are still tons of oil out in the Gulf regardless of what people say. It's just buried and on the seafloor due to the so-called dispersants that BP claimed would break the oil up. It still can be found on the island's beaches and marshes. The marine life is just now getting back to normal again in the past 2 years, and it's only going to get better as long as some nonsense like this doesn't happen again. The year 2000
said to play host to a gallery. America's vast national parks and sprawling recreational areas are said to play host to a gallery of mysterious entities. This week we take a look at a murderous cryptid which is rumored to reside in a region which separates the southeastern states of Tennessee and Kentucky, a place known as the land between the lakes. Before we get to that though, we'd just like to take this opportunity to tell you that the second volume of our book has finally been published and has updated many of the scripts with new information. Oh, and just for It was in 1963 that President John F. Kennedy designated the rolling forest land, which separates Lake Barkley from neighbouring Kentucky Lake, a protected recreation area. Possessing 300 miles of shoreline and 170,000 acres of verdant woodland, the region has always been popular with hikers and holidaymakers. But ever since European settlers first ventured inside its boundaries, there have been reports of enigmatic and mysterious creatures which dwell in amongst the trees. French hunters and trappers sometimes return from the forest, describing encounters with shadowy figures, which would mysteriously disappear when challenged. There were also reports of strange lights which hovered in the skies overhead, trailing the hunters as they made their way deeper into the woods. As relations with the native population gradually improved, it became clear that there were sections of the forests which the local Shawnee tribe refused to enter. Attempting to prevent harm from coming to the new settlers, they shared stories of a shape-shifting shaman who dwelt in the woods, one who possessed the ability to alter his form into that of a savage and carnivorous beast. Undeterred by these tales, and lured by a relatively untouched environment in which to work, the trappers pressed on with their business, regardless. But quite soon it became horrifyingly clear that there was some truth in the warnings they had failed to heed, with reports of a murderous beast stalking them as they went about their work. Word would soon begin to spread beyond Kentucky and its borders of a wolf-like entity standing nearly 7 feet tall on its hind legs. As hunters were startled by mysterious howls in the night, and farmers began to find the mutilated carcasses of their livestock lying dead in their fields, the unseen terror which was responsible was given a name: the Loup-garou. Witness testimony pertaining to this hulking and murderous creature has persisted, from historic reports of missing hunters and townsfolk to far more recent alleged encounters. During the spring of 1973, a group of male students from Murray State University decided to take a trip out to the woods in a VW microbus. Travelling up along US Route 68 and out across the Egner's Ferry Bridge, they were soon deep within the land between the lakes, where they turned off into an isolated and remote clearing. Having foraged for deadwood and set up a fire near the van, the group then settled in for the evening, drinking beers and swapping stories. An hour or so later, one of their number rose to his feet and made his excuses, before walking off alone into the trees to answer a call of nature. The youth in question would re-emerge several minutes later, in a visibly distressed state, claiming that he had heard something snuffling and circling around him whilst he had been out in the woods. Initially laughing off their friend's claim as a prank, the students had continued with their evening. But as time wore on, several more became aware of something slowly circling the camp, hidden from sight beyond the tree line. One by one, they had each fallen silent, as the sound of snapping branches slowly progressed in a wide circle within the trees which surrounded the clearing. These noises were accompanied by what they described as a deep sniffing sound, with two of the group later claiming that they had seen a pair of glowing red eyes staring back at them out of the darkness. Suddenly, a deafening wolf-like howl sounded from nearby, which immediately prompted the youths to pile back into their transport and start the engine. But no sooner had they done so than a tall and slender shape slammed into the back of the van. The resultant force knocked several of the students inside off their feet. As the van pulled away, the sound of shrieking and grinding metal came from the rear, as if the back end of the vehicle was caught on something. Driving straight back to their campus, the group were horrified to discover significant damage to the tail end of the vehicle, with 4 deep and distinct gashes gouged into the cover of the engine compartment. It was as if something with huge claws had repeatedly slashed and torn away at the metalwork. 5 years later, in July of 1978, a 17-year-old girl named Jan Thompson had gone to stay at her aunt's house in Grand Rivers for a couple of weeks. The premises in question were located at the junction of several hiking trails, which headed off into the nearby forest and lay not far from the banks of the neighbouring Kentucky Lake. Thompson very much enjoyed spending her summers at the location, as it gave her the opportunity to spend time with her younger cousins, Joe and Rhonda. When her aunt and uncle would head off to work during the daytime, she would sit outside the house and keep Rhonda entertained. 13-year-old Joe would usually spend the day off out in the woods on his dirt bike. But one evening, as the two girls were sat playing out on the front porch, they heard the sound of Joe's bike heading back towards them through the woods. They realized almost instantly that something was wrong. Looking into each other's eyes with growing apprehension, the pair knew that the pitch of the bike's engine was far too high, indicating that it was being ridden at a dangerous speed. Sure enough, when the trail bike and its rider emerged from the trees, it was travelling at breakneck speed, taking all of Joe's skill to bring it to a stop without falling from the saddle. After he had dismounted and began to limp across to the girls, Thompson could see what appeared to be fresh blood dripping from a long tear in the right leg of his jeans. With tears streaming down his face, her younger cousin explained how he had been heading home along a path by the old sawmill, when a dark shape had burst out of the bushes and tried to grab hold of him. Feeling the pain of sharp claws slicing across his right leg, the boy had immediately accelerated away. But turning to look over his shoulder, he had then seen his attacker in pursuit, now fully upright on two legs. Thompson had been in the process of trying to calm Rhonda, who was clearly upset by the blood she could see on her brother's right leg, when they were startled by a guttural roar, which had come from somewhere further down the nearby trail. A tall figure then stepped out from the tree line, its lean body barely discernible beneath the thick pelt of jet black fur, covering its entire being. As Jan and her cousins quickly moved back across the porch towards the front door, the creature had stepped forward, and in doing so had activated a security light affixed to the side of the house. The creature had instantly halted, shielding its eyes from the glare, and in doing so had allowed the children to flee into the address and lock the door behind them. For several seconds it remained motionless, almost contemplating the beam of blinding light. Through the windows, Jan managed to get a good look at the intruder. She would later state how it was unlike the descriptions she had heard of Sasquatches, which apparently roamed the region. It was instead more reminiscent of a dog or wolf, and was standing upright on its hind legs. Its black eyes were almost indiscernible, somewhat lost amongst the mass of dark fur surrounding its features. As the creature then resumed its steady advance towards the house, Jan seized several knives from a drawer in the kitchen before ushering the younger children upstairs, where they all hid under one of the beds. For the next hour or so, the trio were plagued by the sounds of repeated banging and clattering all around the exterior of the ground floor, culminating in the smashing of glass as a downstairs window was apparently shattered. These sounds instantly ceased when the horn blast from an approaching vehicle was heard, signalling to the children that their mother had arrived home. Minutes later, Jan's aunt had stepped in through the front door, chiding the children for not having come out to help her unpack the shopping, as she had indicated for them to do so by using the car horn. Upon seeing the haunted and terrified expressions on the faces of the three youngsters, she advised them to stay where they were, and went outside to inspect the house. It would later be discovered that one of the kitchen windows had indeed been broken inwards by the attacker. Upon his subsequent return home, Jan's uncle had listened impassively as they had related their story. Asking no questions of the account, he had simply forbidden the children from entering the woods again at any point, before sending them all off to bed. There is another story, however, with which the beast of the land between the lakes will forever be associated. A horrifying tale, allegedly covered up by the local authorities to avoid widespread panic. In 1982, so the story goes, an entire family was brutally murdered whilst camping in the region. Their motorhome was discovered stained with blood, with the bodies of the father, mother, and 13-year-old son found heavily mutilated in and around the campsite, apparently having been attacked by something with huge claws. The 9-year-old daughter was later discovered some distance away, having been lodged in the high branches of a tree. There are several differing versions of this incident, passed down by local residents over the years since it was reported to have occurred. For this reason, it was largely written off by many commentators as pure fiction, due to a lack of accompanying evidence. Then, in December of 2020, an apparent eyewitness to the event finally came forward. Contacting a YouTube channel by the name of Cryptid Studies Institute, a man calling himself Roger claimed that in 1982 he had been invited to go camping with a family at a recreational site within the land between the lakes. Having had several initial conversations, the presenters were so compelled by his testimony that they invited him onto the channel for a formal interview, which is linked in the description. There are some notable differences between Roger's story and the ones which have since circulated online. For instance, he is adamant that the body of the youngest member of the family was not discovered up in a tree some distance from the camp, but was instead found where she was killed, inside the RV. The man related that at the time of the incident, he was a 15-year-old boy staying with relatives in the town of LaGrange, Indiana. During his time there, he had befriended a family of 4, who had recently moved to the area, having made the decision to leave a neighbouring Amish community. In April of that year, he had been approached by the father of the family, a man named Levi, and was asked if he wanted to accompany them on a short camping break. Having been granted permission by his relatives, Roger then joined the group in their brand new Holiday Imperial motorhome, heading for a campsite situated somewhere in between Tennessee and Kentucky. Levi and his wife Diane had 2 children, 9-year-old Connie and her 13-year-old brother Stephen, both of whom were friendly with Roger. Arriving at the campsite in the early evening of April the 7th, they had found no other vehicles present. Levi had driven slowly past the simple concrete toilet blocks, before parking up at the extreme end of the campsite. It was at this point that the father and son had walked off into the adjoining forest to collect wood for a campfire. Whilst they did so, the women of the family had remained inside the camper van, preparing dinner. At something of a loose end, Roger had elected to start his holiday by target shooting some tin cans, using the .410 shotgun he had brought along with him. But as he had been collecting his would-be targets, he suddenly became aware of a disturbance coming from the front of the RV, with several male voices shouting in alarm. Running forwards to the driver's seat to see what was going on, the boy was horrified to see Stephen being attacked by a towering dog-like creature, which was leaning in to bite at his neck. At this point, Levi had suddenly emerged bearing a 20-gauge shotgun. He immediately opened fire, hitting the creature in the shoulder and causing it to drop his son. But as the weapon had only been loaded with birdshot, the attacker had shrugged off the injury, seizing hold of Levi and killing him instantly. Terrified, Roger had run to the side door and fired his own weapon at the creature as it approached from the left. The beast fell onto its side, and the youth took this opportunity to crawl underneath the vehicle and climb up into the framework alongside the drive shaft. Moments later, the camper van had buckled under the weight of something huge clambering inside it, and he had been horrified to hear the women screaming above him. Their cries of sheer terror had been cut brutally short, as they were dispatched with the same ruthless efficiency as the father and son. Roger couldn't be sure, but he had the distinct impression that there were in fact 2 of the creatures attacking the family. He remained below, finally hearing heavy footsteps retreating off into the woods. After waiting for what felt like an eternity in the eerie silence which followed, he rolled out from underneath the RV and ran to the main road in search of help. The driver of a passing pickup truck had listened intently to his story, taking him to a nearby farm and then calling for the authorities. When he took Roger back to the campsite a short time later, there were now several government officials and soldiers from the National Guard on the scene. Walking them through the events as best he could, the boy was struck by the lack of predation to the dead family members, the 2 female victims having had their necks broken, as opposed to being bitten or feasted upon. The government agents had listened and nodded as he described how he had heard no growling or barking from the creatures during the attack, only heavy panting. He had further explained how the attackers, despite being canine in appearance, had moved like human beings. He had assumed they were men in dog suits, as opposed to any kind of animal. And yet, everything of value inside the trailer was still present. The officials found almost $20,000 sitting in the safe, these being the proceeds from the family's recent house sale. Roger would be taken directly to the airport in nearby Hopkinsville, where he was promptly placed on a flight back to his hometown of Cedar Rapids. Completely stunned by what he had seen, he did not speak of it to his family, but instead watched the news to see how the story would be related to the public. It never was, and it would not be until many years later, when he stumbled across different versions of the incident circulating online, that he realized it must have been covered up. America's more remote regions are no stranger to reports of tall and aggressive cryptids, which are known to attack the unfortunate souls who cross their paths. But the majority of these have been ape-like in appearance, with a much smaller percentage being described by witnesses as canine. The beast from the land between the lakes is somewhat distinctive, in that it supposedly resembles an upright wolf, rather than possessing the hulking frame of the dogman, which is decidedly more humanoid. However, its behaviours appear far more human-like, with the creature reacting to technology with a greater degree of understanding than similar entities. This has led some to believe that the beast is possibly a skinwalker of Native American folklore. The commonalities in the stories of this creature and its various encounters with people make for an interesting case, but the fact remains that there is no proof to support its existence. Not to cast doubt on those who believe they have seen this entity and others like it, but until more compelling evidence comes forward, it will remain the stuff of legend. The officer on Kentucky summer of 1955, an entire family burst into a local police station, shouting in panic that their home had been attacked by aliens. The officer on duty reacted with amusement, but little did he know that what he was now dealing with would become one of the most prolific and well-documented cases of extraterrestrial visitation on record.
Boy, you look shit.
For most, Kentucky is known for its beautiful, rolling green pastures and world-renowned bourbon, but for others, the bluegrass state is home to many myths and legends, and even some downright terrifying paranormal and supernatural events. Perhaps one of the oldest is the hillbilly beast, a Bigfoot-like entity which is said to stalk various stretches of woodland. Then there is the Pope Lick creature, otherwise known as the Fisherville Goatman, which haunts a local railway bridge and is often heard mimicking a child's voice, calling out in distress to passers-by. Those who venture forth to investigate are later found dead or disappear completely. One of the lesser-known legends speaks of the Little White Men of Kentucky, which is perhaps closely related to the case we're about to present, and which we will explore further in Part 2. But for now, let us focus on the state's boldest claim to supernatural fame, a case known not just throughout the United States, but the entire world. On the night of the 21st of August 1955,
Don't know why.
a household situated in the rural stretches between the communities of Kelly and Hopkinsville in Christian County was apparently besieged by strange creatures, the likes of which the residents had never seen before, or for that matter, since. The event itself was witnessed by 11 people, 8 adults and 3 children, and would later involve up to 16 members of various law enforcements, as well as the military. For those immediately affected, the story is one of bewilderment, incredulity, and ultimately unbridled terror, and is considered by many to be the definitive account of extraterrestrial visitation. More than 60 years later, not one word of these accounts has changed, and it would all play out as follows. Earlier that evening, Billy Ray Taylor, a young man in his early 20s, exited the farmhouse where he was staying with friends and made his way over to the well some 100 yards distant. Despite the heat, the dying light had brought with it a cool breeze, which stirred the leaves and branches of the trees surrounding the property. It was a welcome change from the stifling interior of the household. He and his wife June were visiting friends for the weekend on a much-needed break from work. The house itself belonged to Glennie Langford, who lived there with her 3 younger children. But it was Glennie's older sons from another marriage, Elmer Lucky Sutton and John Charlie J.C. Sutton, with whom he was most acquainted. They were there too with their wives, Vera and Aileen. Aileen's brother, O.P. Baker, had also joined the group for supper. In total, there had been 11 people, including himself, sitting inside the parlour, and unsurprisingly, the air had become heavy with heat and moisture. When Glennie declared that they had run out of water, Billy Ray had been first to volunteer in fetching some more. As he trudged towards the rear of the property, he stopped for a moment to admire his surroundings, regarding the lengthening shadows and encroaching gloom beyond the trees. The seclusion and privacy afforded by the encompassing woodland was not lost on him. Maybe one day, he thought, as he reached the well and threw in the pail, he would have the means to purchase his own patch of land just like it.
There was a muffled splash as the bucket hit the water, and as Billy Ray worked to retrieve it, he turned his head skyward to look at the orange light of the setting sun. To his surprise, his gaze was drawn elsewhere. He suddenly caught sight of a round metallic object in the sky above the property, glinting in the last vestiges of the sun's rays. It looked to be descending at speed in an arc across the sky, with a multicoloured tail trailing behind it. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. There were no wings or discernible features, and it made no sound whatsoever. It disappeared behind some trees about half a mile distant, an action which was followed by a dull thud, and Billy Ray knew in that instant that whatever the object was, it had most certainly just crashed. Collecting the pail, he ran back to the farmhouse and declared to the others present that he had just seen a spaceship. There was a moment of silence before the room burst into a cacophony of laughter. The consensus amongst the group was that surely this was nothing more than one of those pranks that Billy Ray and Lucky sometimes played on one another. But Billy Ray was not laughing. In fact, he seemed genuinely agitated by what he had just witnessed, and as soon as his companions realized that he was not joking, they tried to reason that maybe he had seen a meteor or shooting star. Unwilling to let it go or pass it off so casually, Billy Ray insisted that Lucky accompany him to the well so that he could point out exactly where the spaceship had crashed and see if there was any smoke or other indication that something was out there. By now, darkness was well and truly creeping in. The two men spent 10 minutes surveying the skyline. It was hard to see anything in the twilight, but there were certainly no columns of smoke anywhere to be seen. Lucky didn't know what to make of his friend's story, but it was clear that something had shaken him. As they made their way back to the house, the sound of a snapping branch suddenly caught their attention. Somewhere out in the tree line, they spotted a dull glow, low to the ground, but moving towards them. It wasn't bright enough to be a flashlight, possibly a lantern, but there was no definition to it. They watched as it moved closer, and only as it got to within 20 feet of them did they realize that something about this situation was terribly wrong. They could not believe their eyes, but what they appeared to be looking at was a small humanoid figure with short, atrophied legs and long, thin arms. Its most striking feature, though, was its large saucer-like eyes, which glowed in the darkness. Either side of its head, they could see what looked like large pointed ears, and most disturbing of all was the fact that it seemed to be floating along the ground rather than walking, moving inexorably towards them. The two men yelled expletives, then ran into the house, slamming the door behind them. Glennie, who had been sitting in the parlour with the rest of their companions, rushed out into the hall and demanded to know what the commotion was about. "There is something in the woods near the house," Lucky replied. "Something strange. We best stay inside." Unsurprisingly, his mother did not believe a word of it, assuming that it was all part of a wider prank being perpetuated by him and Billy Ray. In any case, she did not want the children being scared at this hour, and so she sent the youngsters up to bed. Shortly afterwards, Lucky grabbed a 12-gauge shotgun along with his .22 hunting rifle, handing the latter to Billy Ray and instructing him to watch the back door whilst he watched the front. Glennie was just thinking to herself that this joke was all going a bit too far, when she suddenly spotted a small figure standing at the rear of the house. Her blood-curdling scream alerted Billy Ray, who immediately took aim with the .22 and fired. The bullet pierced the netting of the screen door and appeared to strike the strange creature, which tumbled backwards with a metallic rattling sound, and then moved off at speed into the trees, apparently uninjured. Emboldened by the creature's retreat, Billy Ray stepped out onto the porch, aiming his rifle towards the woods when all of a sudden, what can only be described as a spindly hand with long talons reached down from the porch roof and made a grab for his hair. Aileen, who had been standing behind him, yanked him backwards into the house. Lucky then stepped outside, aiming his weapon up towards where the hand had appeared. A shot rang out, and another of the creatures fell from the roof with that same metallic rattle, and then proceeded to hop into the woods, also seemingly uninjured. Once everyone was back inside, JC collected his 20-gauge shotgun and joined the others. No one knew exactly who or what these creatures were, but it was quite evident that there was more than one of them, and they appeared to be completely impervious to bullets. Collecting their thoughts, the distraught men and women of the group began to exchange ideas about what they were dealing with. Glennie, who was deeply religious as well as superstitious, questioned whether they might be demons, sent by the devil himself. Lucky wondered if they were the cave goblins which folk in those parts sometimes talked about, whilst Billy Ray believed they had something to do with the object he had seen earlier that evening. Suddenly the air was pierced by a shrill scream, coming from the direction of the children's bedroom. The youngsters had been instructed to remain where they were, but now they came running down the hall, saying that they had seen a strange face with large glowing eyes peering at them through their bedroom window. Lucky asked his mother to take the children into a room at the rear of the house and suggested that JC accompany them. A few minutes later, there was another scream, as one of the strange faces now appeared at the window in the back room. This was followed by another shot and the sound of breaking glass, as JC unloaded with his 20 gauge. Once again, the creature simply bounced backwards, unhurt, and scrambled out of sight. Over the course of the next 2 hours, the family would be terrorized by these small entities. Scratching sounds would be heard on the roof, faces would appear at the windows, the family would look outside, only to see a number of them moving about the yard, or perched up in the trees near the house. Although the beings never tried to enter the residence itself, they seemed especially interested in the children, and each time they got too close for comfort, they would be shot at by either Lucky, Billy Ray, or JC. Between the 3 men, they estimated that there were probably 3 or 4 of the strange beings in total, at which they would fire more than 100 shots. At around 11:30 p.m, there seemed to be a lull in activity. Thinking that maybe the creatures had left,
double
the
bears.
family piled into 2 trucks and drove to the police station in Hopkinsville. The desk sergeant on duty didn't know what to make of their story, and at first reacted with mild amusement. Someone was pulling his chain, he thought to himself. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to take the matter seriously. In the back of his mind, he was at least half concerned that a gun battle might have taken place between local residents, and arranged for the immediate dispatch of officers to the scene. In all, 4 city police, 5 state troopers, 3 deputy sheriffs, and 4 military police from nearby Fort Campbell arrived on the scene at the Sutton farmhouse. They found extensive damage to the property in the form of bullet holes, screen doors which had been peppered with gunfire, windows which had been blasted through, and shot which was found embedded in the frames of doors and windows. Littered around the home were various shell casings. It was quite evident that something significant had taken place, but a wider inspection of the property yielded little evidence. One officer noticed something glowing in the distant trees, but a search of that area returned nothing. At a spot where Lucky had apparently shot one of the beings, officers found a stain that gave off an odd sheen when viewed from a certain angle, but there was nothing really to collect or sample. It appeared the creatures, whatever they were, had left. The family were interviewed at length, and all gave the same consistent account of the night's events, as well as uncannily similar descriptions of the entities that had besieged the farmhouse. Neighbours also somewhat corroborated their story, saying they had seen strange lights in the woods, and assumed it was the Suttons looking for one of their pigs that had escaped. Later they would also hear the gunfire, and reasoned at the time that they were perhaps trying to scare off a bobcat, which was worrying their livestock. Nevertheless, after hours of fruitless investigation, the officers felt they had exhausted their efforts and departed the scene. The next day, neighbours converged on the Sutton property, intrigued by the rumours which had been circulating around town in the aftermath of the incident, only to find that no one was home.
As it would transpire, Glennie had awoken at 3:30 in the morning and had seen one of the creature's faces peering at her through the window. The strange beings had returned during the night, but had left again as soon as the first rays of sunlight had appeared on the horizon. The family and their guests had not been far behind. Terrified beyond belief, they had left in their trucks, and it would be some time before they returned home. Over the following months, a media circus ensued. Local as well as national publications, radio and TV stations all wanted to interview the Sutton family and their friends. At first, the Suttons were forthcoming, but as soon as the true agenda behind this interest was realised, one of ridicule and cynicism, they became introverted regarding what happened and refused to comment any further. Of the lucky few who did manage to speak to members of the family in the months, years, and even decades afterwards, all would comment on how each of their stories remained ironclad, unchanged and startlingly similar to each other's, despite the amount of time that had passed. After constant harassment from reporters and souvenir hunters, Glennie and her family vacated the property within a few months. But it wasn't just the barrage of unwanted callers that drove them away. It was the constant fear that those creatures, whatever they were, would one day return. Much has been written about the Kelly Hopkinsville encounter over the years, and it's safe to say that opinion remains well and truly divided over its legitimacy. Many of the police officers who attended the scene that night attested to the family's state of utter panic, along with the amount of damage caused to their property. They would go on to declare on record that they had no doubts whatsoever the family and their guests experienced something, but whether it had anything to do with extraterrestrials was another matter entirely. Skeptics have argued that it was a case of mistaken identity, perhaps agitated by excessive alcohol consumption. Joe Nichol, a member of the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, theorized that what the family had actually seen were a mating pair of great horned owls. After all, these are fairly large nocturnal birds, which have yellow eyes, fly silently, and aggressively defend their territory. The descriptions of the creatures given by the family do somewhat loosely fit these characteristics, but there are a number of glaring issues. The Suttons described the entities as being around 3.5 feet in height, which is significantly taller than the maximum height of the great horned owl. Secondly, these birds will almost always attack from higher up. They would not, and could not, hover slowly, just mere inches above the ground when zeroing in on a target. The final issue, and perhaps the most obvious, is that great horned owls are not bulletproof, and they certainly do not rattle like tin cans when shot at. In light of this, skeptics then fall back on the possibility that the family were intoxicated, or simply fabricated the entire incident for financial gain. Police found no evidence whatsoever that the Suttons or their guests had been drinking alcohol on the night in question, and they also doubted that a relatively poor family would destroy their own property as part of a hoax. They never made any real money from their story, even though they had ample opportunity to, and the repair costs would have created an extra burden, which they simply did not need. However, there were accounts of people being charged a fee to enter the property in the wake of the incident, which the Suttons readily admitted to, and stated that it was their way of deterring unwanted visitors. Whilst the story seems highly fantastical, so many of the family's friends, acquaintances and neighbours vouched for their integrity in the years following the encounter, stating that it would have been completely out of character for any of them to perpetuate a hoax of this magnitude. Not one of them sought the spotlight, and in fact, they shied away from fame and fortune altogether. They have always maintained that they were the reluctant victims of something they were never able to fully understand, and that the less they had to do with it, the better. As it would turn out, a little-known case which occurred in the spring of 2012 would seemingly corroborate the Suttons' tale, and leave the rest of us asking if the Kentucky Goblins had returned. In the previous episode, we discussed the events that occurred at a farmhouse in rural Kentucky during the summer of 1955, in which an entire family was besieged by what they believed to be extraterrestrial beings. It is a case that has resonated over the last 60 years, but what if the same thing happened to another family as recently as 2012?
Hello, my name is Dr. David Christie. I received your contact information through a mutual acquaintance who assures me that you are well equipped to investigate peculiar problems. Furthermore, I believe you may have interest in these events beyond any compensation that I am prepared to deliver in order to have these issues sorted. For the past 6 months, I have been living in a rural home located on the border of West Virginia and Kentucky, where my family is nightly assaulted by creatures that I have come to believe are of an extraterrestrial origin. These beings appear to be the size and stature of a small child, devoid of any facial features save for large, oily eyes and lipless mouths. They frighten my children by peering through their bedroom windows, chirping at one another. They actively attempt to enter my home in the middle of the night. Last month they took my dog. The police refused to provide any further assistance, attributing the problem to wild animals and forwarding my complaints to the State Game Commission. I believe they are coming from an abandoned mine located on the edge of my property. Though I'm armed, I'm afraid that I'm far too frightened to enter the mine by my lonesome, and cannot convince any sympathetic friends to accompany me, though I cannot blame them. I am convinced that the only answer is to collapse the mine. I believe this is where we can be mutually beneficial to one another. If you are prepared to assist me in this matter, I can offer you permission to record and document these events under the condition of anonymity. I can guarantee you evidence of these creatures which I assure you are not wild animals. Please respond ASAP. Thank you.
What you have just heard is the content of an email sent to paranormal investigator Greg Newkirk of weekinweird.com on the 22nd of April 2012. Originally thought to be nothing more than a simple prank or hoax, this initial communication would prove to be the spark that would ignite one of the most intriguing cases of recent times, one that would come back to haunt those involved again and again over the course of nearly a decade and counting. In all, Dr. David Christie would send 4 emails to Greg over the course of several months, before he seemingly disappeared from the face of the earth, never to be heard from again. In this episode, we will read the transcripts of those emails, and show the photographic materials which appear to back up the besieged doctor's claims. In his younger days, Greg used to run a rather tongue-in-cheek ghost hunting team known as Ghost Hunters Incorporated. It was to this group's website that the first of Dr. Christie's emails was sent. Ghost Hunters Inc. had long since disbanded, and the website hadn't been updated in years, but Greg would still monitor the site's server and check for messages from time to time, so it came as something of a surprise to him when he received this particular email, not least because it obviously had nothing to do with ghosts. Not being one to shy away from a challenge, Greg replied, simply stating that he had no experience with either extraterrestrials or explosives, but that he would be glad to assist if David could elaborate on the details or provide any evidence. After clicking the send button, he did not expect to receive a response. However, the next day, he found the following email sitting in his inbox.
Thank you for the prompt response. I do not blame you for being skeptical of my story. I appreciate you keeping an open mind about my situation, and I am more than happy to provide you with as much information as I am able. I was given your contact information through a man by the name of Terry Rist. When these disturbances first began occurring, I was only inclined to confide in a personal friend who I knew had fringe interests. He offered to share my concerns with a man that had dealt with somewhat similar experiences in previous years. I accepted his offer. Within a week, I was informed that this gentleman had long since retired from pursuits of this kind, but was willing to provide me with contacts who may be willing to help. This is how I came to contact you. I do not have any answer to why, other than a referral and recommendation from a gentleman I do not know personally. I was under the impression that you would answer that question. I am located in Pike County, just outside the town of Hellier, Kentucky. Hellier is located roughly 30 to 60 minutes from the borders of Virginia and West Virginia, respectively. Most of Pike County is made up of small towns and rural communities. It is not uncommon to go days without seeing my closest neighbors. I moved to this area for the peace and quiet. I have received neither. I have lived in this area for just under 7 months, and in that time the majority of the harassment has occurred within the past 3. I did not become aware of any strangeness until early December, although that is only when I began to keep a record of these events. At first, it was merely strange tracks in the snow around my home. I had initially imagined that they were from some kind of animal that would closely resemble a human footprint minus the heel. At that time, I was under the impression that it was simply a single creature. It wasn't until weeks later that I began to suspect that I was dealing with a number of what I thought were individuals hazing me upon my arrival to the area. At this point, I was incapable of keeping my dog outdoors overnight. Any attempt to leave her leashed would result in her barking herself hoarse until she was allowed back indoors. In the weeks leading up to this particular evening, I had awoken to find my shed doors open on several occasions, many of my children's toys missing or moved, and my yard in general disarray. I had already given a report to the police, who were making it increasingly clear that they were not interested in my case, barring physical harm or large-scale theft. The second week of January, I'm having breakfast with my family when my 5-year-old daughter begins talking about the kids without hair. When my wife inquired about these kids, she informed us that she had spent the previous night watching them play in the yard. As you can imagine, that was of some concern. I asked my daughter what these kids looked like. She told me that they were bald like Grandpa and weren't wearing any clothes. The very same day, I found a wreath that hangs inside our rear porch stuffed into our mailbox. I purchased and installed motion-activated floodlights the following day, and for a time, the problem ceased. It wasn't until the end of February that our daughter informed us that the bald kids had returned. I was awoken to the sound of my daughter screaming and rushed into her bedroom only to meet her halfway down the hall. When my wife and I were finally able to calm her down enough to speak, she told us that the kids were trying to peer into her window, but they couldn't reach, and instead had taken to tapping on it. She hasn't slept in her own bedroom since. It was that morning that I phoned the police for the second time, and they responded by finally sending a trooper to our residence. I informed him of the regular mischief, how I was unable to let my dog outdoors after dusk, and of the bald kids. When we found the ground disturbed just under my daughter's bedroom window, the officer informed me, very matter-of-factly, that we were dealing with an animal and I would be better off contacting the Game Commission than waste their resources any further. Almost every day for the following week, I would find some evidence that something or someone had been on my property the previous night. Smudges on the windows were not uncommon. Stones from the walkway dragged to the other side of the lawn, and I had found tears in the screen door. On Wednesday, the 7th of March, I finally witnessed the kids without hair for myself. The dog woke me up around 1:30 a.m., scratching at the back door and whimpering to be let out. I noticed that the motion floodlights was on and went to the kitchen window to check that the shed doors were still closed, when I realized that I could see the shadow of an individual cast across my lawn. From the angle I was positioned, I could not actually see the source of the shadow or the floodlights. The dog was pacing circles around the back door, and I could hear someone rifling through a box on the porch. Filled with more anger than common sense, the only reaction I could muster was to bang loudly on the window and yell, at which point I heard the screen door on the porch swing open and slam against the house. I heard what I can only describe as chirping at this point. It sounded much like a skunk, if more guttural. I then realized that there were more than 2 people on my property, and the shadow, which had been reacting as if it didn't know which way to run, was quickly joined by another. For a moment, I watched as the shadows chirped at one another when I noticed a figure out of the corner of my eye. Standing in the flower bed just to the bottom left of my window was a small humanoid figure with sickly pale skin. Completely hairless, standing roughly 4 foot, it was looking in the direction of the shadows, and had clearly come from around the left side of the house, opposite the porch, and had not noticed me as far as I could tell. Its face was devoid of features, save for large round eyes, very reminiscent in shape and color of a bird's eye. It had no nose to speak of, and only a small slit for a mouth. It didn't appear to move its mouth as it chirped, sounding more as if the noises originated from its throat. It was most certainly not a wild animal, and even more certainly not a child. I was too terrified to move, and watched as the creature hopped to the others, and together they scrambled into the woods on the right side of my property. It was clear that there were at least 5 in the group. I've not mentioned this particular incident to my wife, and the only other person who I've spoken to about these creatures are yourself and the close friend who introduced me to our mutual friend, Mr. Wrist. I would prefer to keep things that way, and to approach this problem as discreetly as possible. Since that evening, my dog has gone missing from the porch, yet to return, and I can only imagine that this disappearance has to do with these creatures. I've gone looking for him during daylight hours, only to find many of my missing belongings scattered at the entrance to an abandoned mine shaft at the far edge of my property. I don't dare go inside. My friend has convinced me that my experience is similar to that of other visitation experiences, providing me with material and references that back up his claims. I am aware of the outlandish nature of what I have told you, but I'm afraid that I have no other explanation for what I have seen, at least at this time. I can see no other option than to seal the entrance to the mine. I cannot achieve this on my own, and I am too frightened to try. I don't dare share this information with others for fear of ruining my career and the reputation of my family. I am prepared to compensate your travel expenses and offer you unrestricted access with whatever recording equipment that you desire, but only on the condition of complete anonymity. Beyond that, I have no desire than to be rid of this problem. Please inform me of what you would like photographs of and where to send them. Thank you again.
Although Greg was intrigued by the doctor's story, he was not prepared to commit to an investigation without any supporting evidence. He responded by reiterating this request. But the thing that most stood out to the intrepid investigator was the name of the so-called mutual acquaintance, Terry Wrist. Greg had never heard of this person, and wondered whether it was someone he might have met only briefly during his past exploits. An online search garnered no tangible leads in this direction, but it did reference something that seemed just a little too coincidental to ignore. Terry Wrist was not a real name, but it does appear in 2 books by Alan H. Greenfield, titled The Secret Cipher of the Euthnauts and The Secret Rituals of the Men in Black. In each of these books, the author conducts an interview with an ex-military individual who uses Terry Wrist as a pseudonym. but it is what this individual talks about that is most interesting. In the secret cipher of the Youthnauts, Terry Rist claims that he was part of a covert group of Vietnam War veterans, which was tasked with infiltrating and destroying underground alien bases situated in the southern United States, the entrances of which were to be found in various caves or abandoned mines. As far-fetched as this appeared, Greg could not simply dismiss the obvious connection, though he understandably approached it with some skepticism, a skepticism which only grew when David failed to respond to his request for proof. However, as we shall see, the name of Terry Rist would crop up again in due course. In the meantime, the lack of any further emails from Dr. Christie was seen as suspicious, and just as Greg was beginning to write the whole thing off as a brief but intriguing hoax, another message appeared in his inbox.
My apologies for the time it has taken me to reply to your previous email. The situation at my home had become unbearable, and we chose to stay with my wife's family out of state until an appropriate solution can be reached. I am at my wit's end. This afternoon, my brother-in-law and I traveled back to the house for the first time in over a month, as I needed to check on the security of my property and gather some belongings. The house seems relatively untouched, leading me to believe that the creature's motives were driven by the presence of my family. As you requested, I brought a camera back to the property for the purpose of photographic evidence. While my home was free of tampering, I was able to find a trail of prints that matched the size and shape of those previously left by the creatures on my property. The prints lead into the woods behind my home, following a stream that runs near the mine. My brother-in-law, an avid sportsman, cannot identify the tracks despite his skepticism. Perhaps you know of someone better suited to identify these prints. I will be spending the next 2 nights in my home, and will send you more images should the opportunity present itself. I am looking forward to your thoughts.
Attached to this email was a series of photographs depicting a strange set of footprints left in the mud, which Greg did not recognize. He was not an outdoorsman, but still carried out his due diligence and sent the images to a number of people who were better qualified to identify them. No one had an answer as to what kind of animal could have made them. And what was interesting about these prints was that they exhibited dermal ridges. These are long, thin indentations created by the creases of skin on the bottom of a bare foot. They are considered amongst experts to be as unique as fingerprints and are extremely difficult to fake. The fact that they were present in these examples lent a degree of credence to the doctor's story, and finally attracted Greg's full and undivided attention. He replied instantly, asking whether David could place something next to the footprints which would give them a sense of scale. Sure enough, the next morning, another message was waiting in his inbox, with even more attachments.
The creatures came out the woods late last evening. I have enclosed photographs taken to the best of my ability given the situation. I have also enclosed photographs of the creature's footprints alongside a measuring stick. My brother-in-law is not as skeptical as he was when we arrived, and he will be leaving before dark this evening. I look forward to hearing back from you.
The first set of images showed more footprints, this time with a ruler placed beside them, and it was clear from the measurements that they were about half the length of a human footprint. Each one had the same 3-toed configuration, and they were all missing a heel, suggesting that whatever had made them either walked on its tiptoes or had very small feet. They were also clearly made by a biped, as there was a distinct lack of any foreprints. As interesting as these images were, nothing could have prepared Greg for what he saw in the next few attachments. In total, there were 3 photographs of the so-called creatures, the first of which was thrown out as it didn't seem to show much. The second one was similar, but once the contrast levels were adjusted, it appeared to show what looked like a grey alien standing in profile, looking off to the left. The shape of a large head, as well as a dark eye, and orifice where the ear would be situated could also be seen. The third and final image was a lot clearer and seemed to depict a humanoid creature of some kind peeping out from behind a tree. Its head, neck and shoulder, as well as a portion of its left arm, were visible even in the low light, but the results were far from conclusive. Whatever was captured in these photographs would unfortunately remain a mystery, as Greg never heard from Dr. David Christie again, despite repeated attempts to re-establish contact. Nevertheless, he was not about to give up on the case, and considered other ways of investigating the doctor's account. As David had mentioned that he'd called the police during these incidents, Greg surmised that there must have been a record of some sort, be it an incident report or call log, and set about contacting the authorities in that area. Hellier itself was too small for a local police station, so he instead contacted the closest state police department. They could indeed confirm that they had received and investigated a call very similar to that described in the email, but would not divulge any further details. Next, Greg checked census records to see if anyone by the name of David Christie had ever lived in the town, but Hellier's small size made this impossible, as no census data had ever been recorded. Finally, he wanted to know if there were any abandoned mines in the region, and after checking government records, found that there were in fact dozens within a relatively small area. Furthermore, quite a few properties had streams running through them, another factor which had been mentioned in the doctor's emails. All of these details seemed to correlate, but there just wasn't enough evidence to pinpoint an exact address, and David had never given any specifics in this regard. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months without any further contact from this man, Greg reluctantly shelved the case and decided to focus his attention elsewhere. During the latter half of the year, he and his wife Dana were heavily involved in the filming and production of Planet Weird's Engaging the Strange documentary web series. During their research and preparation for a particular experiment, which was to be carried out during that series, Greg and Dana had the chance to visit Brown Mountain in North Carolina. Brown Mountain, of course, plays host to the world-famous Brown Mountain Lights, which are frequently reported in the region. Completely unrelated to the case of Dr. Christie, one of the couple's friends and colleagues just happened to mention during filming that he knew of a nearby cave that was supposedly the entrance to an underground alien base, and asked them if they would like to see it. They of course agreed, and whilst Greg and Dana never found any entrances to alien bases, they did find a huge, out-of-place boulder, which did not seem analogous to its surroundings, and appeared to be blocking off a passageway which led into the further recesses of the cave. Although this was interesting, it wasn't exactly definitive, and would have been written off entirely as a light-hearted distraction from filming had it not been for another email 5 months later, from none other than Terry Rist. On the 4th of February 2013, the following message appeared in Greg's inbox.
Why did you stop when you were so close? I have something for you. 1 week.
Greg immediately jumped to the conclusion that someone was messing around. After all, he had made a public post about David Christie's emails and the connection to Terry Rist on weekendweird.com, but with most of the personal details redacted. But then, exactly a week later, another email from Mr. Rist would put this suspicion to bed.
Hellier was just a symptom. The ink and black are isolated still in the third order MIA. Bear in mind, for every door closed, the window must be open. The door is closed. The window is open. Use the numbers.
Attached to this email was an image, which appeared to show an old piece of paper with a string of 16 numbers on it. The fact that the person who had sent this email had mentioned Hellier specifically immediately set alarm bells ringing. In all of his posts, Greg had never mentioned the name of the town. Only a handful of people knew this information, people who Greg trusted implicitly. But even this wasn't the most haunting thing about the message. At first, nobody understood the significance of the 16 numbers in the image. That was until one of Greg's friends suggested that they could be GPS coordinates.
Entering them into Google Maps, Greg watched the globe spin as it zoomed into its target, and he immediately felt sick. It pointed directly to the location of the supposed entrance to the underground base, which he and his wife had visited 5 months earlier. Again, very few people had known about this. Only a handful of camera crew, along with Greg and Dana's colleague, had been with them at the time, and even these people did not know the specifics about the case in Helia. How could this person have known so much? Whilst it's possible that all of the emails Greg received were sent by the same person, how would that person have known about his trip to Brown Mountain, and more specifically, the exact location he visited on a whim? Something about this communication just didn't add up. For good reason, Greg and his wife felt extremely unsettled by its potential connotations. There was indeed a lot more to this mystery than he first thought, and this would lead him to formulate his own theories regarding the events. The similarities between David's case and the Kentucky Goblins of 1955 are hard to ignore. Both of them took place in rural Kentucky, and both of them featured a family being terrorized by small humanoid creatures, although the more recent case occurred over a prolonged period, as opposed to the fleeting appearance made by the Kentucky Goblins. Greg questions whether these creatures could have been one and the same. Whilst there are a few notable differences between the two given descriptions, he suggests that these could be mechanical in nature rather than biological. For instance, what the Suttons thought were large ears on the so-called goblins might actually have been part of a helmet or headset, which could be removed. Kentucky itself is saturated with old coal mines and cave systems, as are many of the states in close proximity to the hills and mountains which run off the Appalachian Trail. Oddly enough, sightings of strange creatures resembling those seen in both these cases are not uncommon, and have given rise to a local legend alluding to the Little White Men of Kentucky. One such sighting occurred in 1990. A 14-year-old boy named Donald Patton was playing on his family's property, situated in eastern Kentucky. He had spent the afternoon throwing rocks in the midst of a boulder field, located on a slight hill at the rear of the acreage. There were also a couple of outbuildings nearby, and the land was surrounded by a wooden fence. Usually, his cousin Eric would have joined him, but on that day, he was there alone. At around 7 p.m., just as the sun was setting, Donald had sat down on a rock to take a rest when his father exited the house at the bottom of the slope and shouted, "You boys get back in here, it's getting late." Donald immediately started to walk down the hill towards the house, but his father continued to shout, "Eric, get down here." Confused by this, Donald queried why his dad was calling out to his cousin, explaining that he had been playing up on the hill alone. "Then who were the two people standing behind you?" his father had asked. Later on, he would tell his son that as he'd left the house, he had seen two small, strange-looking children standing right behind him. They were around 3.5 to 4 feet tall, and they were dressed completely in white. After he had called out, the two figures had immediately run off behind one of the outbuildings. "They were standing there, looking right down your shirt collar," he had told his son. With many other accounts involving similar creatures, Greg wonders if the Kentucky Goblins incident of 1955 might have been the beginning of this alleged phenomenon. He postulates that an extraterrestrial craft may have crashed here on Earth, and that its occupants then took refuge in the caves and abandoned mines that dot the Kentucky landscape, and that they still reside there to this day. What's interesting about this is that there was an abandoned mine not far from the Sutton residence. Could this have been where the so-called goblins disappeared to? There is also the theory that these creatures may have been here for much longer, and may actually be terrestrial rather than extraterrestrial. Elsewhere, in the southern states of the US, the Hopi Native American tribe spoke of the Ant People, a race of humanoid creatures who lived in huge caves underground. Their drawings of these entities very much resemble the typical grey alien of UFO lore. So what are we to make of the email sent by Dr. David Christie?
Was he genuinely a man besieged by these creatures, or was it all part of a clever hoax? Unfortunately, much like the Kentucky Goblins case, as there is very little in the way of proof, opinion will remain divided. Greg never heard from him, or for that matter the person claiming to be Terry Wrist, ever again, and it has been 4 years since the last communication referencing the case. In 2019, Planet Weird produced a 5-part documentary titled Hellier, which chronicled Greg and Dana's efforts to track down either the property where this apparently took place, or Dr. David Christie himself. This documentary is available to watch on YouTube, and is linked in the description. The possibility of the whole thing being a hoax was very nearly confirmed during this series. At one point, the investigative team realised that they might be able to find the doctor's physical address by tracking the IP linked to his messages. Using this procedure, they discovered that the emails originated not from Hellier, Kentucky, as one might expect, but from Ajax in Ontario, Canada. However, it is quite possible, and even rather likely, that Dr. Christie was using a VPN, which would have masked his personal details. We must also point out a discrepancy in the messages themselves, and that is that Dr. Christie's dog seemed to change gender. In the second email it was referred to early on as female, and then later it had suddenly changed to male. However, David never quantifies exactly how many dogs he owns. It could be that he had more than one. When all is said and done, it is difficult to deny that the emails are intriguing, as well as the photographs that were sent along with them. They may or may not show inhuman creatures lurking in the woods after dark in a backwater of Kentucky, but either way, they certainly work to fire the imagination and leave us asking, what if? If there was such a person as David Christie, and if he truly was terrorized by these beings, we can only hope that he was elsewhere able to find the peace and quiet for which he had originally moved to Hellier. And if you ever go walking in the backwoods of Kentucky, make sure you stay away from any abandoned mines.
The enemy. All right. Call it a day right there. Of white and I'll be back on tomorrow. Hopefully, be able to get my audio sorted out and audio shifting hours. So I'll be starting early mornings, nighttime, mountain. Till then, y'all, for hanging out. Thank you for the raid, Dirt. Thank you for chilling and the creek bosses. Will I see you later? Love y'all. Good night, everybody. Bye.